The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
Tensions are high, but the stakes are even higher at the U.S. Juniors and Senior Championships in St. Louis. With the rest day on the horizon, restless players were anxious to leave it all on the boards. The standings are knotted up in the junior girls, with 13-year-old Alice Lee maintaining a narrow half-point lead. Andrew Hong came roaring back after his round 5 loss, winning his game to join a 3-way tie at the top of the junior championships. Co-leaders battled it out in the senior section, with Melik emerging victorious, continuing his impressive play to claim clear first. Players are rested and ready to go. Day 6 of sensational chess, coming up next.
Welcome to the round 6 of the US Juniors and Seniors Chess Championships. We are here in front of the world's largest chess piece and World Chess Hall of Fame. The rest day is over. Let's go back to the studio and start the action. The St. Louis Chess Club is proud to present the 2023 edition of 3 tournaments in 1, Junior Girls, Juniors, and Seniors, featuring the best of young talent and talented veterans. Our coverage from St. Louis begins now. Hi, I'm Woman Grandmaster Katerina Nemcova, joining here Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Hey, Kate, I tell you, that free day went by too fast. It feels like more.
Right, but what a wonderful day celebrating the International Chess Day and the 15th anniversary of the St. Louis Chess Club.
Absolutely. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our show. Well, chess, like music, has the ability to make us happy. Across the street at the World Chess Hall of Fame, they have a collaboration, Sound Moves, between music and chess. I mention all of the above because America's great talent, great singer, Tony Bennett, passed away at 96 years young. He was a bit of a personal hero of mine, as some of his greatest successes came as he passed the age of 60. Rest in peace, Tony, as we see a picture of him playing chess with his wife. Kate, please do the honors and tell us where we stand after 5 rounds of intense play. Let's start with the girls.
Right, we are midway through the tournament, and the junior girls, we have a sole leader, Alice Lee, with 4 points out of 5, followed closely by Carissa Yip and Zoe Tang, only half a point behind.
And in the juniors, where do they stand?
In the juniors, we have a 3-way tie. Abhi, Mishra, Andrew Hong, and Arthur Go all have 3.5 points.
Go, go, go. And in the legend.
Maybe that's the today. And in the legend, we have an incredible performance by Melik Khachiyan, leading the tournament with 4.5 points. Then we have second, Maxim Dlugy, 3.5 points. And there is a 2-way tie for the 3rd place, Gregory Kaidanov and Alex Shabalov with 3 points each.
And tell us about the format for these 3 tournaments.
Right, the format is 3 10-player round robins, which means each player plays everyone else in their respective tournament. If you are wondering about the time control, we play classical chess, 90 minutes for first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for the rest of the game, and there is a 30-second increment from move 1.
And tell us about the schedule.
Right. The schedule, we have 1 round a day. Today we have round 6, always starting at 1 p.m. Central Time. Then we have all the way to round 9. And if necessary, on Tuesday, July 25th, there will be playoffs.
Nice. And we have Cristian in studio to tell us about this sprint to the finish. Cristian, good to see you, my friend.
Good to see you guys. We all had a great celebration yesterday for International Chess Day. The players were there as well, but it's finally time to get back to business. And let's drill down and see who the best chess players are as we enter the second part of the event, as well as the big head-to-head matchups that we have for round 6. And we're going to start with the junior girls section. We see Alice Lee in dominant fashion. Absolutely no blemishes so far. 4 out of 5, no losses up to this point. Carissa Ip following closely behind, as well as Zoe Tang with 3.5. And we see Rochelle Wu also in 4th position. Still no losses for Rochelle either. And we have huge matchups coming your way. I'm looking at this one in particular. Zoe Tang, who is having an amazing event so far, but she will be facing a very tough opponent, Rochelle Wu, higher rated Rochelle Wu than Zoe Tang. So this one is going to be quite an intriguing matchup. And of course, the big one is the youngster Alice Lee, only 13 years of age, 4 points leading right now, and she will be facing a struggling competitor, Kelsey Liu. Big chance for Alice to potentially extend her lead. And as we can see, typical of herself, she's very early. She gets focused, she arranges her pieces in the way she likes it. It's just incredible to see young prodigies growing in front of our eyes. And let's take a look at what's happening in the juniors section. Well, this one is very tight at the top. 3.5 points for Abhi Mishra, Andrew Hong, and Arthur Guo. And following closely behind after a big accident last round is Brandon Jacobson. And let's see the big head-to-head matchups in this one. This is the one I'm having my eyes on. Brandon Jacobson will be looking to bounce back after getting checkmated on the board in the last round against Balaji, and he has a tough opponent ahead of himself, Arthur Guo, who's been having an amazing event, I have to say. Easily, he could have scored 4 victories in a row if he didn't miss that great chance he had with the white pieces against Josiah Stearman in the last round. Right now, he will have to defend with the black pieces against Grandmaster Brandon Jacobson. Another big matchup is this one. Kirk Ghazarian, who has been slowing down a little bit in the last few rounds, he will be facing Abhi Mishra. Abhi, to be honest, he had a lot of problems with the white pieces. He's been getting caught out of the opening, but with the black pieces, we remember that big game, big victory against Andrew Hong. I have to say, Abhi is looking good in this one, but Kirk is no pushover. Let's take a look at what's happening in the seniors section. The top 4 in the senior section, Melik Khachiyan, who is having the event of his life. Only 1 draw in the 3rd round. Victory after victory, and right now, leading with authority. 4.5 points, 1 point ahead of his nearest competitor, that is Maxim Dlugy, Alexander Shabalov, and Gregory Kaidanov on 3 points apiece. Let's see some big matchups in the senior section. I'm having my eyes on this one. Maxim Dlugy, 3.5 points against the struggling Vladimir Akopian. 50% for the rating favorite is not enough, and he will definitely be looking to score a victory against Maxim Dlugy. That could potentially give some chances to Maxim as well to score an important victory. This one is going to be a very tense battle, and as you can see, they're quite friendly with each other as well. And of course, Melik Khachiyan has a golden opportunity to extend his lead because he's facing the struggling Douglas Root, the international master Douglas Root. So this one, I have to say, look at him. He's focused, he's ready, he knows that these opportunities don't come cheap. Definitely a fire round ahead of ourselves here at the St. Louis Chess Club.
Cristian, thank you for those key matchup indeed. And Kate, tell our viewers what they can expect for all of the pairings. Let's start with the girls.
Right, we have some fantastic battles ahead of today. So we have Atwell against Mangalam, Prasanna against Mo, Yan against Siep, big matchup to watch
Absolutely.
for. Lee against Liu, another one. We will see whether Alice can keep her lead, maybe with 5 points.
Right.
Tank against Wu.
Yeah, big matchups there. And in the juniors?
In the juniors, yes, the pairing for round 6. Wang against Stearman, Jacobson against Guo, Hong against Daggupati,
Big
Liang,
matchup there too.
right, Liang against Zhu, and another big matchup, Ghazarian against Mishra.
And in the legends, pairings there.
The legends, Dlugy against Akopian. Cristian was talking about this match.
Right.
We will definitely be watching closely this game. Novikov against Shabalov, Benjamin against Wolff, Gurevich against Kaidanov, and on the last board, Khachiyan against Rud.
The players have been fighting very, very hard. What are they fighting for? Prizes in the girls.
Right, there are some big prizes that the players are fighting for. So in the juniors girls, there is a prize fund of $20,000 with the first place taking home $6,000, second place $4,000, third place $3,000, all the way to the last place $500.
As we see the players getting ready for action
They're
in
ready.
this round 6, Carissa just entering.
That's
And,
a big game as well.
Yes, it
Liang
is.
versus Carissa.
Yes,
I mean, that's
it
a
is.
huge one,
And
I have to say.
Carissa's got her game face on. Tell us about the prize money for the juniors.
Right, so the juniors, they have a prize fund of $40,000 with first place taking home $12,000, second place $8,000, third place $5,000, all the way to the last place $1,000.
And tell us about the senior prizes.
And the series, that's a big prize
Yes,
fund.
it is.
$75,000 with first place $20,000, second place $13,000, third place $10,000, all the way to the last one.
And they are off. Round 6 underway. That free day, I tell you, very, very nice. The players really coming to the game now. I'm turning.
I have to say,
our-
guys,
Yes.
I mean, those prices are incredible.
Yes.
I cannot remember when I was 12 years of age and playing for $12,000
No.
first place. I
Right.
mean, this is unheard of.
Right.
And this is all through the generosity of the Singfield family as well as St. Louis Chess Club.
Absolutely, no question about it. I remember my U.S. Junior Championships. It was all about the bonus prizes. There was no prizes. It was about qualifying for the World Junior Championship, a U.S. Open, and maybe a overall championship, right?
Yes.
But that was what it's all about. Let's just jump into round 6 for a moment as we have Alice Lee with the white pieces against Kelsey Liu. Knight f3 on move 3, not going into a Nimzo. And then after b7, you know, there was a time that the Queen's Indian with b7, b6, everybody played the b7, b6. Today, it's amazing how many Queen's Gambit declines,
Right.
as well as Queen's Gambit accepted I'm seeing. But it's nice to see an old friend, b7, b6 on the board. Normally speaking, Anatoly Karpov and thousands of others all went the route of g2, g3. Alice sticking to her gun, she likes developing her bishop to the d3 square, castles, and so on. Before we leave, just as we came onto the air, we were looking at Ru Yang and Carissa Yip sitting down to shake hands, and let's see what they have done. Joko piano. Again, when I was a kid, they played Joko pianos. It was all about c3, d4, or the Evans Gambit. You know,
Dangerous
B4.
weapon
Yeah,
to
this
try
is
some tricks early in the opening.
Exactly. So b4. But yeah, today what did they do? Castles, d3.
Very
Quite-
peaceful,
yeah.
preparing for some positional chess.
Exactly. Let's jump to the juniors and see some of our tournament leaders. Let's pick up with Mishra. Where is he? He's playing against Kirk, a matchup that Cristian told us was going to be a big deal. Let's see. You were saying that Mishra's not getting great positions with the white pieces, but he's doing okay with the black pieces. Today, he essays a Slav, a semi-Slav, e2, e3, e7, e6. Check this out, because I think you're going to like this. b2, b3, okay, so white's looking for a quiet, peaceful life. If white plays the move bishop d3, you could take, and transpose into a Moran. And the move b2, b3 by Kirk is designed to play the move bishop d3, but getting ready to recapture the pawn.
Right.
So what does Mishra do?
C5 attacks the center.
Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I mean, as a coach, you know, I got to get Cristian involved on this. I mean, do you teach your kids, okay, kids, move a pawn, c7, c6, and then move it again on your next turn. That's the ticket to heaven.
This is just about the theoretical stand of things, and this is generally the typical way of dealing with this move b3. You have a couple of ways you can do it. One of them is bishop to b4 to actually give a check and take advantage of the fact that that c3 square is right now available. Knight bd2 and then bishop to c3, and then we have this type of positions. You can do that. You can play it normally. You can just simply go knight bd7, bishop to d6 and go into those main lines, but those are considered to be slightly better for white. Or you can do what Mishra did and play the move c5 and say that these are going to be some sort of a QGA, perhaps, if we see some exchanges on C4 type of structures, right? Very symmetrical type of structures. But right now, at least you committed to the move B3, so you don't have other ways in which you can arrange your pieces as white. Very interesting fashion of dealing with this B3 idea, but I have to say, I was talking to Mishra and his dad as well yesterday during the celebrations, and we were discussing about him getting caught in the opening, and they said something very, very interesting. They said that for the last couple of years, they've been focusing very much in his training on middle game and end game situations. So this was very eye-opening for me, because Mishra obviously, sure, he got caught a couple of times. And I told them, I mean, look, if you get caught in like 30 move deep preparation, that's not that bad, right? And if you manage to even pull the brakes and not lose games, even when you're getting caught out of the opening, that's already a very good sign. And I remember those end games against Brandon Jacobson. He dealt with it. He dealt with the pressure of being surprised quite well, I have to say. He found the best moves, so you can definitely see that he's been training a lot of middle game and end game position, a lot of practical play this young man has been putting emphasis on. So, sure, the opening phase, maybe he's a bit predictable. I think this is the word they were using. Sure, I know we are predictable in the opening, but, you know, we take it from there. We go into the middle game, end game, and that's where we try to make our push. And he did mention that later on, maybe starting this year, maybe next year, they will start developing a very top level, elite level repertoire with some specific coaches. So quite interesting approach, and they definitely have a vision for his training, I have to say.
Cristian, tell us about this current position, because it's new for my eyes. After b3, c5, there was b3, c5, bishop b2. There was a capture on d4, knight takes d4, e5.
That's right.
Which is already, okay, knight f3. What are you going to do with your e-pawn? I'm doing nothing. I'm playing knight c6.
You cannot take it because of bishop to b4.
Right.
We understand that. If you go knight c3, bishop c3, I take, and then I take the knight on e5. Clear. The only way to save the knight is actually to go king e2, and that's not good news, obviously, for you.
So,
so he played this move a3 with very obvious idea. I want to take on e5 now.
Clear.
There's no more bishop to b4, so you have to defend against that.
And he played d4, sacrificing a pawn.
This is all theory.
Theory.
All theory. It seems like this has been played 18 times, at least according to my database. But I'm sure both of these players are very much aware of what they're doing, because, I mean, both of them are blitzing out, and you don't blitz out moves in this type of imbalanced structures if you don't know exactly what you're doing, and this is what's happening in this one.
Okay,
d4, Kirk is taking his first thing. Take on d4 seems to be the best way, and then knight takes d4. Everybody has played knight takes d4. I'm trying to understand why. My guess is that very often, with the absence of these two knights, I will have ideas. For bishop to d3 is the main line. You actually don't want to take the pawn on d4. The idea, my guess, is that with the inclusion of the knights, very often I will have ideas of b4, b5, attack the knight on c6 and try to displace it, and only after take on d4. Also, without the knights, you often have ideas, let's say knight takes d4, knight takes d4, e takes d4. Very often I see ideas of bishop to g4 with a tempo, and then bishop h5, bishop g6 to exchange the light square bishop and potentially protect the king side for black. So these are very minute details that seem to matter and seem to be known by the players that are playing this variation, because in fact nobody took with the e-pawn at this point. And by the way, we're seeing that on the board, knight takes d4, and bishop to e2, not knight takes d4 and bishop to e2 or bishop to d3, but bishop to e2 in the first place. Very intriguing position. Now black has the opportunity to defend that pawn with bishop to c5. So this one is quite interesting. We'll see how it develops. And in fact, I think there's quite a funny situation. If you take on d4, in fact, I'm not even forced to take on d4 with the pawn. I can play the move bishop to c5. Take a look at this. You cannot move the knight. I mean, you can. But if you do move it, let's say to c2, bishop takes f2, a very typical sacrifice comes on the board. You cannot touch this bishop because you lose the queen on d1. You can go king to e2, but then obviously bishop to g4 comes on the board. And this is game over. Very, very intriguing stuff. Obviously, both of these players are aware of these details, and they're going straight into this line with bishop to e2. This is still the main line. In fact, b4 has been played. Knight takes d4, bishop to e2, only the third option. We expect bishop to c5, but it does seem like bishop to e2 perhaps has slightly surprised Mishra, because right now he's trying to remember his analysis.
Well, now you've got me all confused as well. So you just said...
Confused and riled up.
Right. You just said knight takes d4. You
That's
even
right.
have the move bishop c5. Wait a minute. Now, I appreciate knight c2, bishop...
You're trying to go bishop knight f3, right?
Correct. Yeah. What happened there?
I will take on f2.
I have to move my king.
And now queen to b6. Threatening checkmate.
Wow.
Threatening the move e4. If you move the knight bishop g4, that's a problem.
Right.
So you just simply have to deal with too many threats in the position. Sure, maybe you're going to be a piece up for the next, I don't know, a couple of moves or maybe slightly more than that, but it's not going to last forever, and I have plenty of compensation.
The king in the center, that is going to be a problem for white.
Right,
yes.
the king in the center, but that is a...
And in fact, after queen to c1, I don't even have to go e4. I can go bishop f5, and that's what I'm saying. It's just
Bishop f5.
Not a slow-burning compensation, but I'm not looking. I'm not looking to get my piece yet. I just want to checkmate you, in fact, right now.
That's funny. My king just sitting there on the open highway, and I'm suffering. Nice variation. Boy, I tell you. What they're cooking in their opening openings today.
So
but
let's take a look
E2,
around all the other games.
I just wanted to go quickly to Brandon Jacobson and Arthur Gao, because that was a highlighted key matchup that Cristian mentioned, and it looks like one of these readies turned Grunfelds, like if we go d2, d4, bishop g7, c2, c4, we get those kind of crazy Grunfeld. Where would you like to take
So
this?
far, it looks like black is really enjoying the center with the d5 and c5, but white is going to put one of the pawns to attack those pretty quickly.
If you like playing the Benoni with an extra tempo, I mean, if you like playing the Benoni, playing it with an extra tempo after c4, d4, e3, that could be fun. Where would you like to take us, Kate?
I just thought to look around what is happening else in the juniors, so we can go to Justin Wang and Josiah Stearman. What is their opening? That's a popular one.
Yes, this is the Caro-Kann. It's kind of like a Fort Knox variation of the Caro-Kann. So Caro-Kann, either knight c3 or knight d2 on move 3. You usually get this. This is the standard position. The classical Caro is you played c6 so you can get your bishop out. Right. You first play bishop here, knight comes, bishop back. Now, Botvinnik played this for decades and then played e6 and knight f3, knight f6. And there was only one player who later discovered how to disturb black, and that was one Boris Spassky. Boris Spassky played h2, h4, h7, h6, and this became known as the Spassky variation, and this was a pet tabia position of mine throughout my whole career.
I played this position so many times.
Exactly.
It's like you finish move 20 and you just, you gain 8 minutes or something.
Exactly. And then there is the Bronstein-Larsen variation with knight f6 takes, and both Bent and David Bronstein, they like to recapture with the g-pawn for the dynamics, even though you've compromised your pawn structure. But the super solid people, they captured with the e-pawn, and they got a position on the board. And the idea here is that this pawn shield in front of the king really is tough for white to deal with. Oftentimes, white is playing bishop e3, castling long, and storming the king side. So one of the moves that became very popular, and you might recall in the U.S. Women's Championship games,
Tatev Abrahamian against Irina Krush
with h7, h5, because that was a crucial game in that particular U.S. Women's Championship. And the move h7, h5 looks a little peculiar until you know the variation and how the idea is black plays for h3 and g4, and you slow down the break by playing the move h7, h5. We do have h5 on the board, I believe. Pardon me, let me just refresh my board.
No, keep going, keep going.
Yeah,
that's right.
He did play g7, g6. Wait a minute, he's done it in a way with h2, h4, and only now h5. Normally speaking, you can say, if you go, let's say here, if you start with the move h5, and just for argument's sake, white plays the move h4, you don't have to automatically play g6. You could play like Arena. You could just shift your knight to the king side where it'd be nice and safe, and later play for a5 and a4. g7, g6, the first thing, I stop, and I...
You want to take it?
Absolutely. Can't I? Did I do something particularly wrong here, Christian?
Yeah, I think it's terrible.
It's terrible.
Yes, you can actually take on g6.
Exactly.
I mean, sure, you have rook takes e2 at this point, but this is a mistake. This is an early opening mistake by Josiah. You can take on e2, king e2, and now queen e7 maybe you can start, or queen to, well, queen to e8, I have queen e4, right? So that's the problem.
That's cute.
That's a very strong move.
Right?
That's the problem, yes.
Just saving the bishop.
So queen e7.
You have to start with queen e7, and then I can move my king or bishop e3 and then take. I take on h5 as well, right? I can give you a check first and then take on h5. This is not looking good. Sure, it's a double-edged position, but I have
great for
three
white.
pawns. 3 pawns for and a rook for 2 pieces, and a weak king. This is definitely favoring white for sure.
Well, this is what I was always trying to avoid as black, to allow bishop takes g6. So I would never allow my opponents this. And now I'm seeing it on the board. I'm thinking, is this preparation?
Because he's playing really fast, right?
I think he's confusing something.
He mixed something up.
He played fast, but he plays fast up to this last move, h5. So if you go back a couple of moves, you see the time difference. G6 played 1 hour and 30 minutes on the clock, and then H5 1 hour and 26 minutes on the clock. So perhaps he had something in mind with this idea of H5, but not in this iteration where white already played H4 and he already have the move G6 on the board. This is not looking good. If Justin Wang takes on G6 right now, he will have a tremendous advantage.
And let's just go down the path a little bit more now. I don't want to go to G7 and simply allow the bishop to develop with the tempo, right? So as black, I'm rather saying to my opponent, hey, we want to draw. I'm happy with that. Kate, do the honors. Is this so easy though? For I guess it is.
I think Justin is just making sure that he's not missing something, that Josiah did not prepare something crazy. But I think he's going to just capture it, because that's like you open up the king, you get 3 pawns.
You got a perpetual check in your
anytime
pocket,
you want.
right?
Exactly.
So you've got the draw. And then you start thinking, well, I've got moves like bishop g5 that look attractive, right? Like, wow. Yeah, this looks like just an opening failure.
It's funny because it was actually played by some really decent players. I think Gukesh with black pieces played this position, and nobody out of, only 2 games, but nobody took on g6 with white.
Wow.
Right. And pretty decent games at that.
That would have my instant attention.
We have 2 GM games: Sadli versus Gukesh and Masoud versus Baneshvar Bardia, who I think are 2 Iranian grandmasters. So, but nobody played bishop takes g6.
remarkable. I mean, that would be, for me, an automatic grab. Give me that. Let's check in on Andrew and Balaji's game for a moment, because, again, you know, these are really, you know, top players here, and Grandmaster. And this is interesting, because I'm looking at a Rui Lopez without the inclusion of castles and H2, H3. So, wait a minute, what is going on? So, in this position, D7, D6, C3, everybody castles here and kind of, well, you
and
go
plays
from there.
H3, and then we go into Carissa's game, right?
Yeah.
Yesterday.
Exactly. Knight C5, Bishop C2, C5, no castles. Andrew is saying, well, why do I need H2, H3 in this case? Your knight isn't pressuring the D4 square. You're not going to play Bishop G4. So let me outfox you cleverly and play the move D4, threatening to capture twice on E5. Takes, Bishop to G4. And doesn't white just win the two bishops here? Take. You have to take on F3, right? I mean, unless there's a compensation here, it's hard to believe, right?
Yeah, because on knight takes c5, I'm attacking also the bishop.
And your king is still in the center. I mean, no, I can't believe that's compensation. So takes, you have to take on F3. Oops, excuse me. Take on F3, take on F3. And I don't know. I've got queen G3, I've got knight D2, I've got the two bishops. Life should be good for white. It seems that Balaji opening experiment with that early knight A5 is leading him into trouble, Cristian. What's going on?
Well,
and by the way, just to refresh everybody, where did the two players stand? Well,
right, so we have Andrew Hong, who is leading the tournament with 3.5 points, and Balaji 1 point behind with 2.5 points.
and again, this is an all grandmaster matchup. Balaji came into the tournament big expectations for a podium finish. Started out badly, but now with victory round 5, looking to bounce back and his way into the junior championship. So the move Bishop G4, Andrew stuck.
I like how Andrew is like looking like, what is this?
Something's wrong here. But what is wrong? Is this theory again?
This is some sort of preparation by Balaji. First of all, he has 1 hour and 34 minutes on his clock.
Which is an indication he wants the position.
So he obviously prepared this at home, and I'm looking at some games. I see some serious names. Peretke, Abdusatorov with the black pieces have played this position as well. So it's not that clear how you're going to take advantage of this early bishop to G4. It seems like the one way to try to put some pressure and create some imbalance is to take on E5, right?
Right.
Take on E5, that forces me to give you the light square bishop.
Right.
Because if you take on E5, queen takes D8, you lose a pawn.
Clear.
Knight takes E5 after that, no compensation whatsoever. So you have take on F3 first, queen F3, and the question is, how is this position, right? I understand I have some trumps as black as well. In the absence of the bishop on C8, I can get this rook on C8 very quickly. I can put some pressure on the C file, have some pressure already on the D file as well. Maybe I will be able to take advantage of the fact that you're still a little bit behind in development. The rook on A1, knight on B1, bishop on C1. But if I manage to develop my pieces, if I manage to get knight C3, maybe bishop to E3, or even B3, bishop to B2 on time, well, I'm going to make use of my two bishops, and you're going to be in trouble, right? So this is the question that the players will have to answer, and I'm sure Balaji perhaps has a slight advantage because we see him relaxed. We see him potentially has analyzed this with very strong engines, and we know once again, the very strong engines usually revitalize this long-lost opening ideas, right, that were considered to be very dubious, perhaps even borderline losing, right? But I'm looking at my engine, which is not that strong, 0.6. I've seen previously 0.9 as well. As you help the engine, that number decreases. So perhaps he went deep enough, and perhaps he took it all the way to just a slight advantage with best play by white, or maybe even equal. So let's wait and see what Balaji is going to do. Let's wait and see how Andrew is going to respond, because we know that he has been surprised out of the opening. He knows that he's better. He knows that this shouldn't be the right way of. Oh, and he takes it. And he
Capturing the
takes
pawn.
it. That's the most critical way, of course.
It's
And
the
we're
most
going to see.
principled line and takes. So once again, you have it on your board, Cristian.
Yes.
Takes on f3, takes on e5, and there is one move that caught my eye: Queen
G3.
Queen g3.
Double
Glad it caught
attack.
your eye too. I mean, that is
Yes,
a
I
double
go
attack.
Castle. Do you want to take that?
Bishop h6. I'm assuming will run into knight e8.
I think maybe knight h5.
Knight
okay,
h5,
knight
queen
e8.
g-
Knight e8. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And knight c3.
Knight c3 and bishop to h4. Knight c3 is actually already bad
Because
because of this bishop, to
f2.
h4. Bishop takes f2, exactly. I can take on
Yeah,
f2. and
I was
then
hoping
queen
I was going to
f6.
get in rook d8.
That's a nice
rook d1
trick.
and knight d5.
That's a nice trick.
Yes, it is.
Maybe the trick that this variation is based on. Who knows? it could very well be.
What one-hit wonder?
Maybe,
White
but
has to be a little bit more accurate, right? Cannot just go attack pawns, go for attack. So maybe that's what Balaji is thinking, that White has to also think seriously how to continue in this position.
correct, yes. And we will see most likely Andrew spend some time here and try to figure things out because he sees the double attack. He sees queen g3.
Sure.
And he's trying to calculate the continuation, the variations afferent to that.
All right. We'll keep an eye on this one. Let's jump to the legend.
veterans, right, the legends.
Veterans. Doesn't sound as good as the seniors, but the legend sounds great. Let's pick up with our tournament leader. Melik said he's playing against Doug Root, and he's thinking to himself, I've got a real opportunity. I'm playing a lower-rated player who's struggling in the event. I'm playing great. Let me play something. No. He played the Scotch opening and the Scotch ending, which has this incredible draw-ish
Right.
reputation, I want to say, for it. Did you make the right choice, do you think? Considering, the dynamics coming in, he's playing a lower-rated player.
I was talking to Melik yesterday, and I was saying congratulations on really good
Right.
first half of the tournament, and he was like, yeah, it's just first half. Let's just not focus on it too much. So I think his first attitude was like, I'm not going to win this tournament. I'm just here to play and see whatever happens.
Right.
So I think he wants to keep that kind of attitude, not
There's
like, okay,
balance.
I have to win here with White. I'm just playing. I'm just doing my chess. And this variation also can be very tricky. I play this for White and Black. You're right. Very often it finishes in a draw. But sometimes, White can try to also maybe play for some kind of advantage.
Okay, so last move was rook on a1 to d1. Lots of times you're looking to try to play knight e2, knight d4, c4, because otherwise it does look a little strange.
Right.
You think to yourself, well, I want to compete for the open file, but the move rook on a1 to d1, if I'm Black, I'm thinking bishop to d6, rook to b8, and maybe I want to try to use my half open B file. Again, I know this is really, really balanced, but for those of you who really like forcing lines, and this is one of them. Let's jump to...
Black is playing very accurately, very good variations.
And once again, the standings of these two players, where we see top and bottom.
Right. So Melik Khachiyan, 4.5 points. Douglas Root, still only with 1 point.
Exactly. And let's go to another one of the games that a key matchup game that Cristian highlighted at the start of the show, and that's the one between Max and Vladimir Akopian, because these two players playing a little bit slowly. Okay, you've got the much heralded London
trying to
system
go
these
for
days.
these lines.
Bishop f4, c5. Now this is a kind of an invitation, like if you play d5, you might be playing a little bit of a Benoni system with the bishop on f4. Okay, you've got to know your stuff after queen b6 as well. But if Black plays, the traditional g6 and d6, you've committed your bishop to f4. So London players would prefer to play e2, e3, c2, c3, as well as the move that Max played, which is he captured on c5, knight a6. Let me win my pawn back. For those of us who like winning the pawn back immediately. So there's no doubts. I've got it back in my pocket. Queen a5 check might be your choice. Knight a6. E4.
I mean, it's becoming very complicated. E4,
Knight,
giving
I'll
up
take
the center pawn.
I'll take the center pawn. Okay, now, otherwise I was going to take this pawn, but now Max is saying, okay, look, I've got an idea.
Right, if
I
you
want-
recapture the bishop, I have queen d5.
Exactly, and something is dropping. So Vladimir said, okay, I've got to check so that in this case I can recapture with the queen, and there's no queen d5 hitting the rook on a8 as well as the knight on e4. So what do you got? Well, I've got a queenside majority, you've got a central majority, but this move queen d4 asks a question. If you go back, you're falling really far behind in development, and after knights, I kind of like white.
The queen in the center is absolutely fantastic.
Truly.
Right, you can really kick it away, and then it's very powerful.
But now comes this moment, d7, d5, and we hit an important crossroads. Are you going to take en passant? Are you going to take on d5? Or potentially just leave the knight where it is?
So what's the idea if I simply capture manually
Okay.
queen takes d5?
Let's have a look-see. Queen takes d5. Now we've got, it's
There.
funny. A moment ago, we were playing queen d5 to hit a rook in the corner. Now black has queen f6.
Wow, that's a very sneaky move.
Turning the tables, right? You hit my rook, like, wait a minute, like.
But the queen d5, like it's right in front of the queen. The queen in the corner on a6, suddenly moving to f6.
But that's not the end of the story
Yeah.
either, right? So if you go queen f6,
I go bishop c7. Oh, I can do that. There's queen takes f2.
Okay, let me tell the audience what you might have missed.
The new chapter in your
the
book.
new chapter. But here's the question: what happens after queen e5? So that handles both your threats, the double attack. I mean, the bishop on f4 and the rook on a1. Now what happens? Crickets.
I can tell you. if
Please
you want
jump
me to.
in, Christian. What's happening here? Queen takes d5. We're analyzing away.
Well, what I want to start off with is to say that I think d5 is a very good practical choice.
Is
now, the engine hates it, and I will tell you why they hate d5. And what I mean by hate is from 0-0 and potentially practically an easier version and an easier position for black to a pretty significantly better position for white, but not with queen takes d5. Queen d5, queen e5, now I go a5.
Queen
So
d5.
let's go into that. That's
Queen-
critical. That is definitely very critical, and I can guarantee you that Maxim is right now looking at it. No, I will not exchange.
Yeah, no
Not
exchange?
yet, not yet.
Immediately attacking the queenside
Because I
pawns.
do not want to allow you to defend that rook on a1 with a bishop.
Right.
So I'm going to go a5. So you don't have a 3 move right now. You
That's
cannot
right.
defend like this and keep the structure compact, because then you lose the rook on a1, right?
Clear.
So after a5, I'm destabilizing your pawn structure quite significantly.
Right.
In this one. You're going to start with c3, but the problem is, once you play the move c3, your knight on b1 is kind of stuck to the
True.
defense of that c3 pawn, right?
True.
So let's see. Take a5, c3. Now I just simply move away, queen to c6.
Okay.
And I'm saying that I got into a much better situation. Despite your extra pawn, your knight is stuck, your rook is more or less stuck. I have a lot of tension set up on your pawn structure on the queen side, and it seems that from an objective, also by the way, you still have a couple of moves left to finish your development.
True
Me
that.
as well with the black pieces, right?
Right.
But at the same time, I do have the 2 bishops. I have a lot of firepower ready to put a lot of pressure on your king, wherever it goes. I mean, you're probably not going to go queenside, but whenever you go kingside, you can see already the tension on the light squares, this pawn on g2, this bishop, maybe even after b6, bishop to b7. I have a lot of ideas in the position. Objectively, this seems to be already better for black. By the way, f6 followed by e5, that might create some problems as well for your pieces. So,
Right.
But again, if you don't have the engine, if you don't know the assessment of these positions, you might in fact be tempted and be like, okay, pawn up, thank you very much, I'm going to take that, and then I'm going to find my way out, right? It doesn't seem like you have anything immediate. And that's why Maxim might be tempted to take on d5. Look, I really like what Vladimir has done so far. He didn't know the opening. Maxim was the winner of the opening. He knew much better what to do. But he came up with this practical shot, d5. Take my pawn. If you don't take, which is, by the way, the best way to continue in this position, knight to e2, just continue your development. Play this move, wait for black to go f6 and e5, and only then you can take on d5. There's no more queen to f6, right?
Right.
So now you have to do most likely e6, which makes the most sense. But the pawn on c5, despite the fact that
It lives.
it's doubled, well, first of all, we have equal pawns in the position. I'm not the pawn up by any means. It's doubled, it lives, and it kind of makes life uncomfortable for the dark square bishop and for the queen on a6, which is a
Right.
bit out of play. I have ideas of a4 followed by b5 later on in the game. You will have some problems getting this queen back into play. And this is the key to this position. You still have and need a few moves to get all your pieces to their ideal squares. And I'm going to try to take advantage of that with the white pieces. Knight e2, follow it up with a4 or maybe f3, kick the knight away, go knight to c3 or a4, b5, a short castle, and just play the position as is. Seems to be giving white an advantage, not easy to assess. This is the key aspect of this position. It's very imbalanced, not easy to assess for either side, not easy to choose the right plan.
Thank you, Christian. I want to turn our attention to the game of Jason Liang and Arthur Zhu. It's not, I want to emphasize, it's not that I'm some theoretically gifted player. I'm not. And I don't even play these variations for white and black. But the crazy part is I've seen this before. I think it was from a Grand Chess Tour event where maybe Shaq Riar Mamidarov plays this variation. And because Shaq plays it, I've seen this occur either as a game variation or maybe a variation you're not supposed to play. I thought you're not supposed to play knight takes b2. Help me out on this one, Kate. But
I'm not familiar with it, to be honest, but let's take a look. So you
take
want
a bishop.
Take the bishop, take the queen.
I blundered a queen. Well, yes and no. Now I've got a bishop and a rook in the pocket, but I'm also saying this knight is not escaping.
Has no legs, cannot go anywhere.
Exactly. I've got those I got those squares covered. You can sell your knight dearly and play knight takes f2, king takes f2, but at the end of the day, I've pocketed two minor pieces and a rook for a queen, and that's a lot of material. And the resulting position too, okay, I'll agree, my king isn't the most safe, but neither is your king. And as soon as I play rook and king, my king will be safe, but your king won't. In my mind, this is a material gift for Jason, and I think he's simply winning out of the opening after this move, bishop takes g7. Isn't this a known trap?
It is.
Christian?
I'm a little bit surprised by the fact that Arthur Zhu didn't know about this, because this is the only thing he plays with the black pieces. Against e4, e5. We've seen him in this tournament play this line.
Right, exactly.
I believe we've seen knight b4 in the previous line, and once again he had huge problems out of the opening. Now he tried to surprise his opponent, knight a5, but immediately after the main line, which is bishop to d2, which Jason played instantaneously, he started thinking, and now he went into this knight takes b2, which is indeed, as you just mentioned, pretty much losing out of the opening. You take on g7, you take on h8, I'm going to take that knight on d1 as well. This is bad. You don't have dark square bishop, you don't have development, your king is unsafe on e8. This is looking really, really gray right now for Arthur Zhu.
I'm just curious, what if I don't go for this bishop takes g7 and I just play queen c1? Is it bad for white, or do I still have
you probably can do
compensation?
that as well.
If I just go queen c1,
Perfectly playable, yes.
you
Bishop
take,
takes.
I
Perfectly
recapture, you have to go back with the knight c4, and let's say queen h6.
Yeah, queen h6 you can play, definitely. Probably not the best, because I have knight to g8 followed by queen f6.
Oh, you can recover this way, okay.
Kick it back a little.
But maybe you can even go h4, castle. you have plenty of compensation.
No question about it.
Plenty of compensation.
Right. By the way, in that game between Justin Wang and Josiah Stearman, Justin sat there and said, "Hey, wait a minute! I don't understand it. You know, I get 3 pawns, and I get to attack you as well. I mean, what could be sweeter?" So he did make that piece sacrifice, and it's amazing to me that other grandmasters, faced with that situation of sacrificing a piece, chose not to. Somebody was playing it close to the vest there.
We have a number of blunders right after the rest day.
Right.
Maybe it threw players off instead of getting them more energy.
The rhythm is thrown off. And for those of you joining our show, maybe for the first time, first of all, shame on you, but we invite you to be a part of the discussion, and there's a way, Kate, for our audience to join us and stump the panel. How can they do that?
Absolutely. We are very happy to join the conversation, to send us comments, questions. You can do that via YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. Make sure to tag the St. Louis Chess Club. You can also use the hashtags US Juniors Chess, US Seniors Chess, or St. Louis Chess Club.
Absolutely, and let all your friends know where you're hanging out. We didn't get to go through all of the senior games. We just kind of focused there on that one game of Melik and Max Dlugy. Let's pick up between Dima and Gregory, 2 gladiators that know each other from so many U.S. championships. Okay, Queen's Gambit accepted, isolated queen pawn. This is great. This is like good old-fashioned, I've got the isolated queen pawn, but I've got the attack, I've got the dynamic potential. I'm going to play queen d6, I'm going to play bishop g4, I'm going to bring my rooks into the center. Yes, I understand all of that, but look at this lovely bishop. What if I play the move b5 and I'm disrupting you? If you take, now you can see why I develop. I love this kind of these battles, right? This is what I call the battle of ideas. You've got your play, I've got my play. Let's see who gets there with the most. My pick for the championship was the returning champion, Alexander Shabalov. And as we came onto the show, Cristian was showing us that table of how the top players are competing. Well, my guy hasn't gotten a draw. He does not believe in draw. There are no draws in chess, at least when Shabalov is playing the game.
He didn't get a single one, really?
Yeah, he's got 3 wins and 2 losses. It's the 2 losses that hurt. The 3 wins were great. But he is a player who shoots for the fence. And, well, look at this, the Blumenfeld Gambit as black. Hoping to get Igor off his balance, bishop to g5, all standard. Now we're in is Benoni positions, but that are kind of unique to the Blumenfeld. I'm more familiar with queen a5 check. The idea behind this check is I'm in a pin, and what could be sweeter than getting out of the pin?
With a check.
With a check. Now, if you play bishop d2, you're doing me a big, big favor, because it's sort of like you've developed your bishop and then you retreated your bishop. You cost yourself a tempo. There's no more pin. I am threatening to capture this pawn, and I'm a happy camper. So a whole line of play goes knight c3, and it's a very, very complicated stuff, and I'm more familiar with that than I am the move h6. That, to my mind, gives white this play that Igor went for, which is this nice center, right? And don't think that these pawns are menacing, because I'm going to undermine them with the move a4, bishop check, knight d2, castles, and we're up to date. And I don't know this as an opening, Cristian. Clear the cobwebs. What's going on here?
Seems that they're still following some sort of very old school theory.
Old school theory.
Right. The Blumenfeld, I always thought that, and I analyzed this long time ago, mostly for white when I was creating my 1d4 repertoire. And I remember that I always thought this move e4 kind of refutes the Blumenfeld, like
E4.
a counter. Right, a counter
Wow.
gambit, just e4 and without bishop to g5. Don't
Okay.
waste any time with bishop g5. Try to force matters immediately. And by the way, threaten this move e5 if you don't do anything.
Right.
Knight takes e4 seems to be almost forced. You can, of course, take on c4, but after knight c3, I think this position is just
Terrible.
really, really bad. In
Terrible.
fact, even the computer is saying it's +2 at this
Terrible.
point.
Yeah.
So you have to accept my sacrifice.
Correct.
You have to take on e4, and I always thought that these positions, bishop to d3, knight to c3, maybe even castle, are very, very difficult, at least with the previous engines that I was analyzing with. They were giving +1 almost for white.
Wow.
Very difficult positions for black to handle. For example, if you play slowly with bishop to e7, then I can first of all take on b5. So let's start with taking on c4,
Sure.
and now let's say, but bishop e7 is no longer possible because of d6,
D6,
right?
yeah.
So you have to address that. Let's say you play d6.
Okay.
Queen to a4 already seems to be much, much better for white. Queen to a4, bishop to d7, and queen to b3. I'm threatening queen b7. I'm
Nasty.
threatening the pawn on e6. You don't have enough time to develop your pieces on the queen side. You're in trouble as black. So you have to be very precise. It seems like after bishop takes e4, bishop to a6 has to be played.
Okay.
Bishop takes a6, and we get into this variation. And, you know, visually you see that white has almost finished his development.
Right.
You still have to put the king to safety, and I'm not convinced exactly how you're going to do that, because you cannot go bishop e7 first. d6, you're in trouble. Can you go bishop to d6? Unfortunately not. d takes e6, you're in trouble. You cannot recapture back with the e pawn to defend the bishop on d6 because of queen to a4.
Whoops.
You're losing another piece, right? So
Right.
there's always these transitions, there's always these tactics that favor white, and it's very difficult to finish your development as black. But now I'm looking through the engines, and the engines are saying funny moves.
Funny.
funny moves. For example, after castle, queen to b8 is one move, queen to c8 is another move. Very interesting ideas in the position. I'm sure most likely Shabalov was aware of all these complications, and perhaps he's inviting them. But right now we're seeing one of the classical way of playing it, as you were mentioning, with bishop to g5. Don't give the pawn back, and
Right.
we see that position right now still favoring white, but at the same time, Shabalov probably got what he wanted, which is a fight.
And tell us what is the state of theory of the very current position? Igor has just played bishop on f1 to e2. He's ready to castle and ready to nibble on the b5 pawn. What does the
Again,
engine say?
it's very old school theory. I'm
Right.
seeing games of Lubojevich
Now we're
from
talking.
1972. These
Wow, those are
your
great
buddies,
years,
Yasser. These are
right?
your buddies.
Lubo. Yeah, baby. And how did he do?
Let's see. What I'm not really sure what Lubo did, and I don't want to press on that because that's going to mess with my setup.
Right?
Maybe knight to knight to a6. I guessed his move. Knight to a6 was the move that he
Okay.
played in that one.
Castle.
Let's say castle, bishop takes c3,
Take
b
with the
takes
pawn.
c3, and knight to c5. That was the game
Wow.
in question. Bukic versus Lubojevich. Do you know Bukic? I've
Bukic.
never heard. Bukic Enver.
No, I don't know. Bukic.
Probably an international master or perhaps even a grandmaster. I see his rating is quite high, 2455. Back in 72, that was quite a lot.
Oh,
So-
absolutely. Yeah. No,
Yes.
Lubo, of course, was the dominant force after Svetozar Gligorich of Yugoslavian chess. Just marvelous. Where would you like to take us?
I want to go back to girls.
Yes,
There's a
do.
really interesting position. I mean, we can start with Alice Lee,
Okay.
just to see how the leader is doing, but then go to Zoe
Absolutely.
Tang's game against Rochelle Wu.
Absolutely. So when we left Alice and Kelsey, they were playing this Queen's Indian, and we left it at bishop d3, bishop check, knight d2, and it looks like they transposed into a kind of a BOGO Indian, this early bishop b4 check. Black gives up the dark square bishop in order to occupy the e4 square, and oftentimes follows it up with f7, f5. This is my game from the candidates with Vasily Smyslov, and I really like my position as black. In my book, Chess Duels, I explained, like how I was trying to get to Vasily's king. A7, A5. Now, normally speaking, when you have these positions where you're going to one side of the board. In this case, black is going to the king side, and your opponent is going to the other side of the board. In this case, Alice is looking maybe to play b4 and c5. The rule of thumb is don't play in your opponent's sphere. Leave the queen side alone. So when you play the move a7, a5, you may have it in your mind, you're doing this great job of opening the queen side for your rook, but you have to stop with the idea of opening the queen side.
Right.
That's where your opponent wants to play. So maybe this move a7, a5, I'm not a big fan. Maybe I would rather see her playing moves like knight f6, knight g4, and or just, bringing pieces to the king side. a5, bishop e1. So basically what Alice is saying is, my bishop may not be the most beautiful piece on the board, but long term.
Right now, I still want to save it and see how it's going to shine in the end of the game.
In the future. And maybe this move also preps the possibility of d5. The bishop is in the way. If you could play d5 and knight d4 in one turn, you go d5, knight d4, you'll refute the attack. Queen e8, okay, kind of a prelude once again to saying, student body right. I'm going to put all my pieces over on the king side and sack the house. Knight d2, and we are up to date with the players. Who's ahead on the clock? Kate? I'm just wondering who out-prepped who.
No, so we have Alice Lee 1 hour 16 minutes, and Kasilu 1 hour 6 minutes. So Alice is 10 minutes ahead, but pretty much similar time.
Nothing terrible. I'm going to call the position slightly better for white. I like the two bishops. I like the space, so I prefer white's position. Where else would you like us to go?
Oh, Cristian, you got news.
Oh, this is the bishop. Yeah, queen takes g6 game.
But guys, this
is terrible.
Close to over.
Right?
And you're asking who has more time on the clock to see who was better prepared in this one. Josiah still has 1 hour and 25 minutes on his clock. His opponent only 1 hour on his clock. Guess what the assessment is right now?
I saw it on the behind you, -7.
+7 for white, for Justin Wang right
yeah.
now, with the move that he's hinting that he's going to make.
Castle.
That is long castle.
Absolutely.
The idea is very simple. You want to go rook to d3, followed by rook to g3. If you manage to get a rook on the g file,
forget about it.
This is game over. Finito.
Right.
You can call it a day.
Right.
I mean, this is absolutely inexplicable play from Josiah, just blitzing out to a completely busted position. Long castle, there's no way to defend the g file anymore, and you're going to have to sign the score sheets in a matter of minutes. You're going to lose a game with 1 hour and 25 minutes on the clock. This is unacceptable for Josiah.
Wow. Remarkable. Just losing out of the opening. That for me is my nightmare in chess, is just losing out. I mean, I just can't stand it. I don't mind losing. You beat me in a good game, hey, I'll tip my hat and say well done. But when I lose out of the opening, I feel like an idiot.
Right, especially if you confuse two variations or something.
That's the worst.
And then one move and you're like, oh, it's exploding. Like, I've done something terrible.
Terrible. I wanted to turn our attention to the game of Ru Yang and Carissa Yip for a moment, because they've reached a position in imbalance that I'd like your take on. So far, everything's pretty standard. Knight b d2. If you as black played the move knight e7 here and played knight g6, I understand you completely. Vladimir Kramnik, amongst many other players, would approve. Okay, knight h5, and you just looking for the f4 square. You understand knight takes e5 doesn't lose a pawn, but you have to double check. Okay, knight h5, knight f1, bishop takes d, knight e7. We caught up to the players. I've given up the two bishops. You have double pawns on the f7, f5 square, but very significantly, the bishop on a7 has been...
Right, it's kind of blocked.
It kind of. It is. It is blocked. But the imbalance. Your take.
Right, and the pawn on f4, I'm kind of happy it's guarding the g3 and e3 square, so the knight on f1 doesn't have like that many great squares to go to.
Right.
What are we expecting? Something like knight g6 and queen f6? Like, I feel black would be happy if white pushed e5.
Right.
Right, because then, okay, if I capture and if you recapture with the pawn, I'm very happy that my bishop is alive. You probably, though, recapture with the knight.
Exactly. So knight e7, let me make a move for white. Let's say I develop queen d3. I read it in some wonderful book by Fred Reinfeld 50 years ago, Connect the Rooks. So queen d3. Your turn.
I think I will go, knight g6.
Knight g6. Okay, now look at the pawn on d6. Look at this pawn. Think only about the pawn. Don't think about anything else. Don't think about queen takes g6.
That is very, very nasty.
I have this idea of taking advantage of the pin.
Right, so I cannot recapture on e5, which is something I would really like to do, because not everything is perfect. Even if you capture with the knight, I can trade that.
Right.
But I have to go something like, what, knight h4, or maybe king h8.
King h8, knight h4.
Nice.
It was funny. If you had played the move d5, my intention was to play bishop here and to menace the move e6, yeah? Anyway, what I wanted to, in bringing our attention to this game of Carissa, so first of all, I mean, it's so important to our standings, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, Carissa is, after all, one of our, on the invitation list, she was the #1 seed. We know Alice has passed her on the live rating list. But for Carissa, is this the kind of game she wants to play? This imbalance, she's got the two bishops, but I don't know. Do you think she's
When
happy?
we look at her clock, she has 1 hour, whereas Liang, she has 1 hour 20 minutes.
Okay.
So there is some time disadvantage.
Yeah. A big fight brewing here. We'll keep an eye on this one. Cristian, over to you and Mishra's game.
And we've talked about his propensity to play predictable chess, Mishra, that is, and right now he's doing exactly the same thing. And once again, he's getting punished. He got caught out of the opening by Kirk Ghazarian. Take a look at this. I think we left it somewhere around this when Kirk
Bishop
played the move
E2.
b4.
Yeah.
And then e4 came on the board. By the way, this is still some sort of theory. B takes c5, and this is the critical moment right now, because black has to know the next move unless he wants to get into some sort of trouble. Bishop to g4.
Only move.
Only move. Well, not really only move, because he actually took that knight, and we will see what's happening in the position after that.
Oh.
But bishop to g4, it's very difficult, because you have to calculate everything, and you have to understand after rook to d1, I take, and now I go bishop to d7, defending both the queen and the bishop. Bishop to f6 doesn't really work, because I can take with the queen and then attack the rook on a1. At the same time, you don't have time to take my bishop on d7. So this is a very difficult situation to put yourself into, because you're under this pressure. There's a pin on the d file. There's a knight potentially hanging on f6. There's my knight coming to d5, and probably that's the best way for white to play this position. It's not easy. With the help of the engine, you will understand that most likely black gets to some sort of an equal position. But because also you have some problems with the king. This is the idea. You have to force white to take back with the g-pawn on f3. That's the key idea behind this bishop to g4. He played e takes f3 first. Queen takes f3 came on the board. Bishop to e6. This is the position we have on the board. Take a look at this. 1 hour and 29 minutes after thinking already for like around 5 minutes for Kirk with white pieces. 50 minutes only for Abhi. He got caught out of the opening. Objectively, right now, white has a pretty significant advantage.
Right.
And it's not even that difficult. I just play very natural moves. Rook to d1, attack the queen, then follow
Queen
it up
has
with
to
knight
go-
to d2.
Queen e7 is the only move.
That's right. That's right, because you cannot allow me to do take on f6, right?
Right.
So you go rook to d1, queen to e7, then I go knight to d2. Do you have time to take on c5? No, because you lose the knight on f6. So you have to go knight to d7, and we have this position in which I'm just going to be a pawn up, right? I go c6, we're exchanging, I'm a pawn up. I have this tremendous pressure on the long diagonal given by the presence of the bishop on a b2. This is looking good for Kirk, and this is play on one goal, because there's no way black wins this position, right? The material, first of all, is too limited. We have opposite color bishops. And I'm an extra pawn, right? There's no way you're going to win this one with the black pieces. You're playing for equality only right now, and I have absolutely no risks, a pawn up and a better position. Again, he got caught. We understand he's predictable, but at some point you have to maybe bite the bullet and just play something that you never played before, just to get your opponents out of preparation, not allow them to catch you every single game.
I mean, we saw that against game with Brandon Jacobson. I mean, he studied French in one day.
Yeah.
What was that?
How do you do that? How do you even do that, by the way? That was amazing. But you had me at a pawn up. I was ready to take on f6, but you didn't want to. I want to turn our attention to the game of Zoe Tang, who is having a marvelous tournament. She's up against Rochelle, kind of a crazy position. It's like these days they're playing a Queen's Gambit declined with the move a6, but also with an early c6. No. I'm used to seeing a knight on f6, and I'm used to seeing a bishop on e6. I don't think that Rochelle could play both. She's only moving her pawns. And she's invited her opponent, Zoe, to play e2, e4, which she said, okay, I'll pick up that gauntlet. And intriguing, knight g5. Many of us might have been just tempted to recapture the pawn. Even, crazily enough, ideas of knight here and bishop c4 kind of stir in the head, right? Okay, knight g5, bishop e7. Uh-oh. Look at this move, bishop c4. Whoa, knight h6. So
becoming very complicated.
Yeah, right away, yeah.
Queen h5, very nice attack on f7 and on the bishop on g5.
Exactly, that was her idea. That was why we saw knight h6, knight e4. Well, this looks advantage white, right? Okay, b5 is a little counter-punchy, but look at this beautiful development compared to Rochelle's pieces.
But I like the Rochelle's move now. It's kind of creative. Rook a7, I'm saying there is this open d file. I want to get the rook there. And if I am in time to get the rook there, maybe bishop on b7, well, maybe I'm okay. I'm very happy, more than okay.
Right? So there was this line in the Najdorf variation. It was called the Polygaevsky variation with an early b5. One of the crazy things about the Polygaevsky variation with the early b5 is this rook that has nothing to do on a8 normally in the Sicilian. Goes rook a7, rook d7 right away. It's sort of like, what? You don't develop the bishop, you don't develop the knight, you develop your rook to d7. And the Polygaevsky variation, that was a real
I know it's in Mora Gambit also, Black tries something similar.
Right.
So that idea exists, but is Black in time to actually...
But there is a drawback, and Zoe put her finger right on the pulse of the position. You know what? I get it. You know, if you get to play rook d7 and bishop b7, you've solved your problems. But check this out. This move, bishop here, is a real irritant, right? Because the knight is hanging. If you put your bishop in the way, then your rook might say, dude.
What was the point of rook a7?
Why did you let me play rook a7? White wants to play c5, d6, obviously, d5, d6.
And I cannot even develop knight d7, right? Because c6 is simply hanging.
Marvelous. Music to my ears. I'll take that pawn. Thank you very much. And not only is it hanging, but look at everything. White's pieces flood through the center. I don't know, but this move, bishop f4, Rochelle, it looks like she's in big trouble to my eyes.
Oh, yes, she is.
She is.
Yes, she is, and she has only one way out right now. She has to take on d5.
Okay.
But even that is not that clear, right? I mean, she just played the move rook to a7. This couple of moves just don't really play together very well, right? They don't fit, exactly. You played rook a7, maybe you're going to follow it up with rook to d7. This is what I'm thinking about what's going on in Rochelle's mind right now after the move d5. I think we're going to see rook d7. I don't think we're going to see her playing the move c takes d5. Yeah, I think she... but rook d7, you just give up the
just
knight.
The knight, yeah.
I mean, this is just bad. This whole situation is just bad.
Can we see rook b7? I mean, I'm giving up that pawn, but if you give up your dark square bishop to like, you are not gonna give up your dark square bishop.
Okay, let's see. Let's at least calculate it, right?
Yeah.
You go rook b7, I take on b8, I take on c6.
Yeah, let's say you take on b8. That's the variation I want to look at.
I'm the pawn grubber in the family here, and I don't want to look at the pawn grub. I want to play the move d6,
Yeah,
which I think is just crushing.
That looks crushing. Yeah.
But let's say you grab the knight.
Okay.
Yes, you grab the pawn.
Right, now a pawn up. And
And
I
now-
do
This looks
I do
terrible.
want to play knight d5. And
That's the big problem, right?
knight to d4.
c7, intermediate move. And if I have to play something like bishop e6, I don't know.
Bishop to e6. I'm just not a happy.
Yeah.
I'm just not a happy camper. I think you're going to have a real hard time winning this pawn back.
And that's probably the worst version. Because as you guys mentioned, you can just go d6.
Yeah.
Don't take on b8, just go d6.
And that just looks terrible. So Rochelle, by the way, who's been having
Big trouble.
But her performance, strangely enough, on the scoreboard looks okay.
But she survived a lot of very, very difficult
That's
positions.
what I wanted to point out. Her positions have not been good, and although she's +1, and she's kind of a pre-tournament favorite, she's not been playing well. And this move bishop to f4 by Zoe is
probably
really
have to take on d5 now.
Yeah, knight takes.
But by the way, how easy is taking on d5?
Oh, you mean can I take?
Well, even
This
this, okay, I understand that you have rook b7 and you somehow survive, but calculating all of this is not easy. This is what I'm trying to say. Like
True,
c takes
right.
d5 is not such an easy decision to make.
Right.
Right? Maybe you're gonna go rook to b7 and pray that d6 doesn't kill you on the spot,
Right.
which
But-
is
But this is tough. Tough going here for Rochelle. Quickly, just going to take a look at Alice's game. Again, Alice is playing wonderful chess. She is unequal first. She's clear first. When we left it, we just left it at these parts where bishop e1, and she's played f3. This is usually speaking a very big deal for White. White achieves a lot by forcing this trade of knight. First of all, you're taking away an aggressive attacker. Second, the knight on e4 was supposed to be the compensation for the two bishops. And finally, this bishop is supposed to be having a beautiful life on this long diagonal. Well, we can imagine that if White gets to play the move bishop g3 and e4, that's not such a wonderful long diagonal. Also, I can shut things down with the move d5. So I do believe that Alice has outplayed her opponent. Carissa, yeah, okay, we kind of got a little bit what we were looking at. e5, I was starting with queen d3, but no big deal.
blocked it immediately.
And we've got this position on the board. Now the question is, can I tickle this Peshkin? Say,
Queen d2? or-
yeah. I'm trying to provoke g5, which would really expose the black king. I would want to go knight to g4, but knight to g6, my desired munch doesn't win a pawn.
And we have one game I think we didn't look at yet, Gracie Prasanna Iris
Okay,
move.
sure.
Can we just quickly see what's happening there?
Okay.
And then I think we have another important game too.
That
It's about
in
to
the
finish.
juniors.
Yeah.
Yeah, the last Iris is knight g5 takes, so the idea is maybe to go after this guy because White wants to play queen h5, right?
Right.
But for the moment, if I go queen h5, it's one of those things, if I don't go checkmate. Let's jump to the juniors game because I think one of the players
Justin
is about
Wang?
to resign.
And Josiah Stearman, that's the big game.
Wow.
Out of the opening, Josiah Stearman in trouble. Still
Well-
a lot of time on clock, but position
Hold
just
on.
very bad.
Oh, hold on. I've got to refresh my board because they've made a lot of moves. And I was like wondering, okay, this is the great peace sacrifice. And this was the move that Cristian was saying. As soon as you castle and you get to play rover, Rook up and over. Rook d3, rook g3. Oops, that's a splat. Rook f7.
Rook e3 attacking e8.
Uh-oh.
Just by the way, you have another problem there. Oh, and we see
And it's
Josiah
over.
resigning. It's over.
Queen to d7 and rook h3. And now the combination of two threats. Rook e8, check, and rook g3, check, rook g7, rook g3. And again, this is like my worst nightmare. Look at Black's pieces on a8, b8, c8. They never got into the game. They stayed at home in the barracks. They never participated, and he was lost right out of the opening on move, what was it? 11.
10? Yeah.
Bishop takes g6. Disaster, Christian.
Absolute disaster. I mean, of course, this is just a lack of him not knowing the opening, him not playing perhaps the Caro-Kann very often. I mean, this is a typical thing that you need to know in this line, that you don't go g6 first, you go h5. You leave the pawn on g7 so that you don't allow this type of sacrifices.
Precisely.
Bishop takes g6. This has been known for quite some time, and big accidents happen, and Josiah will have to dust it off, because, I mean, this is just simply unacceptable for him. But good news for Justin Wang. I mean, he needed this victory. He's been having a difficult event so far. We remember that game against Arthur Guo with the white pieces. Difficult defeat, that is, yesterday. 2 days ago against Kirk Ghazarian, he was lost out of the opening. He survived that one. Definitely was not feeling like himself in this tournament, and this is a very welcomed result for him.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Our
First result of the day.
Yeah, round 6. Just going around the horn here with the seniors, the legends. I like that, the legends. Joel Benjamin versus Patrick Wolff. This has been, my gosh, it would be tens of thousands of games. It's like ridiculous, the number of games. And the main variations usually go with g2, g3. There are lines that have gone with knight b5 and bishop g5. And then way back, I want to say in the mid-80s, this move a2, a3, for some reason became popular. It was like one of those things where you were trying to encourage your opponent to get into a hedgehog with d7, d6. Because in a hedgehog, sometimes a3 and b4 actually work for white. Bishop c5 and knight b3. And again, this is like old theory, you know, like the legends are still, you know, they're dusting off.
It even.
Yeah, they're dusting off their old libraries of chess books. Bishop g2 castles, bishop e5, bishop b6, bishop a6, and I think we've caught up to the game. But as far as I remember, it continues long after this. They haven't even reached the finish of their opening knowledge. As I look at the two combatants at the board there with our cameras from the World Chess Hall of Fame, it's like, am I remembering it right? Am I remembering it right?
And we see that Joel Benjamin spent just 12 minutes already on his move. So he's still thinking.
After bishop a6, yeah?
Yes.
And then it's clear what we want to do. Rook c8, rook c1, queen e7. Yep, nice. And just a reminder to everybody, we've spoken about the prize fund, but for the girls and the juniors, it's about that scholarship
exactly,
too.
There's this champions bonus where the winners of the juniors and junior girls will be awarded a $10,000 scholarship, generously jointly funded by the Dwayne Barber Foundation and US Chess. And on top of that, top finishers automatically qualify for the US and US Women's Championship here in St. Louis in October.
Absolutely, and during the rest day, we were having these festivities at the 15th anniversary of the chess club. And all the juniors came over. We were playing ducky chess and everything. But there was Carissa. I said, "Hey, Carissa, what's on your mind? What's going on?" And she says, "It's about the scholarship." Yes. I said, "What?" "It's about the scholarship. You go to Stanford. That 10,000 is going to be really, really, really important for my scholarship." I go, "Okay, I get that." I wanted to pick it up with Melik and Douglas Root. Melik, as mentioned at the opening of the show, really having the tournament of his life. And, well, I mean, what a feather in his cap it would be to win the U.S. seniors. As he said it so well, he came last year with high expectations of a podium finish. Yes, I can be dead last.
This year it's different. No
This year,
expectations, and here we go.
The pressure is off.
Leading the tournament with 4.5 out of 5.
Fantastico. And we've got this position after the move knight e4. I want to say I actually like White's position. I know it's not much, but it feels to me like good, okay. Good, not so okay, and really not okay.
Right.
Right? So it's sort of like...
what about c4 immediately, right?
Exactly.
Attack the center, I want to, make a very weak pawn on d5.
Right, exactly. And, I'm sitting there, okay, it takes... I've got two attractive recaptures, right? One is to take with the rook, threaten mate, virtually force queen e5. The other one, actually finding very attractive as well, is to recapture with a pawn, right? So that I can
You
do
keep
this.
pressure on d5.
Yeah. And if this would be a kind of a dream come true. Do you talk about that with your students, this idea of a cocoon? Your king is nicely sheltered in a case of pawns, right?
Sometimes we talk, especially in endgames, how we want to have a safe kings and with rooks attacking on open files.
Right.
That's very important.
Nice. But I like our tournament leader's position as we'll put ourselves on pause and turn it over to Christian with a guest.
Justin, an unexpected end to this game. It almost didn't even start this one. What was your reaction when you first saw this move, g6, and after that h4, h5? At this point, you knew that you had something. You knew that maybe this bishop takes g6 was working. What was your reaction?
I don't know. I mean, after I saw h5, like I thought it was. At first, I thought it was should not be working, but basically, after rook takes e2, king takes e2, queen e8, white has queen e4. So I think so. Then maybe I started like thinking maybe it does work. But maybe it might be the best move, but because I was also thinking about different positions such as bishop e3. But then I guess black plays f5 and moves the knight to f8 or f6 and. I'm not sure. It looks...
What was going on through your mind, except the chess moves? Like at this point, you knew kind of that you were almost winning. You needed that. You need this victory also. The tournament hasn't been going that much your way, right? You needed this victory. What was going on through your mind?
I don't know. I mean, I was not thinking about like exactly must-win game. I'm just trying to play like natural moves as the whites and not have like not allow any obvious draw, but I was not thinking about like must-win game or anything. But I mean, after h5, like I've probably seen this line, like I've looked at this type of line after h4 maybe, like probably like many years ago.
A while back, yeah.
Yeah, and then I have never seen like this h5 bishop takes g6 thing, and it was like I do not like if I know h5 was a move, I'd probably see there's a trick after bishop g6, but I just do not remember that at all. So I've never seen. Yeah, so I mean that's why maybe it's bishop takes g6 here. But
great reaction, pinpoint accuracy after that to finish the game. You almost have a second rest day in this tournament. How are you going to use it? Are you going to relax a little bit, get ready for the next game? What's the plan?
I don't know. Probably just maybe trying to improve with openings and in general, and maybe I guess probably mostly just improving the opening and then starting to prepare for the next opponent.
Well, yeah. Justin, congratulations. Great day at the office for you. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
Our congratulations as well, Justin. Seems to me his opening preparation is just fine. As we get prepared for our break, we're going to always check in with our friends at the Q Boutique, stlouis.com, for your chess shopping needs. What do we have for you today? Well, the special is the 2023 U.S. Junior Girls Championship Women's Polo.
Very nice, I have to say. I have this one, very comfortable.
I was wearing the seniors one at the festivities yesterday. It is a limited edition. It's perfect for any chess enthusiast. Crafted from polyester, the polo features the tournament logo on the breast and the St. Louis Chess Club logo on the right shoulder. Show your pride for the game in style and comfort. All your chess shopping needs, go to QBoutique, stlouis.com. And as we prepare for a break, on our break, we're going to show you some features of the celebration that took place yesterday as the club, the St. Louis Chess Club in Scholastic Center, celebrated its 15th anniversary.
And it went wonderfully, right? So I hope you enjoy a little bit to see how it actually went yesterday.
Here we go.
Hi everyone, we are here at the 15th anniversary of St. Louis Chess Club in Central West End. It's also International Chess Day. There is a lot of fun going on behind us. Let's go check that out. Today is a fantastic day. So we have a beautiful weather, and then there are so many players here, even from the US juniors, seniors, girls. We are playing duck chess, by the way, you can see my face paint. And it's so fun to see all the players. Yasser is playing duck chess, even Josiah, Stearman, Carissa, everybody here. So it's really fun to be just experiencing chess. We have a lot of kids here. We have a lot of adults, a lot of club players. So I think everybody's really enjoying the chess atmosphere, celebrating 15th anniversary of the club. And I mean, it's just really fun.
I thank everybody who started this formation of the St. Louis Chess Club. It has truly been a great advancement to the game of chess, especially in this country. And I'm just so excited to be here and play all just chess with other people who do as well. I'm just so happy and so elated.
Wow, what does a club mean to me? Well, it changed my life. If I wasn't doing the commentary, I'd be watching. So now I've got the best job in the world. I've got a front row seat. I get to mingle with the chess players, and I get to watch the greatest games in the world unfold in front of me. And it's been a life-changing and the most rewarding experience of my chess career.
I'm 15 years older, and I'm still here. That's pretty good. Now I see what it is. I realize we have such an incredible staff like you guys that it's just remarkably successful. There's no question it's the best club in the country, if not the world.
It was a wonderful day full of fun, celebration, and ice cream. I just want to thank you, St. Louis Chess Club, for an amazing 15 years. Happy International Chess Day.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Begim Tokurjanova. I will be doing social media for the US Juniors and Seniors Chess Championships. Follow us in our social media and get more exciting behind-the-scenes action.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autograph collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Begim Tokurjanova. I'm doing social media for the US Juniors and Seniors Championships here in St. Louis. Follow us for more exciting behind-the-scenes content.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuzhin Akopian. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the National Championships. These are our live standings after round 5. Round 6 underway. Start with the girls.
Right, so girls junior, we have a sole leader, Alice Lee, with a great score of 4 out of 5, and then closely followed by Kari Sayeb and Zoe Tang, tying for second with 3.5 points.
Bit of big match going on between Zoe and Rochelle right now as we just look at the standings for the juniors.
In the juniors, actually, let's go with the seniors. Where we have, again, sole leader Melik Khachiyan, 4.5 points, absolutely incredible performance so far. Second, Maxim Dlugy, very good performance as well, 3.5 points. And then a two-way tie for the third place, Gregory Kaidanov and Alex Shabalov with 3 points each.
Exactly, and we do have one result in the juniors.
Right, crazy game, finishing
right
really fast. Wang won against Josiah Stearman, who really blundered very early on.
Exactly, and again, just picking up the turn around 6. It's this game of Rochelle because it's so important for our standings. It's a game between Zoe and Rochelle, and we've just seen. Remember, we left it after this move, Bishop F4, and we thought, okay, what are you going to do, Rochelle? What are you going to do about this knight on B8?
But Christian says c takes d5, the best move. Rochelle made that move.
Knight takes d5, knight c6, rook c1, knight d4, and bishop c7. So this move, bishop c7, kind of in time to cut the rook off from going to the d7 square. So now the question is, we got to move our queen. Where should we move our queen? Let's imagine, right? We put it on d7. Now, if we go queen d7,
big trouble.
We're provoking.
Knight b6, or also bishop b6 could be provoked, right?
Yeah.
Attacking the knight on d4, attacking the rook.
Attacking the rook on here. I could take. What I had in mind was this idea of luring the queen to the c8 square.
Oh, and then trying for some discovery attack.
That was. Okay, it's kind of a little bit of a cheapo, but it looks, Christian, this move, bishop c7, it looks difficult for Rochelle, maybe just much better.
Difficult, okay.
That's one way of putting it.
That's a very serious understatement, yeah?
Yeah,
I mean,
it's bad. Is that bad?
Like, what do you play right now?
I wasn't even sure. I was
Queen
pointing
e7, knight b6?
Yeah, and this was just bad.
What if I queen e8? I think it's the only square in the position. I take on c8, bishop b6. Isn't that...
That's...
Am I not winning some material?
Yes.
And if you have to go queen e8, I mean...
Which I think you have to do.
What if I go rook e1? Like some normal, very easy move.
Yeah.
I don't want to look at g4, which might actually just simply win on the spot.
Well,
things like that.
Well, one of the things, the drawback of g4, that I didn't think it won on the spot. Fortunately, I don't lose.
I agree.
I don't lose immediately,
Let's not
right?
go into those type of things.
Yeah, but queen e8,
Castle,
bishop b6.
Bishop b6. I mean, this is looking absolutely atrocious. You have to stay on the 7th rank, otherwise there's some rook c7, there's some knight c7. I'm not sure you have time to do that. Do you?
I have
okay,
to
I'll
take,
take with
right?
the queen, let's say.
And look at Zoe's pieces. Knights in the center, queen out, another rook getting to an open file.
Yeah, this is not good, but boy, once again, for our tournament standings, if Zoe were to win this game, not only would she really put pressure on Alice Lee, but she'd knock out a pre-tournament rival and favorite in Rochelle.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
So this move, bishop c7, and again, I just wanted to check in on Alice. Not much has happened. Again, there was this trade of knights. The bishop kind of redirected to c2. I played this position as white against Anatoly Karpov. They had these wonderful tournaments in Monaco. It was the blindfold tournaments and the rapid chess tournaments. And I played this exact type of position structure against Anatoly Karpov with the two bishops, and I won. It was a very memorable victory for me over him at the time.
Monaco sounds like a great time, Yasser.
Oh yeah, oh
nice
yeah.
And sunny, yeah.
Oh my,
French
yeah.
Riviera,
I didn't shut down the casino. I didn't shut down the casino, but I was playing a perfect basic blackjack, and there was a guy next to me who was just losing like terribly, and I turned to him and I said, "Can I make a suggestion?" And he said, "Please." I said, "Could you just write an open check to the casino and just..." He goes, "Am I playing badly?" I said, "No, that doesn't even come close. It's terrible." He said, "Could you give me some advice?" I said, "Sure." So the next shoe we played, I told him exactly what to do. And everything went perfect. Wow. He won just like everything. And he turned to me and he said, "Wow, that's great. I'm from Seattle. Where are you from?" Like,
well, I hope you got a commission out of that.
I mean, that was great fun. We ended up establishing the Seattle Chess Foundation together.
Oh, wow. So it has a continuation.
I mean, it's an amazing
Wow.
story. Wanted to turn our attention to the game of Gracie and Iris for just a moment, because we'd seen this h4 knight g5 business, and I was really curious to see, was Gracie's attack going to come to fruition or not? How about that move?
Bishop e4, wow. So targeting the c6 pawn and still keeping bishop on that diagonal
Exactly.
to attack h7.
So she wants to play like knight h7, h5 kind of businesses. Bishop takes, queen c7, protecting c6, and give me the pawn, e5, and we caught up to the players. Doesn't feel like white's attack is going on, but if everything were, I mean, if you play along for just a moment, we can see how maybe some dark squares over on the
Yeah, I mean,
side,
the dark
like,
square bishop can be
very
powerful.
You wouldn't want to play this position as black. Interesting. We'll keep an eye on that. But I wanted to turn it over to you, Cristian. What caught your eye?
Let's do an analysis of what's happening in the seniors right now, because there are some big updates happening in those games. Let's start with this one, which we haven't actually looked at very much. Gurevich versus Kaidanov. I think Kaidanov is on 3 points, definitely still in contention for potentially the championship. He's with the black pieces. He just played this move, rook to c8. This is a big opportunity, in fact, for white, for Gurevich to strike. Take a look at this. Bishop takes f6.
Natural.
What do you take back with? If you take with the pawn, I can go knight d4.
Nah.
Strategically busted.
Nah, we don't
You're
do
done.
that.
Yeah?
No.
Losing.
Take with the queen.
You have to take back with the queen. Can I take on d5? Probably, but probably not. You have rook c d8. You have a lot of compensation, right? A lot of play on the central files. It still seems like black is doing fine. But what about knight to c3? This knight is not playing, is not doing much in the position as of right now.
And I want to recapture with knight.
Exactly.
I want to take on d5 with the knight.
Exactly.
Not only that, but once I take back on d5 with, that's a fork. A lot of bad things are happening to your position.
Right.
He might have just missed this, because right now the best move in the position is to just go bishop to d6. Allow me to take on d5 and play this position with the pawn down. Maybe 2 pawns down after I take on a6 as well. This is looking really bad for Kaidanov. I think he missed this bishop takes f6, golden opportunity for Gurevich. keep this in mind, this result in mind. Let's take a look at what's happening in Maxim Dlugy versus Vladimir Akopian. This is a key one because Maxim Dlugy, 3.5 points.
Right.
1 point behind Melik set. Kaidanov, no, sorry, not Kaidanov. Akopian, 2.5 points, really needs a victory to try to get back in contention, right? He's far away, 2 points away from Melik.
Right.
A5, this position, how do we assess it? 2 bishops, pawns are equal. I really like the structure for black. Very compact structure. I have E5 and D4 coming in the position. I'm softening up the pawn on C5 with this last move, A5. I think he achieved absolutely everything he ever wanted. Black, that is, from this position. This one, I'm looking at it, forget about the engine eval. By the way, the engine eval is saying that knight to A4 might, in fact, be the only move to continue keeping some sort of a balance.
Right.
If you don't play knight d4, apparently you're completely lost.
Right.
So knight a4, this is the variation. Take knight to b6, rook to a6. I'm giving you the bishop on c8, and I take on c5, and then I'm going to capture that knight after the move king to d7. It's kind of stuck there, right? You can continue with rook to c1, but now I go b6. I'm also looking at the a2 pawn. This one is looking really good, but not easy to assess.
It's a piece sacrifice.
It's a piece sacrifice. But he did play a5, so he must definitely have calculated this. He has analyzed this, assessed it, and came to the conclusion that it's a good sacrifice, which it is. Keep this result in mind. Let's say Vladimir wins with the black pieces. Objectively, he's doing much better. That leaves us with Melik, who is already a point ahead against Douglas Ruud. Let's see what's happening in this one. I think we left it after the move knight to e4, and we said that this position is very easy for white to play, right? He didn't play c4. He, in fact, played the move rook to e1, which is the best move in the position.
Okay.
Rook to e1, knight takes g3, rook takes c8, queen takes c8, rook takes g3. Very simple chess. You're not risking absolutely anything. If you defend the pawn on g7 with the move queen to f8, not creating any weaknesses, well, first of all, you're losing a pawn. Queen to f6,
That's a nice
you're losing this one, you're losing this one. You
Double
have
hit.
King h8 or king h7, you lose the pawn on c6. This is pretty bad.
Right.
It's a technical task. You're losing objectively, but it's still a technical task. Nevertheless, white is most likely going to convert this.
Right.
So he plays the move g6, but this creates another weakness. Not only that, but now you're also giving me the opportunity to take full control over the open file. The only open file in the position. Everything else, the B file is a semi-open file, the D file semi-open file, because we have the presence of only one side's pawn on that file. The E file is the real estate that we're looking for with both sides, black and white. So after rook to E3 and then queen to E5, I can even consider H4. You are not yet ready to go rook to E8 because the pawn on A7 is hanging, right? So I can continue putting some pressure on the king side like this with the move h4. This is looking like play on one goal. This is looking like easy play for Melik set. He's not risking anything.
Right.
And he has a golden opportunity to potentially strike. We know Douglas has been struggling, especially towards the end of the game. He not necessarily gets tired, but it seems like he's a bit rusty, right? We've been talking about him not playing a lot of chess in the last few years. It definitely shows. And as the pressure mounts, as the clock starts ticking towards those last few minutes, that's when you make the mistakes, right? And I have to say, this one is looking good for Melik set. If he wins, I'm not going to call it early on, but if he wins this one and Maxim loses that game, he might open up a 2-point difference between himself and the second place with 3 rounds to go. That's a lot of points.
That's a big advantage.
That's a lot of points, right?
Advantage white.
So
And
let's take a look at the standings after round 5 for seniors. Melik, we see he is the first place, 4.5 points, and Douglas Ruud so far on the 10th place with 1 point.
Exactly. And just looking at the game between Igor, Novikov, and Alexander Shabalov, because that was a Blumenfeld gambit, and you know it was going to be chaotic. And then Igor rather encouraged the chaos. I want to put it like that. In this position, he very simply castle, prep both the moves E5, A5. He decided like he wanted to win the pawn on A5, but after D6, he decided to get his king out of dodge, and I don't know if I like necessarily what white did in those last few moves. You know, playing A4 and playing E5, yes, but not when the king is in the center.
Right.
And then he's given back the pawn, and for Shabalov, he just thrives.
He's happy with chaos,
Oh,
right?
yeah, absolutely. Give him a crazed position where nothing makes sense, and 2 + 2 = 5. He's right at home. Right out of the Latvian School of Chess of Michael Tal, along with Alexei Shirov there. And, woo.
Knight A2, attacking the bishop on B4.
I did not see this.
Saying where you are going.
Okay, so, pardon me. So the idea is that in this exact position, if it was my turn and I'm black, don't do anything. Don't look. I just want to play the move bishop f5 and develop with a tempo. So the move knight a2 is actually kind of nice. I'm ready to meet, pardon me, excuse me, somehow I clicked on the wrong thing there. Why did it go away? There we go. I'm ready to meet the move bishop f5 with queen takes e4. So I win back the pawn and my queen is safe. And so, so I see it as a move taking away bishop f5, but it's gaining a tempo as well. So knight a2 feels good.
Yeah,
I mean, this looks really good. This is like pinball, right?
Yeah, bang, 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 bouncing off of things.
I take on c4, I threaten b4. If you exchange, I take on e5 as well later on.
Exactly.
I don't know. This is looking really good for white, right?
Is there something like knight d3? So instead of moving away, so I reroute the knight. If you capture the bishop, I capture with knight.
Yeah, you
And
can do
what's
that.
the
but
body count?
Well,
It's
I
just
feel-
an extra pawn, right?
Right, but I feel like I may capture the queen, then bishop b7. Oh, but then I'm giving up another pawn on e5.
It's not enough. It's not
Yeah.
enough. Let's try for more.
Right.
It's the moral thing to do.
And the ethical,
The ethical.
thing to do. We try for more.
So ethical thing to retreat the bishop, bishop a5. That's what
I
you
was
wanna-
thinking of bishop a5. I was thinking of you were going to take this pawn,
Absolutely.
right? And I was going to actually play a move like bishop. I'm thinking my bishop would be more powerful here, but even in this position where you've traded, this knight is going to have a marvelous
It's a
square.
fantastic spot, yeah.
Not sure I like this for Shabalov at all. This move knight a2 kind of is a cold shower move, right? But just like, ooh. Your move knight d3 was fine, and unless I have some marvelous follow-up here, and I really don't see it.
Always going to be the bishop on b4 that's hanging.
That's the issue. Yeah, I don't see it.
What's happening with Carissa?
Let's take a look. We'll jump over to the girl section and Ru Yang. When we left it, I liked White's position because from the perspective of
That
the
bishop.
strategic perspective of keeping that bishop blockaded, she's done a terrific job.
You know, there's this new game that Magnus developed, the fantasy chess situation, where you
Okay.
give value and you buy value before the game start of a piece. Imagine buying the bishop, the dark square bishop. For
And how much capital did you invest
You're
in this
probably
bishop?
getting like minus points on it.
Talk about bad
that guy on
investment.
A7.
Right? You're getting
Oh my goodness.
You're getting a liability, I would say, that bishop on a7. But now, having said that, I mean, White is ready, much more seriously speaking, White is ready to play queen d3 and provoke more weaknesses over on the Carissa's.
Yeah, this is a very uncomfortable position for Carissa and very good for Ru Yang.
Absolutely. That's what I'm
And I'll
feeling
get to
as
that
well.
pawn, f4, at some point, right?
Right.
I'm getting to it. Slowly but surely, I will get to it.
I mean,
Maybe right now, queen f3, right? Like, or something along those lines.
Queen f3, queen d2.
Maybe I can even consider playing queen d3 just to force g6 first. Weaken the pawn structures and then go queen f3 back.
Yeah, no, I don't like Carissa's game at all. And where did it go wrong for her? Bishop c2, bishop e6, that's kind of okay.
I mean, are we happy with the d5 move? Is that the only move?
After no, I'm not happy with the d5
right.
move.
I wasn't
either.
sure I want to really block the structure immediately.
I know. I mean, if you wanted to play knight g6 and or bishop f5, I'm more with you on that one. d5, bishop d7, it's going well for
Knight h2.
Right.
Best move in the position, in fact.
Knight h2.
This right now, the engine is giving a +3 advantage.
Wow.
Wow.
Completely.
And that's the bishop.
devastating.
That's the value of the bishop.
Yes.
Exactly. that
is-
bishop is, yeah, it's mine right now, basically. I'm
Right.
controlling it with my pawns. You're playing without a piece. It's simple as that.
Yeah, you are playing. And by the way, just on that note, I mean, we saw that very nice bishop takes g6, sacrifice of a piece over on black's king side. Give white the opportunity to play queen h5 and knight g4.
Yeah,
I can tell you what's coming.
I really like Ruing's last move, knight h2. Just not even, developing the queen so far, just getting the knight to a better square.
Exactly, strategic chess. Everybody, you're working, knight on f1's not working, so the knight finds a nice square. Wow, going very well. Once again, Alice Lee. Nice position for Alice, 2 bishops. Last move, bishop a4.
What about Rose Atwell and Shreya Mangalam?
Where is
think we-
Rose?
Yeah,
She's on board 4.
right.
Yes.
There's this rook on a7.
It feels like it came out of some very, very classical Rui Lopez, where somehow, there's this sore thumb, the pawn on b5, you go a4, you go ab, and then you go rook a7. It's all
Right.
very classical. The bishop is set up very
Look at the bishop on b3, yeah, the
You
rook on
know,
a7,
go ahead.
targeting the weakest square in black's position.
Yeah, go
f7.
ahead, take my bishop on d4 so I can intermezzo, bishop takes f7 check. Comfortable position for white, more space, more active piece. A strong rook on a7. Shreya is got her back against the wall here a bit. On the other hand,
Can she think about trading?
yes.
I'm worried about rook e7 and having the queen there, but I really don't like the rook on a7.
Me either. I would be thinking exactly in those terms as well as you, Kate. That rook
Get
on
out.
a7 is really bothersome. Get out. Now, having said that, can you refute? Yeah, I think you can refute d5. I think you'll just take a pawn.
Take and
yeah.
defeat.
Okay. Fair enough. That looks good. Let's go to the juniors because we haven't been there a while. I want to update Mishra's game. Yeah, that was the move I wanted to play. Kirk did that rook d1 business, and I was like, give me that knight. Bishop takes f7.
You want to destroy the pawn structure in front of the king.
Always, always. Knight to e4, give me the pawn on f6. Mishra said no. But these double pawns do good things.
I mean, that knight does very good things on b6.
Maybe copy that. Rook d7, defending b7. And Kirk says, well, I can rover with the best of them. And by the way, reminder, and Mishra in big trouble here. I'm not a fan of black's position.
Right, black could try something like rook d8 and then b6, but we have to be careful about the pawn actually running to a queen, right?
Right,
If
like
black plays
okay.
b6 or...
So just to show.
Wait, maybe
Oh, that's a check. No, it's. No,
it's
it is
not.
a check. It is a check. And sorry, this position. Yeah.
Okay, but we have an improvement. So if we
Okay.
capture on b6,
We capture on b6.
we capture on b6,
Right.
you capture knight,
Yes.
I capture rook,
Yes.
and I capture another pawn. Or I can even push either way.
Right. And you're home
Yeah.
free in that variation. Here, I guess you can take and somehow maybe escape, but Definitely, it's a two-result game at the moment. Let's jump to the game between Jason and Liang and Arthur Zhu. Oh, he didn't sacrifice his queen. This was the moment you like Queen C1.
I
right?
thought it's a very simple way. I don't know that queen sacrifice. I mean, when we looked over it, it looks very pleasant for white, right? There are so many pieces, and I love the dark square bishop that I'm keeping as white.
Right.
But it's a queen sacrifice.
It's not everybody's cup of tea. I mean, I remember there was a time in my career that I couldn't play if I didn't have my queen. That was all. I mean, she was everything. My whole army. But we think bishop takes g7 would have won the game. But Jason said, I love the pawn sacrifice here. I've got a fantastic attack. And
I
he's
think
not
he's proving
wrong.
a point, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
he's
he
not
has
wrong.
a fantastic attack.
He really does. Even though he sacrificed a couple of pawns, the question is, where is black's king going to go? It's not going to go kingside. And thanks to the doubled A pawns now, it's probably not going to go queenside. This looks like a big advantage. Except, remember when you were trying to do this against Christian? And you went
He
queen
had a
g7?
very nice escape move, knight g8, to
Dirty
kick the
dog.
queen away and get his queen to f6.
Yeah, this was he pulled this one on you. I mean, he was like, wait a minute, if ducky chess, he wouldn't have been able to play queen f6. You would have gone queen g7 and put a duck on e7.
Absolutely, and
right?
be very happy with my position.
Exactly. I think Arthur is still in trouble, but I think he dodged a bullet. Jason should have sacrificed his queen.
No. I don't think he dodged any. I mean, sure, that was winning, probably more winning than this, but from a practical
This is winning
perspective,
too? You think this is as clear?
This is bad. Let me just give you the rundown. Okay, it's not that clear, but I'm looking at it from a practical perspective. Sure, the advantage is less than what it used to be. Knight to g8 is definitely playable. Bishop to g4 is also playable. But it just feels like, since you don't have the dark square bishop, and at some point I will play this move e5, right? Once I open up the e file, it just feels very, very dangerous, right? And I'm looking at the time situation as well, 37 minutes only for Arthur. Sure, look, he had a really, really bad opening, disastrous opening. Now it's a little bit better, but still he's far away from achieving full equality. Brandon Jacobson versus Arthur Guo. Let's take a look at this one, right? This one was one of the marquee matchups in the junior section as well. It seems like Arthur Guo did indeed equalize the position. I'm looking at it. It's a nice Catalan. Sure, you have a beautiful bishop, but there's no weaknesses that you can attack, or at least not as easy you can attack on the queen side, right? If you go rook to d1, which is what the engine is saying, I mean, I'm having a very hard time believing that this is any sort of advantage for white. The engine is saying 0.4, 0.5, but I don't believe in this. Sure, I understand you have a slight edge, but it's not going to be enough. You're not going to win this one. So from my understanding and from my perspective, I think Arthur just equalized, played a great game up to this point. By the way, put a lot of pressure on his opponent's clock. 23 minutes only for Brandon, an hour close to it, actually an hour and 3 minutes for Arthur Guo. So definitely a great opening for Arthur, and definitely he will be very happy with a draw in this one, because it's never easy to draw with the black pieces against the rating favorite going into this event. So a good result for Arthur. And I have to say, Brandon will not be very happy with the way things have transpired in the last couple of rounds.
And you know, we see IM in front of Guo's name, International Master, but he's actually already a Grandmaster elect. He has a fantastic year, so he may be still an underdog because of his rating, but he's really doing well, pushing for the Grandmaster norm, having the 3 norms, just getting the title soon.
The trend is definitely favoring him, for sure, yes.
Trend is definitely favoring one Alice Lee.
I would like to bring
the attention to our viewers to move 12. In this position, I didn't like the decision of Kelsey to play a5. I criticized that decision at the time that she was making it. It was like rook f6 or knight f6. And Alice made the determination right there on move 13 to play the move bishop e1.
Hide the bishop.
And she's thinking as follows. In the future, I don't know what the future is going to bring, but in the future, I want to have the two bishops, because if I can open up the position for my two bishops in the future, I know with an absolute certitude I'm going to have an advantage. So, bishop e1. Now, let's jump to the current position right here. Now, nobody's telling her this. Nobody is saying,
Hey, you have a strong move.
you've got a really good move right here. You've got this great idea. What are you going to do? She's already determined many moves previously. If I can open up the position, my two bishops are going to take over.
Right.
Bam!
Very strong move.
Huge move. C4, C5 on the position. She's thinking to herself, look, let me open up the rook, takes, and if I can open up the position, my two bishops, if I can take on e5, provoke rook takes e5, I will have bishop to g3. Everything will go in her favor. But with this move c5, it's important that I think that she has this intermezzo check as a way of clearing the file, being able to recapture. And look at what happened to poor Kelsey's minor pieces. The bishop on a4 pins the knight on d7. Remember, we had this beautiful bishop a long time ago on this long diagonal. No more. And I think the move c5 has really given Alice a very big advantage. But it was something that she nurtured 5 moves before.
Right.
And it's all coming together. It's
And
just
by the
like
way,
one of
if you
those
take
things.
on d4, maybe
Yeah.
you can even take on b6.
Also, so you're not even afraid of this.
Well, now I give you a check.
And then
This,
oh,
I have b7 also. Yeah, that's my threat. b7 is my threat.
That's a nice move, b7.
Nasty, nasty. b7, a big threat, yeah. So this rook on c1, doing great business. and by the way, for Alice, because her pursuers are so close, only half a point behind, winning with white.
Yeah.
Wow, nice, nice, nice.
Half a point behind, but half a point behind is Carissa, who is really struggling.
Well, let's
her
go
game.
to Carissa's game then. So, and by the way, just to repeat ourselves and to say where they stand.
Yeah, Alice still leading, first place, 4 points out of 5, and Kelsey Liu so far tied for 8th place with 1.5 points.
And if Zoe and Rochelle, if Zoe were to win that game, and we really like how she's played, she's putting the pressure on Alice and saying, you know, okay, Alice in your pawn palace, you better deliver the goods here. As we're just going to turn to the game of Carissa, and not much has happened. We left it with this move knight h2 and c7, c6, and we think white is taking over. Whether you play the move queen d3 or whether you play queen h5, those are the moves that your eye should be drawn to. You know, like play actively.
The thing is, she played knight h2 last.
Right.
So obviously she's hinting at a certain plan. I think what that plan is to go queen h5.
Yep.
And then get that knight from h2 and put it on g4. It is some sort of a caveman approach. And at
We
some
call
point,
it cave girl. Be serious.
Cave girl. I apologize. Don't get me in trouble, Yasser. Don't get me in trouble.
Right.
Knight g4 and knight f6, right?
Yes.
We have this type of ideas.
Yes.
Queen h5, knight g4, knight takes h6, also knight to f6. Where are your... I mean, look, you have defenders close to the king, but how do you make use of them? You don't have squares to make use of them.
Exactly.
Right,
This
and
is
if the
what I'm worried
bishop
about.
captures the knight on g4, then we recapture with h pawn.
With the h pawn,
Yeah.
then
And
we
then
still
pawn
continue
is-
open with g5, right?
Exactly.
Open the position, the h file is open, maybe I'll transfer a rook on the h file. This is looking bad. Again, you're playing without a piece.
Exactly.
You're playing without the bishop. And she's trying, look, she's really, really laboring to get that bishop from a7 somewhere where it will make an impact, maybe on d8, right? To bring another defender, bishop b6, bishop d8. But it's slow, and my pieces and my attack is coming.
So let's say queen h5 happened. Can black try, you know, I don't like it too much, but if we play f5.
Let's do it.
Let's just do it. Because if you recapture, then at least I get the... Oh no, there's another tactics. No. Okay, rook captures back.
Okay.
I was worried about rook takes c6, but that doesn't work yet.
Not yet, but it's just, I'll play the most natural, easy moves that I can. Knight to g4. If you take,
I take.
Well, guess what? That e-file, you're in a pin, and it's suffering, right?
Can I do like g5 now? I mean... I'm just trying to survive.
Like I don't
that
know
bishop
this
on
is
a7,
surviving.
that's just, when we are talking about opposite colored bishops and that one person who is attacking has that extra piece, this is even emphasized with that bishop on a7 that is totally out of the game.
Absolutely, and the whole point is obviously white in this moment, if you look at what white's pieces are doing, they're all on light squares, and that's not an accident. The queen on h5 and the rook on e8 is...
This is just so sad.
Yeah, it really is. But for Carissa, that is, oof. I think a lot of people in our audience who have read their Art of Attack by Vukic will ask us, and by the way, you can join the conversation, why aren't we playing queen d3 and trying to provoke g6? Because they've been told, force a weakness, and then take advantage of the weakness. We're looking at queen h5. Why not queen d3?
Because I mean, queen h5, first of all, has a really nice, very straightforward plan, right? Queen h5, knight g4, what do you do? Like, it's a very simple question that you pose to black.
That is...
and it just couples with her last move, which is knight h2.
Exactly.
So there's definitely something in her mind that's pointing at this idea of knight to g4 and some sacrifice.
Right.
Question is, what's the move order?
Exactly. But again, for the people in our audience, why wouldn't you want to see queen d3 and provoke that move g6?
Yeah, right. Sometimes the g6 can be helpful because the king can get to g7 and actually defend the h6 square.
Okay. And that's it? That's the basic answer then?
I think so.
Nothing
Unless you're looking for something more.
deep.
Something very deep.
Give me the drama. Give me, it's very funny. There was in the World Championship match in 1990, Garry Kasparov and Anatoly Karpov. Gary came up with an absolutely phenomenal plan of f2, f3, and knight g4, and it made a huge impression on everybody who watched the game live and everything that happened thereafter, subsequent to it. And it's a very funny position where I've kind of shut you down in some ways on this diagonal, but in other ways, it's like you were saying, the pawn on g6 can be a defensive blocker. Imagine I played the move f3. It's not everybody's cup of tea, of course, but after f3, knight g4, if you take it, I was going to retake the f-pawn, right? And then, kind of target the pawn on f4. The problem sometimes when you're attacking is you have 2 or 3 really promising ideas. And if you only had one, promising idea, you do it. But you get distracted, queen d3 or queen h5.
You see both good ideas and which one is actually better, which one you can go for.
You need that kind of judgment. Christian, turning it over to you, what's caught your eye?
I'm looking at the seniors section.
The seniors.
Trying to understand what's still happening
going on?
These games. I think we left it. By the way, this is the game of our leader, Melik said Khachiyan versus Douglas Root, and he did play this move c4. Perhaps it's not necessary. I personally don't like it just for the simple fact that the material is already quite simplified. I don't want to simplify it even more by exchanging another pair of pawns. But he decides to do so, which makes some sense. Queen to d6, g3, rook to b8, rook to c3, rook to b6, and rook to d3. This is the position we have. Very simple position still. White has, for choice, has a decent advantage. He's going to try to grind down his opponent in this position, and I think he has some decent chances. You don't have queen to e6 to try to exchange the queens because I have rook d8, rook d7 at the end, so this is already pretty bad. You're losing another pawn. Your pawn structure is in shambles, so you have to play something like queen to e7, queen to c7. Again, I have to say I like what white is doing. He's not risking anything, and he will be putting the pressure for the remainder of the game. Let's see what's happening in the other important game, Maxim Dlugy versus Vladimir Akopian. They're following
for
the line,
piece sacrifice.
exactly what I recommended with the help of the engine.
Right.
So Vladimir Akopian right now, he's channeling his own stockfish. Right now, he's playing some really good moves, I have to say, and making difficult decisions. Knight to a4, a takes b4, knight to b6, rook a6, knight c8, bishop to c5. And I was looking through some variations, and take a look at this. Rook to c1, b6,
d4?
knight to d6, king d7, knight b7, and look at this move. e5 right now, allowing rook takes c5.
Right.
You cannot take because knight takes and I pick up the rook on a6.
Sure.
And now I take on f4, and apparently
my
this is
gosh.
better for black.
Oh my
That
God.
is
Much
crazy
better for
chess.
Knight on b7's trapped, though.
It's completely trapped. Much better. And by the way, do you know what? The only move in the position is to not be completely losing. Short castle.
Excuse me, I just hide my king right now.
Nice.
Short castle, I go rook takes a2, and I'm the one pressing for a victory as black. So crazy variations, and perhaps Akopian has worked these things out. Max Dlugy right now under tremendous pressure, a piece up, but he knows that he's in trouble.
Right.
There's too many pawns, there's too many weaknesses, and that knight, man, that knight is going to get trapped.
Exactly. Important psychological moment that I'd like to turn our attention to. The underrated Zoe Tang is playing against Rochelle Wu. Right. And we really like Zoe's position. We really think, okay, you've played it really well, Zoe, play bishop c7. But now a psychological moment has occurred on the board. Queen e8, bishop b6, attacking the rook on a7 as well as the knight on d4. The play is forced. Please, I just want to trade rooks. You know, go ahead, take my rook, I'll take your rook. No harm, no foul. Black will unravel. Right. No. Queen takes b3, rook to d7. Now, Zoe is white. We really appreciated her play. I mean, everything's kind of gone her way. She plays the move knight c7. Queen d8. She plays the move knight d5, queen e8. And Rochelle's sitting there saying, go ahead.
Go, come again, knight c7.
Yeah.
I want this. I enjoy repeating the
Let's make a
moves.
draw and let me get out of here and so on. And Zoe knows that the position favors her, but you're nervous playing against somebody who's higher rated, and suddenly you start to think that, well, maybe a draw is not so bad for my tournament. How do you get yourself out of that mindset that, look, I'm better, I should just be winning?
Yeah, I mean, that's the approach as chess players we have to have. Like, if you are better, you need to play chess, you need to go for the win.
Right.
You're not going to be learning if you're going to be just repeating moves when you know you are better.
Precisely.
Because there can be situations when you are like barely surviving, right? And you final perpetually are so happy.
Right.
But when you know you are better, you just need to go for it,
Exactly.
especially in such an important tournament like, US championships. But I remember having similar games when I didn't go for a draw and then you lose. And then it just feels horrible, but deep down you know that you've done the right thing. And I think in this position, Zoe has like rook e1, right?
Exactly.
It's just a very simple move. You probably can even repeat later because knight f6 can be a big threat at some moment.
Exactly. Knight f6 checks and take it. And for you, Cristian, again, you're working with all of these students, and you know that is a psychological barrier for a lot of people. They play against a very high-rated player, illustrious. They get themselves terrified, and then they get to the board. They have a superior position, and they acquiesce to a draw, and their opponent is super happy. How do you get them to say, look, play for the win?
Yeah, well, I mean, I've encountered this problem quite often, and even recently with some of my students. I'm not going to mention any names, but Very
Begum.
often, no. Okay. That is very mean. No, it wasn't Begum. It wasn't Begum. No, Begum is actually very courageous. Right? She's actually
She's coming over right now to beat you up.
She's on the other opposite side of the spectrum. She's actually getting sometimes too courageous and doing too many things to try to get an imbalance in the position.
Right.
I've had students who, whenever they play a higher-rated opponent, with the white pieces, they try to kill the game as much as possible. With the black pieces, if they get a better position and their opponent offers a draw, they will accept it with two hands like this. Thank you very much. No, that's not the way to go. And I told them, hey, look, how many games are you going to play per year against higher-rated opponents than you? Let's say you're a 2,500 rated player.
Right.
How many games against 2,600 rated players will you have if you play, let's say, open tournaments? Not many. You can most likely count them on your hands if you're having good open tournaments, open events, right? So you have to take those opportunities not only to try to score victories and get more rating points. Forget about the rating points. I mean, I know it's very, very difficult, but put those aside for a moment. Think about the experience that you're gathering, right? Because if you don't punish them when you have the option to do so, you know that when they're going to be in your position, they will punish you and you will not have the experience to deal with that, right? So just think about it like this. How many opportunities do I have per year to play against stronger opposition? And just play it. Play, forget about the ratings, forget about you maybe losing and throwing a good position out the window. Forget about all of those risks. Just take the bull by its horns and play the game.
Absolutely. Speaking of ambitious play, I'd just like to turn our attention to Alice, Lee, and Kelsey because it was that move C5. For me, this is the double exclam move. That just cements the advantage in Alice's favor, and after captures, queen C4 check is on the board, king H8 is the last move, and for me, this is just an absolutely overwhelming position in favor of white.
Right, and we are expecting B7 here?
B7 is one move, and that's a strong move because you're going to pick, and I'm looking at queen takes C7 and saying, you know what, I want to take a bishop. I'm going to promote this pawn. I'm thinking you're going to play knight E5.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, let's do it. I'm thinking you're going to go knight takes F3 check. And your turn.
Well, can I do rook takes C1?
Oh, no! Rook takes E1.
It's my turn.
No! That distracts me off this. Oh my gosh, then I blundered. Oh no, rook takes E1. I blundered.
But it's probably still better for white, no?
Well, I didn't want that. I wanted more than that. I guess I would have to move my, well, in this case, I could do king H1 or bishop G3 or, yeah, I wanted to win cleverly with a back rank checkmate. But I think Alice is looking really good. Again, B7, yes, that does win a piece in the game. But now, having thought about the move Queen C7, you prefer Queen C7 too, right?
Yeah, I think it's very strong.
Yeah, Queen C7 as well, because again, after knight E5, one sole thing is this check. I was going to block it. Maybe even I can just move my king. But it feels like Alice is on the precipice of victory, and whew, she's doing really, really well.
She's very dangerous with white pieces, right?
Wow.
She's always getting clear advantage and...
Yeah. Well, we're going to take a break. We'll leave it here for a moment as our coverage of round 6 competition continues. Prep your questions. We're ready for we're ready for a test.
Absolutely. Ask us anything and we are happy to answer those questions that you post on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitch, anything. We are here.
And we'll see you on the other side of our break.
Feels great. I'm excited. There's a lot to play for, a lot on the line. Hopefully I do well. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, I'm very excited to be in this tournament as well as in the previous U.S. Junior tournaments and St. Louis Chess Club tournaments, and I hope to get a better performance than the previous times I've played here. So yeah, I hope I can play some very interesting games.
It feels great coming back to the world's best chess club. And yeah, if I'm top seed, I hope to win this and get an invite to US Championship, which is of course the main reason of coming here.
Of course, I'm very excited and very honored to play against all these very strong players. It's a great opportunity. I'm very excited to play with all these top juniors.
I'm extremely grateful to be invited. I only knew that I was going to be invited like the last week. So I'm definitely excited to perform well at this tournament.
As always, it feels really nice. St. Louis Chess Club has only had good memories for me, no matter how the tournament is. The tournament's always nice. It has very strong fields and nice conditions, so never any complaints.
I'm just super excited. Personally, if I didn't get an invite for this tournament, I don't know what I'd be doing, probably playing basketball. So just excited to be in one of the best chess clubs in the world.
I mean, it feels great. At the start of the year, I was definitely not expecting to get invited to the tournament, and I had a good series of events and was able to secure the wild card. So I'm honestly just thrilled to play.
Oh, it's a dream come true. I mean, this is my first time here. I've watched all these other idols of mine play for so many years. I've always been watching a broadcast with Yasser and everybody, so it's a very nice experience.
No, it feels amazing. This is my last year, so I'm feeling old now. All the people I grew up with have now aged out of the tournament, but it's gonna be fun, I'm just trying to have fun with it. It's my last year here. In the past, I put a lot of pressure on myself to perform well, but at this point, I think I don't really have that many expectations. So yeah, it's amazing to be back as always, and just hopefully trying to enjoy my last year here.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Begim Tokurjanova. I will be doing social media for the US Juniors and Seniors Chess Championships. Follow us in our social media and get more exciting behind-the-scenes action.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairn Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield. The St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autographed collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Begim Tokurjanova. I'm doing social media for the U.S. Juniors and Seniors Championships here in St. Louis. Follow us for more exciting behind-the-scenes content.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuja Akopian. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to our coverage of these national championships. Let's just take a look at the standings. Kate?
Yes.
After
U.S. Girls
5
Junior,
rounds of play.
after round 5, we have Alice Lee, 4 points, followed by 2 players tied for second, Carissa and Zoe Tang with 3.5 points.
And standings for the seniors, I think they're going to give us?
Right, so we have a sole leader with fantastic tournament.
Amazing.
Melik Khachiyan, 4.5 points, 1 point lead ahead of Maxim Dlugy on second place, 3.5 points. And then there is a two-way tie, Gregory Kaidanov and Alex Shabalov with 3 points each.
We already had a single result in the junior championships as wow, Stearman, we talk about an opening that just went wrong.
Yeah.
And
Justin Wang won against Josiah Stearman in just very, very fast fashion. Big blunder by Josiah. But it happens. It happens sometimes.
Absolutely.
We mess up.
Let's jump to the game of our tournament leader in the girls section.
Alice
As
Lee?
Alice actually played a really nice variation. After Queen C4 check, I just loved her game. I love Queen takes C7. I love B7. She came up with a third.
She even simplified it more.
She
right.
said, first of all, we were looking at some tricky lines with 95, and 95 takes F3.
She was like, no knights here. I just want to get rid of that knight.
And I've got a pass pawn on the 7th rank. My king is perfectly safe. Anytime I play bishop F2, bishop G3, queen takes D4, and she's cruising.
Right.
I want to say, cruising is Alice Lee. By the way, yes, I'm also threatening the queen.
You have to defend against that.
Yeah, exactly. So that's really going her way. Carissa, on the other hand, one of her key rivals, is not having an easy time. We left it after the move C7, C6. We were thumping the table for queen H5 and knight G4. Liang, hey, knight G4 looks great to me. I want to play knight F6 check, bishop takes, pawn takes on the board, knight C8, and Carissa is in deep distress. This is a losing position.
I mean, that
for
bishop on
Carissa.
A7, it's just very sad, right?
It's a very frustrating position, right? You really would love to involve that bishop somehow in the play. It's just impossible.
Well, you said it best on our previous segment, playing a piece down.
Yeah.
That's what was that chess fantasy? How did you describe it? You buy.
I think
you
it's
buy
called
a
Fantasy
piece?
Chess. It's
Yeah.
is the new app by Magnus, right? The one that he created.
Okay.
A new company. You basically buy. Basically, you start a tournament, or whatever tournament is being played at that particular moment.
Right.
You can buy certain pieces of whoever is playing in that tournament. So you can buy Magnus's rook or knight.
Hikaru's
things of that nature.
bishops.
Imagine buying Carissa's bishop on A7.
Not exactly the all-star you anticipated.
Not so much.
Could you buy Seirawan pawns?
If you play in a tournament, yes.
Oh.
So you have. We gotta get you in the seniors.
I'm giving away my strategy already. This
Then
is
I'll get you
second
some
fantasy
pawns.
chess.
Yes, for
Okay,
sure, yeah.
very nice. Carissa's bad. Let's just take a look at Zoe, because Zoe and Rochelle. Did Zoe take the draw? Did she?
She didn't. No.
That psychological moment where she could make a repetition. We liked the move rook e1, and we thought that
Just
Zoe.
keeping pressure, developing rook,
Right.
open file.
The capture on e7, by the way, there are issues down the line, so be careful. Queen takes e7, rook e1, bishop c5 on white's agenda. Rochelle's queen had to get out of the way. Queen h4, and we've caught up to the players. Now, how do we take advantage? I still like white, but now I'm looking for something very concrete.
I feel Rochelle is slowly
unraveling
improving
a little.
her position.
Yeah, it's improved, right?
I have an idea. If we move
Please.
back the rook, because maybe Zoe thought that after knight takes, queen takes, bishop c5, we can go for this trick. But Rochelle has counterattack, right? So queen captures, now bishop captures the rook, and if
now
king
she's-
recaptures the bishop, I capture bishop on c8.
And
I'm
that's
very happy.
It's super nice, but
Right, but black has this really strong move after bishop captures rook on f8, just bishop e7.
okay,
Threatening
now.
checkmate and thinking, I'm going to recapture the bishop on f8 just later.
So if we just continue the line for just a moment.
We
so
give a
after
check.
You give a check. I'll move the king. You know what I'm trying to do.
I know. I'm
trying to make a skewer down the E file, if I could.
So can I complicate stuff with some like knight E3? I'm wondering.
Okay.
Or queen H4.
Knight E3 does stop me from playing rook D1, but I've got bishop C5. So maybe you want to this move.
Queen H4.
So you've got at least a perpetual. If I just
Right.
move my bishop, you've got at least a perpetual, and that's a success
That's
as
a
far
success.
as I'm concerned.
Rochelle
right?
is surviving some tough positions, and this would be a
Amazing.
great survival.
Okay,
for
so
her.
this possibility there that she wanted to play, that is to say, Zoe wanted to play, but now she does. She wants to play bishop c5, but I'm looking for something concrete here for white, because I thought she had a big advantage a moment ago, and what can I do? Can I play queen f3?
Target a knight?
Yeah, well, the idea behind queen f3 is I would love to provoke g6. Like under every circumstance, I don't know how I'm going to take advantage of the dark squares, but I'm the one with the dark square.
Maybe
bishop.
with G3.
Yeah?
The simple G3.
The simple G3. So I had better strike quickly. I'm afraid that if I make one or two moves, all the advantage goes away, right? So can I play queen f3 with the idea of rook c8 if you just moved your rook?
Yeah, probably I have to go some knight d4.
Knight d4, yeah.
Knight d4. And now, again, where's the big
Big break.
apple? Where's the big apple?
So maybe queen c3, is that a double attack?
Okay. Okay.
So
I'm warming up. I'm beginning to appreciate.
Knight e6 maybe?
Knight e6. May I?
I don't know. Take knight d8.
Take knight d8. And just a second, I do have a nasty.
Right. And that's the thing, like.
Wow.
That might
Zing,
be
zing,
just
zing.
losing, right?
That could be a zinger. But I'm thinking it's now or never. Zoe needs to find
She has
a
to,
tactic.
She has to do something, right?
If it exists, Christian, clear the cobwebs. Is there a tactic?
Well, I don't
for
have
Zoe?
that, and
Oh,
if I
sorry.
remember correctly, there wasn't a big tactic. Her advantage dwindled down from +3, whatever it was, around that, to only a meager 0.8.
But maybe queen b4.
Queen f3, good move. Look,
Yes, sir. Your move on the
I
board.
remember that move being the top engine move, so good move. Still putting a lot of pressure for Zoe, but will it be enough? We'll have to
Only
wait and see.
time will tell.
I didn't want to say it. But
I wanted to say it
I'm
for
glad that,
you.
I'm glad that you said it, Yasser.
Okay, what would you like to show us? It looks like the seniors game you've got.
Before
on your
we go
book.
that,
yes.
I just want to highlight the resilience of Rochelle. Rochelle really has been having some really
bad positions.
Positions, right? Really, really bad, stinky
Right.
positions. And yet she manages to turn
save
them
them.
around.
Right.
Save them, sometimes even getting better positions out of those losing positions. I remember
Amazing.
against Gracie Prasanna, perhaps, that she got a completely losing position, +5 for Gracie, and then turned it around. Didn't manage to win that, only made a draw, but she was in a better position by the end of it. So definitely, she's a fighter.
Right, that's
Right.
why she's woman grandmaster, right? Sometimes it's not just about winning and outplaying your opponent, but sometimes it's just being resilient and surviving, not losing.
Saving bad positions, good defense, wins championships, no question about it. And there you see women's grandmaster Rochelle Wolff. She's amazingly young, and yet I think of her as a veteran. I've been calling her.
She's been around for a
competitions
while,
for
huh?
quite a number of years.
It's like Alice. Alice is like 14, and we've been calling her games for so many years.
I was with her on the women's World Team Championship.
Where was that played by?
That was in Kazakhstan.
Yes.
Yeah, it was just fantastic. I played against her in the U.S. Women's Championship. I also feel like I've seen her around for so long.
Exactly. It's, she's dueling this round 6, and there we have Alice Lee, our tournament leader. And again, it feels to me like Alice is in cruise mode, It's like she's got this game. She's just played the move. Queen takes d4, capturing not only a pawn, but a really crucial pawn, the pawn that defended the rook, and opens up the d file. She's got a double attack going here. She's ready to capture the rook, capture this pawn on d6. And by the way, that screen that you're seeing, that really is a white pawn. It should be a black pawn. Even if it was a black pawn, I got a feeling black is not equalized. But that's a white pawn, and we just have rook e8 on the board, threatening the bishop. Bishop is going to hop out either to g3 or f2. I love bishops in front of the king. That just makes a very nice,
I like
powerful
forcing
impression.
rooks away from my kind of camp, So bishop f2,
that's your
just
first.
go away.
That's it's funny. Bishop f2, rook f3, as a pawn grabber. I give nothing, nothing. Bishop to g3 defends the king. It's all about this pawn. Actually, truth be told, it's all about this pawn. And how do I get the pawn to coronation? I'll tell you how. I'll put a rook on the 8th rank. That would be very
Alice
nice.
has everything she needs in this position to win this game.
Overwhelming advantage. Back over to you, Cristian, because it's time to give the seniors a little.
Let's give the seniors a love, for sure. Because they're actually playing just brilliant chess, I have to say. And one senior that's playing just incredible chess is Vladimir Akopian, who is putting in the works on his opponent, Maxim Dlugy, who is only 1 point behind the leader. So definitely both of these players are looking for advantages, are looking to strike in this round. And take a look at this. I think we left it somewhere around here. They, in fact, followed everything that we were prescribing. This whole variation with a piece sacrifice, the knight landing on b7, and the move rook to c8, which is a much more stable approach to what we were discussing. e5, we were discussing that allows rook takes c5. We don't have to go for that. Just keep it stable as it is. Rook to c8, defending the bishop on c5. Take. Look at this pawn structure. Such a beautiful pawn structure. Only the a pawn missing, but on the a file, we have a nice target to work with. c4, rook to b2. This is the current position that we have right now. I'm seeing e5 right now. Bishop e3, d4.
This is so scary. These pawns.
I'm getting all of my pawns.
Talk about pawn chains.
No. If you go bishop d2, obviously, which is kind of funny.
Space invaders.
c3 is not even the best move in the position. c takes d3 is the best move. But imagine getting this position on the board. It's such a pleasure, right? To get it's completely winning, of course.
Right.
So this is what we have right now. We're expecting e5. I don't see anything else happening in the position. If you put the bishop on the c file, then I take on d3 with a tempo, right? A tempo on the bishop on c1. If you try to go king to d2, rook to c3, you don't have a way to get your pieces out, right? It's not that easy. By the way, rook to a3 perhaps is a bit more dangerous for white, because rook takes b4 is going to be met with rook takes a2, and there's no rook on c3 hanging. So, good position for, in fact, winning position. Objectively, this is completely winning for Akopian.
Right.
Incredible piece sacrifice and play in the middle game, I have to say. I'm really impressed with the practicality of Akopian's moves in this game. And it seems like, let's take a look at what the leader, Melik, is doing. Not much has happened.
Still better.
Still better. Still the material is very limited. Play on one goal, but it is Douglas who is slowly inching his way out of a worse position by exchanging everything. So this is what Melik is going to have to look out for, just further exchanges of pawns, and Douglas is going to try to do just that. This is an interesting one.
Melik is enjoying some really nice time advantage.
That's
though.
right.
42 minutes against only 9 minutes.
Important, yes. Only 10 moves, but still those 9 minutes go by fast. So, especially when you're on the defensive end of things.
Turn our attention to the game of Andrew Hong and Balaji for a moment. I love these all grandmaster. How can you do that in a junior championship? Have all grandmaster matchups? It's just amazing. Andrew actually is in a bit of time trouble, just catching up with the players. H4, can I capture that? Said Balaji. Well, no, you can't, because queen comes with a double attack. I'm threatening mate, I'm threatening your bishop. Yes, you're right, but Your bishop is hanging too. Queen takes, rook takes, and we've caught up with the players. Queen, that was the question I wanted to ask. Queen h6, menacing rook e8, which further menaces rook e7. You're trying to set up mates. But now the question is it enough? Rook
You are
c3?
also kind of preparing rook e4, rook h4 lift, right?
Rook e4,
That could be
rook
very
h4?
dangerous as well.
Right?
Because once I play rook e4 and force the queen away, then I can say, you know what, I'm changing my mind. I'm playing rook e8.
Exactly. Okay, so, but it's my turn. No, it's white's turn. So you're going rook e4, so give me the pawn. I'm much more afraid of rook h4 than I am of your taking my pawn. So
Right.
let me prep the defense. So if you play rook h4, I'll probably play f6 or something of that nature. I'm giving back the pawn. You can
Right.
you
I
can
will
take
take
the
it.
pawn, and
It's a pawn. I'm still a pawn grabber. You know? I do want to checkmate you, but free
right,
pawn.
right. Checkmate, but the pawn first. Again, 5 minutes for Andrew. 6 minutes is kind of hard for me.
So
to
we
tell.
have 6 minutes for Andrew
Okay.
and 37 minutes for Balaji.
Sometimes those sixes actually look like zeros for me. And you got 15 moves to make for the time control. Okay,
Yes.
we'll keep that.
But this one is a big moment right now because Balaji only has one move to stay in the game. And
One
it's
move?
One move only. And it's not queen takes d5.
It was rook c3.
You got to go back with a rook to c3.
Oh, sometimes.
But that's the only one.
Yeah, I was actually looking at queen d5, but I rejected it because of rook e8, right? That's like, that I found very, very scary.
Rook e8, queen d6 is not that clear cut. Because
Really?
you do get an extra tempo, right? So
because
you cannot go rook e7, you get
Yes.
checkmated, or at least I give you a check on the first rank.
So, so because the checkmate was coming, I thought, oh, I've got this really clever idea. I'll play the move rook to e7, so now checkmate is inevitable. You're right.
Yeah, there's counterattack.
Oh no, king h2 is not permitted.
So perhaps he can occasionally get tempted by these ideas, right? And then play something. But the thing is, at this point, white has the move g3, but will he find it? Balaji and Andrew, I mean, I'm sure if they get to this position, probably Andrew has seen it, but will Balaji see this setup from afar?
Yeah, this is a great prophylactical move, right? You still want to play the other rook to e7. You just want to make sure you are not getting checkmated on the back rank.
And guess what? When you go to rook takes g3, I go king f1.
Yeah.
This is not easy stuff.
I was about to say I've been tasered by that sacrifice on g6, and now I'm alert to these sacrifices. And king f1.
I'll be like, I don't want to take the rook.
But
want
I
to
am
checkmate you.
ready to take the rook now because
Right.
I've got the rook on pre.
Not easy calculation to my eyes.
No, sharp stuff going on here. Just checking in on the game between Kirk and Mishra because for quite some time, Kirk has been nursing an extra pawn. And on top of the nursing of the extra pawn, Black's structure was damaged, right? So we pick up the play after the move rook a7, rook d1. Okay, head scratcher here. Okay, so knight c7, rook takes a3. Okay, help me out here, Kate. Is this rook f1? You have to move your rook, right?
I do.
So it doesn't matter.
Well,
yes.
I thought bishop c4, but no, that's I can't do that.
Right, that will.
Yeah, so I
plus-
move my rook.
And so we get into one of these endings of 3 versus 2. If the pawn was on anywhere but h7, these split pawns with 4 rooks. Okay, it's play on 2 goal, on 1 goal. I mean, only 2 result
Just
game.
2 results.
He didn't play that. He played rook to d1 and said, look, I'm not
in a rush.
I'm not in a rush. That's exactly it. I'm not in a rush. But Mishra to keep his campaign going. And remember what he said when he came on the show. He said, I'm here to win the tournament. I'm here to qualify for the U.S. Championship, win the World Championship. I've got 2024s coming.
I mean, he's the youngest grandmaster ever. He has so
his
many
ambitions are sky
records.
high.
But on the other hand, Kirk Ghazarian, he has 2 GM norms. This year he qualified for the FIDE World Cup. So after his tournament finishes, he's going to Baku.
Nice.
So he has really a great year as well. So he's still an international master, but I mean, 2 GM norms, going to play the FIDE World Cup. Like he knows his stuff too.
We actually have a couple of players playing in the World Cup.
I was yesterday. We were all doing those signatures. I was sitting next to Lanier Dominguez. I said, Lanier, what's on your agenda? He says, well, I'm leaving tomorrow. I go, where are you going? He says, I'm going to go to Europe. Why are you going to Europe? To Baku. He's going to acclimate.
Ray Robson is also going to Baku.
But he goes next week.
Right.
Right. So yeah, we've got quite a number of players.
A lot of people flying from St. Louis to Baku.
In the junior section, we have multiple players going to Baku.
Really?
Yes, Kirk Ghazarian is one of them, and I'll quiz you on the second one. At least the second one. I think Abhi might be playing as well, but I'm not 100% sure.
I was about to say that would have been he would have been my pick, but maybe
there's another one. If Abhi is playing, I will check that a bit later. But there's Josiah, who's going to go to the World Cup.
Wow.
And they qualified from the same tournament.
Which tournament?
One of these continental championships. Kirk and Josiah had tremendous tournaments. I think finished 3rd and 4th, and the top 4 were qualifying. So they're going to go to Baku.
Yeah, I think it's a great achievement to qualify for this World Cup. I qualified one for the Women's World Cup, and I thought that was fantastic. I played in Tehran.
Yes.
It was a great event, but I kind of got eliminated the first round. So it didn't stay too long, but still a great experience.
No, I hate that. I hate that. Yeah, well, a big shout out and good luck to all of our participants in the World Cup. Yeah, those World Cups, they're great. They're overwhelming, actually, in some ways, because there's so many top players. I wanted to just turn our attention. There was one game that was going on here, Brandon. No, that wasn't it. But it was this Andrew game here.
So do we have a move? No.
No, we
still
don't
thinking.
have it.
I mean, he has 30 minutes, a lot of time to think to find rook c3, the accurate continuation.
Sorry, here is the game. And it was a game between Jason Liang and Arthur Zhu. That was the game where the knight g8 popped on the board. First, there was the inclusion of bishop to g4, knight to d4. I mean, I'm the pawn grubber, but I hate visceral hatred of black's position. The pawn structure is just terrible, and I'm asking myself, where am I putting my king as black? Rook takes h5, g3, we're just, because, check this out.
e5, wow.
Right.
Wait, that square is 3 times defended.
Right.
But the king is on that file, so there can be some f4 stuff.
Exactly. So, so if you start reaching for the pawn with the knight, now there's the f4 stuff that you mentioned, and that's bad news.
But you're opening up the center while white still has king in the center as well. But
right.
I guess the king is safe there because it's probably not safe on the queen side. Maybe it could be safer on the king side.
But check this out. What are you supposed to do suddenly? I mean, you're seeing moves like bishop takes g6. So like, if you take with the knight, I play f4. I think we can agree that's not to be desired.
I take with the pawn.
Okay.
Yes.
So here I have a pause because I've got this nice little move, queen takes c5. I've got knight e4, and I find myself really drawn to that move. But I also have bishop takes.
Wait, why is that so powerful?
H takes or f takes?
Let's go H.
H?
Sorry.
Oh, no. I didn't know which one.
At least get open file.
And check. No, what am I saying? Just king f8, and you walk to happiness. I was going to.
So if I walk to d8, it's not happiness anymore.
Ooh.
What am I missing? I mean, there's rook h1 check anytime I need, right?
Anytime you may need it. But okay, I like e5.
Yes.
I liked e5, but now my follow-up has to be carefully
You
considered.
can think about capturing on c5, right?
That's the one.
And
I
knight
do
e4
like
a threat.
knight e4, but in this case, maybe this is what I'm thinking. Maybe this is what I'm thinking. I can do it in this way, because king d8, b6 is hanging.
But are we worried about, I mean, if I go with knight e4 immediately, you capture on f3.
With queen takes
Yes,
c5
queen
or
takes
knight
c5.
e4 immediately?
No, queen takes c5.
Right. Take on f3.
Yes, and I kind of ignore that, knight e4. Because you
Yeah.
cannot capture the rook. You can do that. Now I give a check on f6.
Okay.
and
I walked the
capture
plank.
On b6.
Oh boy, oh boy. This looks tough.
But maybe you're surviving if you take king e7.
I tell you, I feel like I'm on the edge, though. I mean, if you told me I was lost, I wouldn't argue too strenuously. This just doesn't feel right. I love this move by Jason e5. I think that somehow fits the needs of the position. Cristian, what else fits the needs of the position?
Well, Balaji found the only move that actually fit the requirements of the position. And he did play the move rook to c3.
Right.
Rook to e4 is on the board, and now found another only move, rook to c7. Try to set up the defense on the 7th rank.
Right.
Against rook to h4, I'm going to go f6 and defend the position like this. It looks ugly.
Right.
I have ideas of rook to e6, rook takes d4, and then rook to e6.
Ooh, we have
it
a
looks
result.
ugly, but perhaps it's salvageable. By the way, we do have a result. That one, Igor Novikov, was much better, but it seems that the players have managed to stir the position into drawish territory.
Yeah, there was a 3-time repetition.
Okay.
Shabalov must be happy with this.
And for Shabalov, this is actually his first draw. How did Igor do it? We left it at this point, knight f2, and we kind of thought, okay, white, who's enjoying a material advantage, oh my gosh, that's a surprise move. We thought the knight was going to land one day on the c6 square, and we thought, oh my goodness, the knight will be so powerful there. Knight c3, he put the knight on c4, and then there was just this quiet repetition. I think for Shabalov, he's happy to get out of this position
he's definitely happy,
with a draw, because I didn't like his position. I think he took a lot of risk essaying the Blumenfeld gambit to begin with, and then he didn't get a good position.
But remember,
later
he
in
was
the
also repeating with Vladimir Akopian, but then Akopian decided he didn't want to continue repeating, and he tried some crazy attack, and Alex managed to win. So maybe here with Igor, Alex is like, I'm happy to repeat, but if you want to play something completely different, feel free to go for it.
Now that we're on the seniors, let's just check in with Melik. We know that he's been the better side of a major piece ending, but Doug has defended it quite well. His structure has been compromised, but that's been the case for many moves, and he's
Douglas
okay.
Yeah, but look at the
4
time.
minutes for 4 moves.
4
Exactly,
minutes.
Cristian.
That's not easy. 4
and
minutes.
right now he spent 1 minute. Okay.
I'm trying to get to that c6 pawn somehow. How do I get to it?
And let's take a look at Maxim Dlugy and Vladimir
Exactly,
Akopian. How are these pawns doing against the bishop?
That was the Space Invaders game. You know, we had seen this this variation that went bishop e3, bishop here, and it was sort of like, that's like one of the best chains of pawns. And I had just played a game of against Gregory Kaidanov in a U.S. championship where I had a pawn on f7, and I had a pawn chain that extended to b3.
Oh, wow.
And I won the game. It was a nice game. And Nick DeFermian came up to me and he said, that's one of the greatest pawn chains I've ever seen in my life. And I hadn't thought about it at the time that I played b3, but it's really true. I mean,
But
you would
this is
have
also
to,
absolutely amazing.
Yeah, you would have to play it just out of the aesthetics.
Yeah.
Of
It
getting
doesn't
such a
happen too
pawn
often.
chain.
You are invited to have such a nice pawn chain.
Exactly, and we're catching up with the players. There was this move, king d1, bishop b2, rook here, And Max is feeling it right now. Rook takes, bishop takes, and
You mean
wow.
Akopian is feeling it? Max
well,
is feeling
Max
the
is
pressure.
losing.
Not sure what he's feeling.
He's feeling the pressure. He's feeling terrible, is what I mean to say. So, I mean, from Vladimir's point of view, he's just enjoying this moment where he gets to make this decision between rook a2 and rook f2. I'm taking on f2. Why am I taking on f2?
He is. He just made the move. Rook takes f2.
Because push him, baby. Get those pawns to e4 and d4. You know, if you drop your bishop back, you're just provoking me into playing e4, d4, f5, e3, and it's just do.
And we don't really worry about the a pawn. I mean, we have king there, so our king can always stop that a pawn from promoting.
Exactly.
The thing
and
is,
especially with the king caught on the first rank, you
the
can't
rook
go
is completely, it's a prisoner on the first rank.
Exactly.
Right? On the king side, because you cannot fly the rook over the king.
That's it.
It's such a sad, frustrating position for white.
Exactly. We've been ridiculing Carissa's bishop.
On
bishop
a7.
On a7. But we can equally say, hey, Max, you know, I'm not going to invest in Max's rooks. The stock price is going down.
It's definitely going down, yes.
Cristian, take it away. What's caught your eye?
Well, speaking of Carissa, how is she doing?
Let's have a look.
Not so well.
Okay.
Let's take a look at this position. I think we left it somewhere around here. She did decide to go knight to g4, Liang, that is. Bishop takes, h takes. And you could really feel that Carissa is trying to find something, trying to find a way to improve her pieces. Maybe the knight is going to be better on c4. It doesn't really help that much, right? Queen to f3, I have all the time in the world to pick up the pawn. You cannot go g5. I mean, this would be suicidal after queen to f6 or even queen to e3. That's creating another weakness. You cannot touch this because you get checkmated. So f6 she played, knight to g6. That's giving up another exchange in the position. I have a plethora of options right now. Queen to e6 to exchange the queens, probably the easiest way out and the most practical way out. Finally, your bishop is coming into play, but it's a bit too late. I'm an exchange up. I'm going to double up on the e-file, exchange the rooks as well. And in fact, with the bishop coming to g6 and something landing on e8 on the 8th rank, one of my major pieces, most likely the rook, that's going to be a checkmating pattern that Carissa is going to have to pay close attention to. Between that and the material loss, this is game over.
Wow.
But you know, at least the bishop from a7 has a diagonal when we go to b8. Isn't that some kind of something to be happy about,
It's
Cristian?
it's not comforting. Right?
It's not much comfort there. Not at all.
And that's the thing. I mean, okay, you got it finally on b8, but then what? What are you doing with the bishop? You know, it's still not doing anything. It's a sad position. I don't think she will be able to recover this one. It's too far gone.
It's too far gone. Yeah, for me too, a game that's too far gone is the game of Alice Lee. When we left, Alice got this pawn on c7.
Right.
It's just this monster pass pawn. And Kelsey, also the d6 one. She liked your move.
I
Bishop
told you,
f2.
bishop.
I'm
I'm
a
not
bishop.
worried about your rook takes f3 because then I actually capture on d6.
Clear. And she dropped back with the rook, and now I'd rather have my bishop on g3, right?
Well, you can go there now.
Queen d5. And look at this. Alice is pawn hunting. Alice said, you know, what's better than having a passed pawn on c7? Well, having two passed pawns on the queen side.
That one is absolutely over.
Absolutely.
Right? But I feel we should go to Zoe Tang versus Rochelle because this is a critical moment right now.
Okay.
All right, let's go there.
Big critical moment. If she finds it, she wins it. If she
Whoa,
doesn't,
she
she
finds
loses
it, she
her
wins
advantage.
it.
If she finds it, she wins it.
We left it at queen f3, knight d4, queen c3. We were looking at some grabbing here, weren't we? g3.
That's fine. Beautiful. You
And
can
she
start
took
with
it.
G3. And she took on c8.
Yes, she did.
She
Rook
found it.
Rook takes c8. This was the
speeding
sacrifice
through the
that we...
Because there is this after knight e8, I have knight d8, I have crazy move knight g5, right?
Oh, that's painful. Because that's a discovered mating threat.
Yep.
And the queen is hanging on
Wow.
h3.
You have to go knight to f8, maybe.
So we have to go back here to this current position. Knight f8 is doubtlessly what Rochelle is going to play. She has to do it, and to do something of this nature, right? But here's the question: you raised a good idea. It was like these games of Paul Morphy, influenced me in just a generation of players. He had this wonderfully fluid style, and he was a headhunter. I mean, he went for the. What about rook takes f8 and knight 8? The same idea that
I really
you were
like how
looking
we
at.
work with the same idea, but just different move order, and we have different tricks.
Right, and the interpretation. We're like the conductors.
And you can start with knight g5 also, just to make it even
Awesome.
more decisive, because if you go rook f8, maybe after bishop c5 you have rook e7, it doesn't really help you much. But
Right.
But
you
now
can
if
just
I
start
go
with
queen
knight
f5, you can capture the knight of an f8, because there's no bishop c5. So you start with bishop c5.
I
Right.
see what you're saying.
That was why I was thinking to take, check. My bishop is now on c5. You can't cross, right?
I have to go
Always
rook
discovered
e7.
attack.
Rook e7.
Yes. And then king e8 and try to run like this. It's a very sad. It's very sad.
Run.
It's not fun.
There.
I'm not having any fun.
Zoe is having all the fun. Alice is having all the fun.
I feel like Gracie may be having fun too on h5.
Let's jump to it. Gracie's game. She is up against Iris. When we left it, it was something going on here. But, okay, bishop takes. Queen h5.
Attacking the rook.
Okay, but where is king g2? That's a funny move, by the way. I mean, it feels like black is playing a little checkers here. Rook b5, rook h1.
Oh, but you can have some discovered attack, right? The rook b8 is an important move, rook b5, sorry, because now the rook is defended by the pawn from c6. So I can be doing some nasty stuff, while rook on a5 is undefended.
Gotcha. That was why she played rook b5 in order to protect the rook. Knight dropped back to g6.
Threatening knight takes f4.
And that was threatening knight takes f4, a winning attack. Queen f3. What are the times of the?
So Iris has 16 minutes. And
Lots of times.
Gracie has 6 minutes. So
Okay,
Gracie has to play
Queen
fast.
f3. But white has sacrificed some pawns to get
Yeah,
here, right?
white has 4 pawns and black has 6 pawns. Okay.
That's not good.
Plus
Just a
the
second.
pawns can start running, right? f5, e5. There is some possibility with that.
And there's also nasty. So if you start with f5, you can't take that. This is a dream come true. This light squared bishop on a6 that was doing nothing suddenly
Right.
just wins
Thank
the
you
game.
for removing my c6 pawn.
Exactly, and open. So, isn't black just winning?
I mean, first I thought that Gracie is enjoying the h file, but Iris
Not
would just
the-
like get out very quickly, and
Not so much
yeah,
anymore.
Iris is
And-
enjoying a very nice position.
Oh, yeah, this has turned around. I thought that Gracie was the one with the attack, but now it looks like Iris has weathered the storm. She's ready to pounce on b2, by the way, as well. And also what you were saying, e5, e4. Looks good. Cristian, back over to you, and who's in trouble where?
Well, I don't think anybody, well, at least the games that I was looking at, sure, Maxim Dlugy is in huge trouble and some others as well. But I was looking at this one, Andrew Hong versus Balaji, and figuring out what the assessment is at the end of all these trades. We've seen some
Right.
trades, by the way. After rook to h4, f6, rook takes d4, rook to e7, proposing the trade, rook takes e7, queen takes e7, and now finally, at least, the king is not going to get checkmated, right? The king, the white king, is perfectly safe. You do have a slight advantage given by your passed pawn, the d-passed pawn. But I have to say, with the limited material and the clock running down, I have to say, look at Andrew's clock. 2 minutes and 15 seconds against 25 minutes. Queen to e1. Now we're trading the queens. I think we're just simply going to see massive
A draw.
simplifications. Queen takes e5, f takes e5, rook to d5, attacking that pawn, king f7, threatening to go king e6, take on e5, take on d6, shake hands.
Exactly.
Find the repetition, shake the hands. I think the players know it. Opa.
Opa.
Careful. Pieces
Right.
are just sliding on the board.
Rook d5, king f7. Yes, they know it.
They know a
both
draw is
very strong
inevitable.
grandmasters. They know what they're doing. They've
It's really
calculated
forced
this.
because now the king is threatening king e6 to actually capture the pawn,
Yes.
defend my own. You
So,
have to
yeah.
take it.
Exactly, and follow it up with a4 or whatever.
You've seen that shake that Andrew just
Andrew is
expressed.
not
He's
happy about draw.
Look, Balaji bluffed him slightly in the opening with that bishop to g4, which
Business.
objectively maybe is not the best. Obviously, it's not the best way,
Sure.
but it worked.
Yeah.
It worked, and Andrew know that Balaji got away with this one.
Right. Indeed. I just want to turn our game to Zoe versus Rochelle Wu because this position with rook takes c8 check, knight f8 is actually on the board, and I think we're going to see a handshake here. I think that's the move.
Bishop c5?
Well, I was going to take on c8, take on f8 and bishop c5
Oh,
and knight
okay.
g5. I think that is. Did she do it?
No, she's still thinking.
She's still thinking.
Let's see. Let's see.
Because this
Let's see
is
her finish this attack.
right.
She has 12 minutes on the clock, and this is a very important game because, again, if she
Huge.
manages to win, she's slowly catching up to Alice. I mean, Alice is still leading with
Which is
half a point,
unbelievable,
but
right? Wow. And
Keeping
she-
pace with Alice, which is not easy.
Not easy at all.
So you want to make sure that when you are sacrificing here, you know it leads to a win. Because Bishop c5 looks like a very good move as well.
And Alice, our tournament leader, came in, took care of business, won her game today. Our congratulations to Alice. as
Yeah,
she
incredible
continues to-
game by Alice once again.
Yeah,
winning.
very persuasive kind of positional
Convincing.
play. Yeah.
Convincing, just simply convincing. She's looking like, she's the player here at this Girls' Championship.
Zoe's still
Zoe.
thinking.
Knight, that's such a nice combination. You want to play knight g5 and rook e8 mate, right? It looks like just such a nice combination. You take first. Rochelle knows
is
it.
not even looking there.
She's trying not to look at the
This is-
position and give her, this is, once this happened, Bent Larson versus Ruben Rodriguez in the interzonals. It was an incredibly important game. Ruben has a move that wins, but he can also promote a pawn to a queen, and that loses.
Oh.
So Bent was sitting at the board as stoic as he possibly could. And I asked Bent at dinner, I said, Bent, what were you thinking? He had Ruben Rodriguez had reached across and grabbed the queen and was holding it in his hand as he was poised to promote the pawn. So I said, Bent, what were you thinking? He said, I wanted to go to the arbiter and say, he's touched the queen. It's touch move. He has to put the pawn. But he said, I didn't think it was touch move for the pieces off the board, so I didn't say a word. And it's not touch move for the pieces that you
Right, you can
see
be
the
touching
pieces.
any pieces around that you want.
Exactly. And so there was, and Ruben did promote the pawn to the queen, and Bent went on to win the game. So it was like,
When I was at a chess camp just teaching kids, the kid captured the opponent's queen and had it there. The other kid was again now promoting to a queen. So he was like grabbing, I want to grab that queen back.
Which is in his
right, I want to
head.
hold it. And the kid was like, no, you have to ask me if you want to promote. I was like, no, he doesn't have to.
that happened in a Canadian championship. They just recently played Canadian championship. The player was trying to queen the pawn, but the opponent was holding the queen, so he couldn't hold it. So the player took a rook, turned it upside down, said queen, pressed, and they went on. And the arbiter said, no, it's a rook.
Right.
And the player went from a winning game to a losing game because he didn't promote the queen.
And if you leave just the pawn there, it's actually an illegal move, right?
Illegal
and you
move.
can even lose the game in the blitz format.
Zoe captured on
She
F8.
sacrificed
She followed it up with the move
exchange.
bishop check, and whether she likes it or not, Rochelle is going to have to put her rook in the way, because if she does move her king to g8, then there's that lovely
The back
finishing
rank, really big threat.
combination of the back rank mate and the queen. So there's really no choice. She has to play rook e7, but that will leave her, materially speaking, down two minor pieces and a rook for the queen. And she knows she's busted, but she's going to try to be
But that should be a really
stoic.
simple way for White to win that,
Exactly.
that advantage.
I think so as well. And
Yeah, we have an incredible game. Jason Liang, Arthur Zhou, we were looking at that e5 move.
Yes.
Look what happened in that position now.
it was a very nice move, e5, that caught our eye. Let me just, oops, excuse me, that's not the, okay.
So
What
let's go
happened
back,
after
yes.
e5? He took with the knight? No, he dropped back with the queen.
Oh, so he didn't take it all.
No, queen. It's funny, the pawn goes to e5 where the squares attack 3 times and you don't capture it. Okay.
I'm retreating, I'm
Knight
good.
e4, let's go. I mean, that's the dream square for the knight, right?
Right.
Okay, the knight on b6 is pinned, so you can't take this because that hangs the rook with a check. Knight takes e5.
What?
Whoa, fancy. Rook takes e5. Queen h6. Ideas of both check, check, but also rook takes. We're going to catch up with the players fast. Apologies for this, but we're just...
We are too impressed with this game.
Right? I have to understand how we got here. So this is the current position. Queen c7 is going to be met by queen f6. The king has to move, which it just did.
Now we just captured that bishop.
And now we've got the material of 2 minor pieces.
Yeah, but also d6, d7, that pawn can be very dangerous.
Oh, this is winning. Lovely combination. Oh, very, very, very nice one.
Dlugy's
Yeah, and we see that
position.
on the board. Bishop captures.
We might see a resignation in that one.
And Max is...
that's the big game in the seniors.
So let's see, Maxim Dlugy, Vladimir
Okay.
Akopian.
We'll go to it.
I
That's
feel we're going to
ladies.
see a resignation in this one.
And we'll bring up, because Max Max came into this competition, today's competition, in second place,
Yes.
right? And we left it, we just saw the move rook takes f2, by the way. Rook takes f2, and rook takes g2. Well, that's being a little greedy. I thought it was just
How can you
time.
say greedy? That's your...
That's what it's all
that's
about,
your-
right? The
That's
man's
your MO,
noblest
capturing pawns.
man's noblest emotion. And we weren't afraid of a4.
Yes.
Oh,
Oh,
well.
I was not expecting that move.
Yeah, like just push them.
Well, you have a couple of options. You can
That's-
continue the torture with g4 or king f5 or king e5 or king
That's
whatever.
6
Or you
pawns.
can go e3 and say that
I mean,
he's continuing the torture.
wow, these pawns are just,
Just f5, f4, like...
well, he doesn't even want to allow any counterplay, right? So he played rook there. Oh, poor Max. I mean, this is like,
torture.
We've had, you've had games where it's a nightmare.
Yeah, I had many games like
but
that.
is this like a pawn mare?
He's hiding. He's hiding.
He's hiding. He doesn't want to see anymore.
Yeah.
This is just terrible.
Yeah, Maxim doesn't like his position.
What? But Christian, we have a guest in studio. Over to you.
I think he just resigned. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Just to see the resignation.
There
Akopian
we
is.
go.
handshake.
Hearty hand. There we
And
go.
they are
There it
just,
is.
yeah. There was
Our-
nothing to do in that game. Maxim knew it.
Our congratulations to Vladimir. By the way, that's a nice victory. That goes in our best game collection. Those
Yeah.
pawns.
And it's
oh.
very important win for him, right? He started kind of slow, but now he's 3.5 points out of 6.
Don't forget, he was a tournament favorite by rating coming in.
Yeah, and he's an extremely accomplished player. He has 3 Olympic golds. He's the under 16, under 18 world champion. He's also the junior world champion. So, yeah, a lot of accomplishments.
That was an absolutely incredible game, I have to say. But another person that played an incredible game is Alice here with us. Alice, congratulations. You're continuing the streak of victories and you're continuing to maintain your lead in the tournament. Big game in this one. How did you, what was your strategy, your mentality coming into this game? You're facing an opponent that's struggling a bit in this event. Did you want to put a lot of pressure on her early on?
Yeah, so I had like the rest day to prepare. And I thought like, because I'm like playing as white, I think I'm like the favorite here. So I wanted to try to like win this game and maintain like the half a point lead I have over the rest of the field. Especially since like tomorrow I'm playing Carissa. But yeah, I'm very happy with the way that the game turned out. I think I like out-prepared her in the opening.
And I think this was the critical moment right after bishop to c8. Sure, you have the 2 bishops, you have some space advantage, but then this move came along, c5, really well-timed break in the center.
Yeah, so like first of all, I thought like my position was really good even without d5. Like even if I just play like d5 and b4, I should probably be like much better. But c5, I thought it's just like really nice because at the very least, I'm like starting to take on b6, take on c8, and also I can always like take on d7, play c6, d5, and just completely drop the bishop in. So I thought e takes d4 was sort of forced.
Yes.
And after c takes b6, rook takes c3, queen c4. King h8.
Everything was coming with tempo,
Yeah.
right? You had the option of maybe going b7 and picking up the knight. What were you afraid of?
Yeah, I mean, I just thought like it'd be super clean to take on d7. Since like all the pawns, the a pawn and the d pawns are both weak. But I guess like I could have played b7.
This was the very mature way of dealing with the position. Don't give your opponent any sort of counterplay. Well, Alice, another important victory for you to keep ahead of your nearest competitor. Zoe Tang seems to be winning, but there's one big result that's happening right now. Is Carissa seems to be losing against Ru Yang. You're going to be facing Carissa tomorrow. She's very far behind you, so definitely she wants to win. How are you going to approach that game? Big game for you.
Yeah, so I guess it's like I'll just like try to take it and play my best regardless of like the tournament situation. But it's sort of nice for me that I have a bit of room for error because I have like this 1.5 point lead over her. Although Zoe's still only I think half a point behind.
Zoe will be half a point behind you. Yeah.
So it's again important for me to not to lose, and she'll definitely be pressing for the win. So I'll just have to play my best chess there tomorrow.
Well, we'll let you go back to your hotel, speak with your coach, get the strategy going, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Our congratulations as well, Alice. Very impressive game.
Can I squeeze in one question? If Alice is still there, first of all, congratulations. Great, convincing game. But yesterday you were at the club celebrating, you know, the International Chess Day and the 15th anniversary of the St. Louis Chess Club. And for the first time, you tried the duck chess. So I do want to ask you, how did you enjoy the game?
Yeah, I really liked it. It was like so complicated. It's like I think I put against I.M. Kostia, and like he said, the best player C2 moves in advance. So it's definitely a really unique way of thinking with like the rubber ducks as like another chess piece. And I really like need to go study some, I guess, opening series there. It's just a really interesting game, especially like just a new way of thinking. Like all your chess skills previously, they're like not important when you have that one extra duck piece.
Okay, happy to hear that you enjoyed it, and yeah, hope you continue playing duck chess as well as actual chess.
Yeah.
And again, the game of Carissa, finishing up Ru Yang, definitely winning. A huge result going on there. We've spoken about Zoe's materially winning position, and boy, it is pretty easy materially winning. By the way, it's almost like there's a mating net on the board, right? Bishop check, king d7.
But somehow she's still alive, right?
b4. But it's a mating net, right? Isn't it?
Probably should be. Okay, let's see.
Oh,
Bishop
sorry. It's black to move. So if we make a move and I go check, and you go here, and I go b4.
So where's the mate?
Isn't there a mating mat?
The problem is I don't have any moves to improve my position.
I know. Well, here's the. There you go.
Okay, that's the mate, right?
Well, that's a big help from you.
Thank you, thank you, thank
Good job,
you.
Yasser.
Well, you walk into it next time, or I don't show. Knight c5, king d6, right?
Or king c6.
Or king c6.
Okay, we have queen d5 on the board.
Queen d5 on the board in the current position. Sorry, I'm just going to refresh my board as we are looking at the game of Zoe and Rochelle. And have they made time control, by the way? No.
No, move 33, so they still have 7 moves to make.
But I don't think time is
no.
of the essence
Time
right
is not not an issue at all. But I was, it's an end game.
Right.
You think, well, they made the time control, right? In an ending, but no, they still have 7 moves to make. I'm probably going to play knight c3 here, by the way. It's not like the queen really has a lot of squares as well. But okay, this one is winning.
So let's look at Gracie Persana against Irismo.
Sure.
We looked at that position.
This was the rook b5, yeah. And she did play, by the way, f5, bishop back. Surprisingly enough, she didn't capture on b2.
Well, with bishop b7, she's threatening c5.
Take. And she got on c5. Now she took on b2. Yeah, this looks really, really terrible for white in this horrifying pin. So the first move that comes to mind is queen c3, right? Whenever you're pinning.
But I like rook d8 as well. Just
you do.
Put the rook on the open file.
Whenever you've pinned your opponent's piece, you want to
add extra pressure.
Exactly. Rook d8 and, well, c3 and rook d2. Cristian, over to you. And our leader of the seniors, Melik said, he's winning.
Absolutely. I think you probably guys know this famous endgame. I believe it's Saidi versus Fischer, isn't it? When the rook gets to c5 and then there's this pressure and then e4 comes on the board, exchanging the d5 and the e4 pawn, and we enter this type of rook endgame. Take a look at what happened. Take decided to exchange the rooks, but this is just winning right now. I'm going to go b5 next, going to exchange this. Now you have to get close to catch me up on a6. But now I just simply go either king to c5 or just simply go h4. And how are you going to continue? King to b7, sure. I'll continue going like this. King to d5, king to d7. I have another n3 square, right? And I also have ideas of f3 and g4.
You've got all the tempi.
Exactly, I have all the tempi. So now I will go a4. What do you do? Can you go to e7? No. Can you go to c7? No, because then I go this way, right? So you have to lose a tempo right now. But how do you do that? Only with a6. You cannot go a5 because I'm picking up that pawn. So you have to stay on a6. But now I can go king to e5. You have to stop me from going king to f6.
Right.
And now I go a5. And finally, I get to this position. And I have all the tempis in the world. If you go king f8 or king e8, king d6 comes. If you go king to d7, then king to f6 comes. You have to defend like this. But now I just simply go f4, f5, and that's it. I'm creating another weakness in the position. There's no way to stop me. This is, and I'm sure Melik has studied this and has showed this example to so many of his students. He knows exactly what he's doing. He knows the strategy and the way to break in this endgame. And I think, I mean, if he wins this one, is he going to get, I think he's going to have a 2-point lead.
Yeah, and he has great time. He has 1 hour on the clock, 58 minutes, so a lot of time to think about this whole pawn endgame and how to win it.
Oh, he's rolling right now.
For me, this is an indication that Douglas lost his nerve a little bit. First of all, you know, the queen trade to the rook ending, well, that took away a lot. Like, I'm thinking that any rook trades, and by the way, we do have a result in Zoe's game, as she has won
Zoe Tang, what a victory.
Very important win against Rochelle.
I was going to say, the queen trade I didn't like by Douglas, and the rook trade I despised. I mean, rook endings.
I mean, the more you simplify it, the bigger the weakness on c6.
Exactly. And this king and pawn endgame, this is the exact, this is embracing the loss. This is like, come to me, you know, like I really, really want you and hold you for a hug. And we saw just how easy it is for white. Let's just check out as
result.
two of our favorites, Carissa lost
to
Rochelle.
And Rochelle as well. Wow, what a round. And look at that smile by Ru Yang. This might actually be the first time she's defeating Carissa. At least in the recent history. I mean, this is a huge result. Carissa has been dominating this field for many, many years. And right now, finally, Ru Yang is showing her mettle.
Wow.
So far in the girls, we have only decisive games. No draws after the rest day.
They want to fight. They're here to fight.
And it's a whitewash, too, as white has won all of the games. Iris is winning with the black pieces. Rose, we haven't seen, well, an extra pawn for white. Okay, I mean, it's a two-result game. Rose is playing for the win. If she'll get it, we're not sure. But by the way, I just wanted to check out the juniors. It was that Arthur game. We really like this move, e5, and yeah, you were mentioning the passed d pawn is so strong as well. Not only are we material ahead, but we've got this awesome pawn on the d7 square. Takes. I think we just caught up with our players. As white's in cruise control on this
maybe
one.
Expecting trade on f6 and g4.
Trade on f6 and g4. Yeah, just cementing this bishop. But let's, because they're coming in hot and heavy, some results. Let's start with the girls.
Yeah, so we have 3 results so far. Yan won against Yip, Lee won against Liu, and Tang won against Wolff.
And in the juniors?
In the juniors.
They've been throwing me off. Usually we go with the juniors, but sometimes the ledger. I mean, my comfort zone just got a little bit tweaked. Go.
So round 6, we have 2 results. Wang won against Stearman, and Hong drew with Daggupati.
That was those 2 grandmasters, Andrew and Balaji. That was a big game and let's just jump into that game. Oh, sorry.
Now we have seniors. And in seniors, we also have 2 results. Dlugy lost to Akopian. Crazy game, so many pawns on the board. And Novikov drew against Shabalov.
Right. And I just wanted to say that a very big game going on, and it's technically, I loved endings. Like really, the moment I became a chess master, it felt to me like that was it. I just studied endings all the time. And I've never achieved this specific ending of the light square bishop, but the 3 versus 2, knight on the same side, all the pawns on the same side, knight versus bishop, and I've won them consistently.
Nice.
But in this particular case, it's that if you squeeze that bishop just over to the dark side and you put the knight on f5, thump. You know, you just it's over. It's over. The problem that black is having is the split pawns. Okay.
I mean, I'm enjoying, end games, especially if I'm pawn up.
Of course.
If I'm down, it's a torture.
Of course.
I would prefer to have, middle game at any moment, because end games with pawns down, it's
yeah. Okay, it's clearly a 2-result game. I mean, what white wins or draw.
Right.
But the question that I would have for you is, put it in percentage terms, not necessarily white's up a pawn or something like that. But do you see this as a 60% of the time he's going to win, 40% of the time he's going to draw? How would you evaluate this in percentages?
I'm still kind of figuring out how do I actually want to win as well, to be
Exactly.
honest. Since I don't see a direct way, like I can imagine h4 and h5.
Right.
Right, that's something I can definitely...
So you would drive the bishop to h7, drive the bishop on the diagonal. It's very easy if you squeeze the bishop to a dark square and then you put your knight on a great square, you would start to say, yeah, I make the progress. The light square bishop gives the defender more opportunities, huh?
Yeah.
So it's not easy to give it a
Not
percentage.
easy, not easy. Yeah.
But we have a guest, and we're going to jump over to Cristian to invite him.
Vladimir, I saw you come in here. You look very satisfied with this result, but more importantly, I think with this game. It was such a precise game, I have to say. Tell us a bit about how you experienced it, how you lived it.
Yeah, it was very complicated, I have to say, and my preparation finished somewhere around okay, e4. I knew that there is such move e4, but somehow I did not concentrate much on this. Just feeling that it should be good for black. Instead of knight a6, queen a5 also, like also a way to play.
But then you played this move d5 here. I really like this move. Forget about the engine.
Yeah, I played d5 because I mean many moves possible here. I believe that I mean it's very logical and correct way. I believe I have to, because now I mean black is already like lagging behind in development too much, and it's time I thought that just to sacrifice something to like get free. But I'm not sure. I mean, it's only one of possible ways to play d5, and
no, I really liked it. At least from a practical perspective, because
yeah, from practical moves, definitely it's correct. I believe
they're so difficult, right? And he has a lot of decisions to make also.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. We both we have many possibilities like on each move. And here, yeah, knight a6, everything is no. Yeah, queen d3, I was surprised, of course, to see, because I believe it's just bad move. Instead, of course, long castles, main, I believe long castles, king f7, I wanted to play, and now king b2.
Yes.
I was, okay, e5 he will sacrifice, now I don't know, I cannot play e5, yeah, some crazy lines. Yeah. I believe that some around equal should be all these positions.
Right.
But this is, of course, the way to play. Maybe there are some other. But here, I mean, a5 is the most resolute way, probably, to play for black. But even if I don't play a5, black is fine.
Perhaps
probably
this is something that he missed, because it is a piece sacrifice at this point. You kind of commit to
yeah,
this
I sacrifice,
before,
but I believe it's easy to sacrifice here, because all black's pieces are ready for... Here there is a rook a5, so I was just pondering a little bit about rook a... But rook a5, actually my problem also after rook a6 is that after knight takes c8, e5, white always plays d4, I believe, just takes on knight b6.
Right. That's right.
Yeah, and even if my rook is on a5 or on a6, same, and okay, he does not risk much here. It's probably just...
Yeah. No, I mean, right now he's pressing, probably.
Even pressing, yeah, maybe. So at this I just immediately like...
no, these were the best moves by the engine.
Yeah,
also,
knight b7. Knight b7. I'm not sure that is best. It's best, yeah. Maybe d4, yeah. Because okay, I mean it's not the only way definitely to play for white here.
It is the best.
Knight
move,
b7, yeah. Okay, knight b7, yeah, knight b7.
But his position is pretty much losing at this point
already.
Yes,
losing, yeah?
yes.
Yeah,
with
because black is
yeah,
black. Yeah, so somehow I calculated till c4, and it looks like it's very somehow set position for white at least. I'm not sure if, I mean, I was playing right here, but still it's very unpleasant. Yeah, for example, after e5, bishop e3, I believe main still, yeah, to give up this bishop. Bishop takes d4, I believe, and takes on b4, something like this. Rook takes b4. Rook takes b4, rook takes a2, and short castles maybe this way, just.
Yeah,
I mean, of
King
course,
b6
it
seems to be.
Yeah,
it's an unpleasant position.
Yeah, very unpleasant. But then dc4 playing with two rooks, maybe it's time already to do such things.
Yeah.
Because like after bishop c1, somehow it becomes quickly completely lost.
Too easy.
The rook comes to c2, yeah, and also you know, instead of rook b2, this move I don't like. Instead of rook b2, just go back. Maybe just castles again, just maybe it's better. I don't know, but
still e5 seems to be
seems to be very unpleasant. Yeah, now probably c4. Actually, Max missed this c4 because c4 comes on all pieces like coming and difficult to defend this already.
You must have been quite happy when you saw the early on imbalances in this game, because 50%. Surely you're still quite far away from the top position, which I'm sure you want to get to. Tell us a bit about that moment when you first started and you first saw this opening phase playing in your favor.
Okay, I did not think about that. I mean, if had I thought about it yesterday, the day before yesterday, I would have played completely different stuff. Yeah, at least I could repeat moves and make a draw because I understood that black is not better. I mean, black has very beautiful position, but he's definitely not better because, okay, white has no weaknesses with Shabalov, with Alex.
Yes.
And only that I wanted to continue. Yeah, I did not want to make this boring draw knight b2, knight c4 like this. And on the other hand, somehow I did not see concrete ways to improve my position. And this was the problem. So I understood, of course, that this h4, 5h4 pawn sacrifice is very dubious, but still I felt that, okay, I have to do something and to play. So yeah, I did not think much. I just wanted to have interesting game, just to play interesting chess. The game was interesting itself, but Max was at some point, especially queen d3 actually was, of course, I believe, somehow with queen d3 he immediately like agrees that white is not better, and he tries to like equalize and play this. But the position is different. I mean, these two moves before and queen d3 does not come together. Before very aggressive, and then all of a sudden queen
they
d3.
don't combine very well together. Vladimir, your fighting spirit has definitely been rewarded today. Congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yes. Any questions?
No. Great game. I mean, that pawn chain, that was fantastic.
I know.
I would love to have such a pawn chain in my games.
Agreed, wholeheartedly. As the round is winding down a bit, we just staying with the seniors for a moment. It looks to me like Dmitry and Gregory are going to be doing a draw here. King h4, rook h1 check. We might just be seeing a repetition going on there. I'm no longer. Ooh, whoa. Okay, I was about to say I'm no longer certain of a win for Melik set. He didn't play just b5 takes and clarifies. Instead, he played g4, and he's like there was a time when white had all the tempi in the position, and now, for example, if he takes, whether you take with this pawn or whether you take with this pawn, then it's sort of like g5. Now black has this extra move, you know, when you try to zugzwang me, right? Is this completely winning? I'm not sure. But he played h4, which now gives him that extra tempo as well, right? So you can get that b5 position that you want. I think some imprecisions going on in this king upon ending. But Cristian, you have a guest.
Zoe, great opening preparation translated into a comfortable middle game, but I have to say, it wasn't that easy. That conversion in the middle game, it wasn't easy. Tell us a bit about the game and your feelings after this important victory for you.
Actually, the opening was a complete surprise for me because Rochelle usually plays the Slav, rarely plays the QGD, and then she's never played this A6 line before. I remembered the E4, Knight G5, sharp sack a piece ideas from previous study, but that was from a long time ago, so I really wasn't sure. So I started doubting myself in the opening. I feel like I spent too much time. And then later...
But you did come up with this break, D5.
Once D5 comes in and then I get rid of my isolated pawn, I feel like white's has to be fine. Rook A7 was a bad move. I think she might have missed that bishop F4 and then the knight on B8's hanging, which is actually really annoying to deal with because it's also guarding C6.
Yeah.
And then later, I still feel like
she was fighting.
Yeah, it was so tactical. I feel like engine will say I made a bunch of stupid moves.
Forget about the engine in this type of positions, right? I mean, it's always about that conversion, isn't it? By the way, big moment at this point. You had the option of potentially repeating the position.
Right.
Did you ever consider repeating, or you knew that you're better, you wanted to continue fight on?
So the first time I played Knight C7, I pretty much knew that I wasn't going to repeat because I thought this position I have to be better. My pieces are so much better than black's. I don't want to just draw.
Yeah.
But also, then I started thinking for a long time and I couldn't really find anything. So I was like, just Knight C7, gain some time and repeat once.
So it was never within your imagination that you were going to repeat twice or 3 times. Very nice. And you decided to take on E7 and go for this line. And at this point, once you played this move, knight to E6, you started seeing this queen takes C8.
Right.
How did you assess this? You knew that you were winning at this point, or you were just...
Not really. When I played queen f3, my idea was to entice knight d4, so then I'd have this queen c3 fork idea with the bishop on c8 as well. But then later, after knight e6, I can't take the bishop immediately because there's some rook d8 blocking or something, I think, based on my calculation.
Yes, yes.
And so then I thought g3, but I still wasn't really sure because I thought queen g4 would be more challenging. It's not allowing any sort of knight g5 with tempo. I wasn't really sure how to continue here.
Okay, maybe just continue, still take like this, knight f8 and just the simple bishop to c5. Were you worried about anything in this position?
I know I'm out material here, but after h6 or something, black still has a rook and a queen. So I mean, they might be able to attack something.
Some queen d1
yeah, that's
idea.
what I was worried about.
Yeah, yeah. Well, she didn't do that. She played the move queen to h3, and that much easier transition after this one because you're forcing the exchange of the rooks as well.
Yeah.
Well, Zoe, you're keeping up pace with one Alice Lee. Alice is not stopping either. You're not stopping either. How do you see those last 3 rounds play out?
I mean, Carissa just lost this round also, so I feel like technically I'm the clear second place. That's really surprising.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm still gonna take it one round at a time. I'm not really trying to aim for like first place or whatever. I just want to play it the best I can, and hopefully I'll be happy with my results.
Zoe, congratulations, amazing victory today. Guys, any questions?
On the contrary, just our congratulations, Zoe. We loved it that you were played for the win, and we thought you played a really great game. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Nicely done.
Yeah.
Very, very impressive.
Very
Again,
nice exchange sacrifice and like
Right.
g3 positional.
and to take down Rochelle, one of the pre-tournament favorites, that for Rochelle, that's 50%. But let's take a look at what Alice Lee has done in the tournament so far. It's been nothing short of what we expected. She came into this tournament in great form. Kate.
Yeah, she started with a win, then I mean she has 2 draws, but no losses so far, keeping it really cool with wins and only 2 draws. Just fantastic. I mean, after 6 rounds, you have 5 points. What else do you want?
It's very, very nice. Our congratulations to Alice, and turn it back to Cristian with guest in studio.
Ruyang, back-to-back victories, if I'm not mistaken, but this one must feel quite nice. Is this the first time that you're defeating Carissa in...
I think so.
Wow, amazing game. And this is where all her troubles started, after this move knight to f4. Tell us a bit about your reaction.
So I had a general feeling that knight f4 can't be that good, because like takes knight d4, her a7 bishop is locked out.
Yes.
So I thought instead of knight f4 she was gonna play like queen f6, but like honestly, queen f6 and knight e3, and I wasn't sure, but I feel like I was probably fine here.
Yeah, and this is some sort of theory.
Well, I don't actually know how to play this, but
knight to f4 definitely a novelty and not a good one.
Yeah.
And he took advantage just
because
incredibly well.
like my main plan here was just to like trap her a7 bishop there. So I played like b4 to stop her from playing c5, which I probably didn't need to, but.
No, that was.
But
I think also from a practical perspective, you must have felt her struggle to get that bishop out. You know, really trying to find good squares for her pieces, but just simply not being able to do so. What was your plan at this point? Because we saw you playing this move, knight to h2. We assumed that maybe you're going for the kill on the king side.
My main plan was just try to take the f4 pawn, but I was thinking of queen d2, but then like maybe like f5, and I wasn't sure, like, because I have to take, and like there's some g5 stuff. I mean, I think I was better, but like I didn't want to like risk this, like, cause like rook f6, and then I'll probably
not allow her to actually
get her bishop
a task for the bishop, right? Very nice, very nice. And you decided to play this move, bishop knight to g4.
Yeah, so like I'm like threatening like queen d3 and like take advantage of her f6 squares. So I think she has to take.
Yeah, and I have to say.
I think this is just.
No, the conversion was flawless after that big victory for you, Ruyang. Congratulations. Guys, any questions for Ruyang? She's warming up in this tournament.
I did, Ruyang. You're playing against Carissa, as you just mentioned. She's been a difficult opponent for you in the past. How did you approach a game where you're up against an opponent who who's difficult for you to play against? What was your mindset?
I think I was like before the round, like I didn't really do any prep. Like I just like try to like play like really like structures that I kind of have a good feeling about, like and just just play the game and just like relax before the rounds and yeah.
Get a position you want.
It's a good preparation just to make sure you can relax also
Exactly.
and play your own structure.
Well, our congratulations. Very, very important victory for you, young lady, and good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
All right, very nice. And we think Liang is about to win, so let's just jump over to Liang's game. Where are you?
It's in the juniors.
Sorry,
because there's 2 pieces for a rook.
Oh, yes. That was that
We
game.
like
we
that.
love that pawn on d7 too.
So no queen exchange. So if we can come back, maybe because after queen f6, only
Right.
f4. Yeah, that makes sense too, right?
Just protecting the
Just
queen.
protecting because
Trade of queens
black
on my
cannot
terms.
trade and then
Right.
capture the bishop because our pawn is promoting.
Exactly.
So f4 is a very safe.
Move.
That pawn is running while we have a knight on c3.
And we have a king ready to cut off the pawn as well. King f7. There we go. King c2. Again, sort of like black's in this quandary. You don't want to trade, but leaving the queens on the board means your king is more vulnerable to checkmating patterns than is my
Crazy
queen.
that the king on c2 is safe. There's no rook c8 check. There is no queen b2 check.
Right. We've
No
got
queen f2. Just no checks whatsoever. Oh, queen c6. I do have 1 check.
One check. And guess what? One spike check before capitulation, king to d2. And again, it's this, yeah, there it
And
is,
we had
capitulation.
C. Yeah.
Nice
Game over.
game.
Handshake.
Nice game by Jason. I really loved that whole e5 concept and the way he played the game. Except, I don't understand why he didn't sacrifice his queen.
Right.
Bishop takes g7.
But positionally, I like that. Queen c1, just, no crazy stuff in the opening, just enjoying some small positional advantage.
But at the cost of a pawn, Kate.
true.
Come on. Kirk versus Mishra. Okay, so here we go. Again, it's one of those situations where, we have an extra pawn.
Right.
But converting this extra pawn is going to be difficult for Kirk. Kirk came up with a nice idea. Remember that game of Carissa where the bishop was blocked out of play?
On a7.
Imagine I play the move f4, f5 and force the bishop on h7,
H7 just to be
and
locked
then you're
there.
out of play. Well, Kirk had the same. There you go. And he's just played the move f4. So in his heart of hearts, he's ready to go f5, knight back to f4, and knight back to h5, and then say, yeah, this is what I'm playing for. How is Mishra going to stop him?
Yeah, I'm wondering if I can play h5.
Okay.
Because if I play h5, you play f5. I do have bishop h7.
Okay.
You cannot really capture on h5 because I would be very happy recapturing pawn on f5.
I really can't. I was thinking I would play knight, to force you to take, right?
I have to take.
HG, right.
And I mean, it's uncomfortable, but okay, king f6.
Ooh, king f6. Just a second. Am I mating you?
Oh, king h4, knight h5.
Yeah, but I may not be mating you though, Kate.
Because I may sacrifice my bishop, right?
Exactly.
Bishop takes f5.
Yeah.
That's what I want to do.
That's on your agenda.
And if you play knight h5, I'm happy to go king g5. Right?
Exactly. I wanted to be able to squeeze you.
And that should be a draw because I also threaten rook d4 to capture pawn on g4.
Exactly.
I can sacrifice my bishop.
So this is what we're talking about, folks. King h4, and if it was my turn, mate on the board. But bishop takes, the sacrifice comes just in time, and I can't set up some crazy mating nets. Well, can I? No. For a moment there, it almost felt like a study. You can't go back here. I've got this, and I was somehow going to magically weave. But you do have king f4. And so there goes my beautiful attempts at a study. I like this idea of F4, F5, and again, it's one of those things that Mishra. No, that's our analysis, by the way. Mishra's thinking, should he play F5? Should he play H5? But for Kirk...
trouble after H5, maybe G5, right?
Okay. Right? So on a good day, if I could ever play here and here, good chances. Percentage, I know engines are going to say, plus whatever, but in a practical tournament game, Cristian, what percentages would you say White's winning percentage versus Black's drawing percentage?
Yeah, it's one of those nightmare positions, right? For the defending side, it just never gets any better. You just have to suffer for like 100 moves. But I have to say, Mishra has been showing really, really good defensive skills in this tournament, especially in the end games.
Right.
That comes back to what his dad and himself were saying, that we have been focusing our training mostly on end games and middle game positions. So he has the patience. He definitely has improved his chances, I would say. So percentage-wise in this game, I'm going to say something along the lines of...
Say it.
60 for a draw, and actually no, 70 for a draw and 30 for a win.
Wow.
Wow. 70%.
I would say 60 for a win.
Right? Something like that. By the way, a quick question for ourselves. After the move F4, we haven't discussed the rook trade. Why not? Is this something that Black should be trying to do?
Well, the problem with this, I
rooks?
think, I can go F5, right?
Right, capture, F5.
I really feel that killing your bishop... sure, you're going to go F6 at some point, but
it's temporary, right? Because you can't stop me from playing F6 and maybe bishop G8.
Yes,
but I can rear out my knight to H5, right? Knight, maybe king F4, knight F1, or even this way. Actually, that's really good.
I thought you might actually even want to go here just to try to checkmate the bishop. But you if you put the knight on H5, yeah, and you get some position like this, right? So you're.
And I just go around with the king.
But that was my question. Do you want to defend?
Go back just a second.
Yeah.
I'm going to go for the H6 pawn. No. The knight on H5 is nice. And then I go king H4.
King to H4, all right.
I almost feel like you're in some sort of a Zuzwan situation. You go too far away from the H pawn, I go knight F4, king H5.
Gotcha. Wow.
You go bishop H7, I mean, again, that looks really ugly. I don't know exactly whether I'm winning or not. And if you go bishop F7, I go knight G6 check.
And then you block.
And by the way, I'm not sure if this is winning. Oh, but it is.
It is.
Because I have H4 at the end.
Well, if bishop captures,
right?
Pawn captures, king F8, king H5.
I'm so impressed. You both saw it at the very same time. You both said almost simultaneously to one another, oh, and then you have H4, and you win. Now we're answering our own question. It was Mishra did not want to trade the rooks because he felt that that ending is much easier to convert than the current
Let's
one.
take a look at another endgame.
And
But we
have
actually have a guest.
Jason, first of all, congratulations. Back-to-back victories for you, an important one with the white pieces. Once again, Arthur decided to play the same line and got a losing position out of the opening. Took on B2. Did you know at this point that you were winning? Because this must have arrived in your preparation somewhere.
Yeah, it's funny. Actually, I think I looked at this position before the game, and I knew bishop takes G7 was like a possibility. But during the game, somehow I wasn't so sure. Like, it's obviously easy with the engine and everything.
Of course. But you probably had this also, as you mentioned, in your preparation, right?
Well, not exactly. I mean, I didn't expect him to go for this, to be honest. So, yeah, it was really unclear because I thought after knight F2, king F2, I mean, this position looks great, but I thought black would go like D6, bishop B7, queen D7, maybe long castle, and it wasn't so clear to me.
Yeah, fair enough. And
because I also thought, like, why complicate the matters? Because if black win bishop c3 instead of knight takes b2, I mean, we transpose to the game anyways of knight c3, knight b2.
And was this your preparation?
This was my prep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
very nice.
I felt like I had a big advantage here anyways, but it was a lot more clear to me during the game, so I decided to just go for this.
And then things got a bit crazy towards this part. And then
I don't think I should have played h5. h5 was probably too early.
That's right. That's right. h5 was a little bit premature, but
because it helps him activate his knight.
This one.
Yeah, here I really thought he should go knight g6. Knight g8 kind of shocked me.
No, knight g6 makes a lot of sense as well.
I'm not sure what he was scared of. There was some like knight c6, queen f6, e5.
D takes, maybe
knight
knight
e4,
e4.
queen f4.
Okay, this looks...
Queen g7, knight takes d5. I saw this during the game. I had no idea what was going on here.
That's the thing. You don't know the assessment during the game, right? It's just, it's very, very difficult. Completely different ball game. He decided to go with the knight g8, maybe a bit more safe, right?
Right.
But then you got this move in. I really like this one. e5, nice break in the center.
Because otherwise he's going to castle kingside if I go like f4. So I felt I needed to play e5 immediately.
And then e5 is going to be much more difficult to make, right? Very nice. And how did you assess your chances at this point?
Yeah, it was... I thought I was winning, but it was unclear. I saw queen f8 here. I kind of missed this from afar, and I wasn't really sure how to evaluate it. I thought I should still be much better, but maybe it's not so simple.
So rook takes b6, queen takes h6. Now you have to take, but you have to contend with the a-pawn.
Yeah, this is not what I want
This is
at
getting
all.
scary. But maybe you still have a way. King d2, rook h1, somehow get back in time. Knight c3 as well to stop it. He didn't sit. He played bishop takes f5, and after this, you broke through. Very nice, and finished it off in style.
Yep.
Jason, 6 rounds in the books. How would you assess your performance so far?
Well, I mean, I think I'm pretty happy so far. I mean, the rest day really helped me transition to a new tournament. I just hope to get as many points as I can at this point. You know, having a not so good start, but now coming in with 2.5 out of 3, I'm feeling pretty confident for the next 3 games.
Jason, congratulations. Guys, any questions?
Not for me, but
For me, I do.
Oh, you
I
do?
have a question. Jason, at some moment you were 3 pawns down. So in the opening, and your king was still in the center, but you were not worried at all. I mean, your queen was on h6, just I mean, great kind of positional pieces around. But what is your attitude towards sacrificing pawns? Are you the ones who gives them for free pretty frequently? Or are you more of those pawn grabbers who just tries to keep them, and this was just like an exception to your play?
Yeah, normally I'm pretty materialistic actually, but
Yasser
I
likes
feel
that.
like I like to grab the pawns as well. But in this case, I felt like stacking the pawns didn't really matter because I'm just opening up all the lines, and he has like very poor development. And also his pawn structure was just terrible. Like, they were all doubled and isolated and everything. So I wasn't too worried about being down 3 pawns. And like in the game, I was going to win back at least one of them pretty soon.
So no second thoughts about giving up pawns. You were 3 pawns down, but you were like, everything is under control?
Yeah, I felt like my initiative fully compensated for the material deficit.
Nice.
Beautiful. Confidence.
So,
very,
confidence
very, very,
with
very
giving up
important.
pawns.
Absolutely. By the way, we've got a number of endings that, well, so much is going to determine. I'm looking at the game between Brandon Jacobson and Arthur. And wow, I thought from afar, like way back here, like here. I mean, how can this game be anything but a draw? 4 versus 4, 2 versus 2. Of course, it's going to be a draw until we get to the current position. And I'm like, White's lost.
Black is extra pawn.
Well, black has an extra pawn. I'm not 100% sure about this move h5, by the way. Like, I would probably, if I was in black shoes, I would want to encourage this pawn to move up the board, something like g4, h6, and just say, go ahead, figure out what you're going to do as white, because if you take, you're going to give me a pass pawn either way, and I'm going to be ready to play knight g3 and g5. But having said that, he played the move h7, h5, and this is just an extra pawn for Arthur, and he's doing great in the tournament. And for Brandon, yikes, this could be a loss. By the way, in the game between Gregory and Dima, repetition on the board at the moment. We expect that game heading to a draw. Jump in on this game. The shocking turn of events here that Brandon could be losing this game.
Absolutely, but let's just stay with this one just to
Sure.
see maybe the last few moments of that game.
Of the seniors, yes?
Right, just to see the handshake. We always like to see the handshake.
The handshake.
The good sportsmanship in chess.
It's always the handshake, Oh, there we go. And we've seen so many occurrences.
I don't even want to see these arbiters coming to the board. Just play it like 5 times, just so that there's no dispute.
Repetition gone wrong.
Dmitry is like, okay, let's shake hands now.
They shook hands
at the board.
But it was a bit premature. Maybe they shake it again. I don't know.
And
He was waiting 65 years to diss him at the board. You put your hand out and then you pull it away. And as that game is drawn, let's just take a break. And we're going to see you on the other side of this one.
Very soon.
Absolutely.
I'm really excited. So currently I'm actually going to be a rising junior at Washington University in St. Louis. So I've been here in the summer doing research at the med school. So been accustoming myself to the heat and I'm really excited just to play in this tournament.
It feels great. It's my first time in St. Louis actually ever. So it's really exciting and I'm excited to play.
It feels great to be back to see people who I haven't seen so long and to just play more chess again. And St. Louis is such a nice city, so
well, this tournament is obviously really big, really prestigious, so I'm really honored to be here and also happy as well. I'm hoping to improve my result from last year.
Feels nice coming back here again. I look forward to this tournament literally every single year. It's probably my favorite tournament of the year, so yeah.
Great, of course, because this event, ever since I was younger, I always wanted to play in it, so now I'm finally here and I'm really excited.
It feels great. Everyone here has been so nice to me. I love how the St. Louis Chess Club treats its players. I've been here once before, but that was for a chess camp, and I know they've done a lot of changes since then, so I am really happy to be here.
It's pretty awesome. I was here last year, I did do so well, so I'm excited to have another chance to play here against all these amazing people, and it's just a really nice venue too, so I'm very excited to be here overall.
I'm excited. It's I actually don't know how many times I've played this tournament, but it's probably my last time this year, I think, because I'm getting too old now. But it's good to be back. I'm excited to play.
It feels really great. This is one of my favorite tournaments to play in. I played in person for the past, this is my 3rd year now, and to be able to play against such strong young female counterparts is always a really great thing. And also being in St. Louis, it's always a really fun experience. So I'm really excited for this tournament and I hope that will go well.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Begim Tokurjanova. I will be doing social media for the US Juniors and Seniors Chess Championships. Follow us in our social media and get more exciting behind-the-scenes action.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairn Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield. The St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autographed collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can't shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Begim Tokarjonova. I'm doing social media for the US Juniors and Seniors Championships here in St. Louis. Follow us for more exciting behind-the-scenes content.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuj and Akopian. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Karen Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our coverage of the national championships. These are the results.
Right, in the US Girls Junior section, we have 4 results. Prasanna lost to Mo, Yan won against Yip, Lee won against Liu, and Tang won against Wolff.
All decisive games, not a draw between them. And how about in the juniors?
In the juniors, we have 3 results. Wang won against Stearman very early on. Hong drew to Daggupati, and Liang won against Zhu.
And in the, I want to say, legends?
In the legends, we have also 3 results. Dlugy lost to Akopian, and then 2 draws. Novikov drew with Shabalov, and Gurevich drew with Kaidanov.
Just a beautiful, beautiful win by Akopian. But if we go to the juniors for a moment, we've got a big result brewing here in the Mishra versus Kirk.
Yeah, Kirk Ghazarian is really pushing for a win.
Yeah, he's done everything. I want to say he's achieved everything that's been possible, and he's got his pawn on f5. He's got his king on h4. This feels like Kirk should be really happy, Cristian.
Oh, how was I so wrong? I said,
commentator's curse. Trust me on this one.
I did say that Mishra has great chances to survive this one, but I have to say, I mean, knight h5 is coming. At some point, something is going to give. And yeah, this one is looking really bad. For example, knight h5 followed by rook c8, rook f8. How do you defend against that?
Exactly.
And I guess he's playing with his prey right now.
I'm also wondering, what about just knight g6?
Knight
I mean, if I just play knight g6 and I want king h8,
h5.
capture and checkmate on the back rank?
You want it all. And you want it nice. We want it now, sorry.
Getting to his last 7 minutes as well. That's the second time control. There's no more minutes after those ones.
Right.
Yeah, and we see Abhi Mishra kind of shaking because this is a very difficult position.
And again, he came in to this competition not only with high hopes and high expectations, but definitively, I am here to win the first.
Yeah,
and
second to last place means nothing to me.
Exactly, and this would be a huge setback. Speaking of another ending, by the way, the game between Brandon and Arthur, boy, did I'm kind of stunned by it, actually. The chess engine says just draw. It's not a difficult position that there's some kind of fortress. And I was sitting here saying, well, I expected black to play
Knight
F1, G4, H6, and yada, yada, yada. Black wins. The computer is just saying, no, zeros. And I'm really stunned that in this position, it's just saying that this is like some kind of a fortress draw. And you were saying, yes, sir.
Yeah, I was wondering, how the knight, what are you going to do about the knight? How is the knight getting into play?
Well, it's just, the point is that the king is kind of tethered, and you can move your knight all around the board, but you're not going to be able to play G5,
right?
Because the H pawn is hanging, and it's just like, it's a perplexingly strange positional draw. How do you explain this, Cristian?
Yeah, it's very difficult, and even the line that you were mentioning, Yasser, with knight f1, it's kind of the same idea, right? After a4, I think it happened.
Yeah.
I think here a4, knight f1 was what you were mentioning.
Right.
I can take on b5.
Right.
And then you have to take with the a pawn. You cannot take with the king because of bishop e2.
Right.
g4.
h6.
h6. Well, h6 I'm not sure was part of the deal, but let's try to understand why. I feel like I have to take that pawn on f5.
Okay.
Oh, you take with the e pawn.
Yeah, I was trying to create some pass.
What if I go bishop f3?
Bishop.
Now you're starting to risk it, also, right? King c5, maybe. I don't know.
Be careful about that
pawn on e6.
Yeah.
Oh dear. You mean I have to take with the f?
I think you have to take with the g pawn.
Well, no. Well, then you've got to check.
King knight g3, and you give a check, and then I go to d7. Something is hanging. Yes, you're losing a pawn.
That was the problem. So
that's the problem.
So maybe this is just.
And if you allow me, if you don't play the move h6, I guess this was the critical idea behind it. So knight f1, g4, and you don't play h6.
Okay, just a second. Hold on. So king c6, and I'm saying knight f1.
Right. I take on b5.
Take on b5, g4.
And now you don't play h6.
And if I go knight back to...
Now I go g5, right? And I stop you like this.
Yeah, and see, all I want to do is I want to take on g4, I want to play h5 and put my knight on f5, and I feel like we're just going to sign score sheets.
That's the dream.
You're going to play g5.
So if I go knight h5 here?
I don't take that.
Of course, yeah. I mean, if you take, I'm very happy.
We got to check.
King b6.
And king e3, yeah.
Okay, knight g7.
I know, it looks really good for black, but...
Knight e8. Not sure where I'm going, just somewhere.
That's the thing.
Knight
where
c7.
do you go?
King c6.
Wow. But let's just jump to the game of...
Melik Khachiyan against Douglas Root.
That's
right, the big one.
As our tournament leader has been in a king and pawn endgame for some time. At first we thought it was an easy win, then we thought the game might be drawing, and now it's back to being a win. Last move was king b6,
king b6,
g2.
king g2, a7. Forget about the f3 pawn, you don't need that. h3.
White is
well,
faster.
It's just queens.
Get a queen on the board.
He's done it. h2, well.
And then f4.
I think there's a lot of ways I can
And then just run with
one.
the king to capture the pawns.
Yes, f4
So
check,
king
put you in a
G1.
Zuzwang.
I think I can just play king c7, right?
Wow.
No, don't risk it, Kashka.
Wait,
No,
but
Well,
is
risk
that a
what?
risk?
no, don't risk it.
Just like king c7, queen.
Okay.
That's like a race.
Like this is the lazy man's way, right?
And just king
King
b7.
King.
Go here.
No, but just zigzag your way around.
But
What's it?
I
It's
don't see any
winning, it's
risks
winning.
here.
But
No, I'm with you 100%. Come on, Kate.
Thank you, Yasser.
Yeah, 100%.
Thank you for the vote of confidence.
Big,
Zero
big
chance he does
time,
that.
big time vote of confidence.
he's gonna zigzag his
If
way.
you want, we'll take a poll.
I'll take.
Would you
yes.
like Cristian on the show or off the show? Everybody who votes yes gets $10 and a free membership for July
All right.
to the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Foundation.
Melik, don't go to C7.
Melik, King C7, come on.
King C7.
There is
Melik.
beauty in simplicity.
Queen A1, just zigzag your way. Put the king into,
No zigzagging here.
No zagging or zigging.
What? No, come on. Melik. Don't disappoint me like this, Melik.
Melik, make us proud.
Make
King
us
C7.
proud. Yes.
This is real big disappointment if you disappoint me like that. Zigzag your way, get the queen to G4, put the king on H1, and then lose a tempo and force F6.
Wow, that was so complicated. I like move your king, win all the pawns, and queen the remaining
But you
pawns.
have to calculate. Look. Okay, I think Melik understands. He's starting to see the light.
He's thinking about it. He's
seeing the
thinking
light.
about it.
He's starting to see the light.
And
He
he's
understands.
looking at King C7 and he's saying, "What's my problem? Why do I have to calculate?"
And then he can just use his fingers like 1, 2, 3, 4 moves to capture the black pawn. 1, 2, 3.
Maybe you miscounted. No, Melik, you don't need that.
You
You
don't
just
need
keep
that.
the queen advantage.
Okay.
That's the easy one.
Katja, you had so take us through your method. In this position, you would like to go check on A7 or A1, Cristian?
A1. Yes,
no,
Melik. Yes.
Why? ¿Por
Thank
qué?
you, Melik. Thank you.
He's saved.
That is the way to do it. Yes,
King
get the
G2.
queen to G4. Beautiful.
And you want to go check, check,
Check, exactly. Check on
Check.
D1.
And King C7.
Queen G4. And now you can do whatever you want. King C7, King A7, King... No, okay, yes.
And you want to go Queen G3.
I put you in a Zuzwan. Well, with a king on
And
H1.
So the next move
In a
is-
stalemate, not a Zuzwan.
Yeah. So now you move the king, and
now I get my second queen.
And now you
Just don't
release-
capture that pawn with a queen take G5. Draw.
You release the stalemate. I
Yes,
get you. Okay, that's pretty convincing too. I have to
thank
say.
you. Thank you.
Okay, we are a little disappointed, Yasser.
A little redeemed though, but I mean, that's nice. The stalemate. And let's jump to Jacobson and the juniors.
Section.
I
Oh,
think
so
we
the
will
knight
see some
is on
resignations.
C7.
No. I think that's just actually our analysis.
That was my dream.
Yeah, it was sort of like there's this memory thing that the computer. So King, we do have some repeating going on. Bishop E2, King E3, check. I'm not going to take the knight, and this is knight H2. Arthur is like, I can't believe what's going on. I too am having difficulties reconciling this idea that, well, white's just got to draw.
Look, I like drawish positions, but I like positions with the queen up. Let's go
Let's
back
go
to
back
that
to
one.
the
Let's go back to
queen.
that one, the
But
queen.
there's nothing to risk for black, right? Just reroute the knight somewhere.
Of course.
Okay.
You'd love it. Just a second, reroute the queen. By the way, a game we just have not paid too much attention to is the Patrick Wolff game. Shame on you
And we
guys.
may see repetition there again.
With
Okay.
the Arthur
Knight
game,
G4,
Brandon
yes.
and Arthur. Queen B2 check, and this is where we think that you just bring the queen to G4. According to Cristian, bring the queen to G4. It's very, very straightforward routine win, and you're
Queen
good.
C1 now.
Queen C1.
Yep.
Which Melik has done, stopping the queen, defending the pawn on that
Queen C1, Queen D2.
Yep.
D1.
And I'm pretty sure we're going to see a handshake very
Melik is going to
shortly.
5.5 out of 6, guys.
Amazing score. An amazing, amazing score.
This is the tournament of his life.
For sure.
Absolutely no doubt about it. Winning, I'm not going to call it winning the championship.
And we
but
do have a repetition and a draw.
Yeah, Brandon Jacobson against Arthur Guo. 3-time repetition. We have a draw.
By the way, if you had told me that we were going to have a huge score in one of the tournaments, I would say, Carissa or Alice went nuts and started winning all the games. I thought the seniors were all going to be playing it close, you know, like somebody's going to win it with +2 or +3. Didn't see 5.5. 6.5 out of 7. And
You really want to make Cristian happy for his vote.
Yes, yes.
Melik.
You guys bullied me with that silly king c7. It's now time to face the music. It's time to face the music.
I
Guys.
mean, it's his pick, so I guess he knows what Melik is doing.
Right?
Very nice, Melik.
Very, very. King G1. Yeah. Queen G4 check. This is it.
Yes.
King H3, and we force F5 or F6 en passant. And then
He
take
wants
on
to
G3.
win with 2 queens on the board. I'm telling you.
With 2 queens on the board.
Okay, now
King
Queen
C6.
G3.
just
Queen
go
G3.
King A6 so that we don't see that silly King C7 on the board. Yes, okay, King C5, good enough. Good enough.
He's tasered now. He won't play King C7 for the next 2 years.
Cristian, this is brutal.
Good enough, yes, yes. Well, the revenge always has to be swift.
He's
you know?
sweet, right? Here we go. En passant, G5, and a queen.
En passant.
By the way, you
always-
get to go Queen
always
A8
forced.
mate. It would
Just
be
don't
nice.
take this pawn now. That's
Last
a big
chance.
no.
Queen F3, not taking the pawn.
Then Queen G3, right? And
I think
No,
he should-
then he's going to take the pawn.
There we go.
Okay, and we
There
see
we
a
go.
handshake.
Well done. Our congratulations to our tournament leader in the seniors. By the way, the remaining game between Benjamin and Patrick, I want to say, has been even for some time. A draw is a likely outcome there.
Guys.
Mishra.
Kirk blew it.
What?
Kirk blew it.
No way.
Completely blew it.
Wait, what happened?
Rook E5.
He played this knight to E6.
What?
Allow the exchange of the bishop on the wrong square. Oh
no.
my goodness.
Bishop
What a
takes
crucial
pawn.
moment in the junior section right now.
Wow, I'm kind of stunned into silence here. That.
What did he miss? I'm trying to understand. What did he miss? I mean, this is an easy draw after rook to e5.
Right.
That's the problem. What did he miss?
Rook E5. Was he thinking that he could play rook here?
But now king f...
King
maybe
F8?
this is what he missed. King f8, rook f7, and that's a win. But I can go f5, right?
F5.
Maybe f5, king h5. Okay.
Well, then I go king. Oh, there's a nice, Darush is suggesting there's a nice idea here for black. Black goes, rook e7.
King f7.
So Kirk has this position in mind, and he's saying you can't play king f8.
Because I have rook f7.
Except
But
he
guess
does.
what?
He plays king f8, and Darush is saying, yes, you win the second pawn, but after king g7, the rook it has to move, and after king g6, you can't prevent black from winning back the pawn and making a
Okay,
draw.
let's keep going. King rook e7, yes. Rook e8.
Now you'd almost like to have the rook here and the pawn.
Can we start with h5?
Maybe that's what you have to do, actually. No, rook e3 might, in fact, be the only move in that position.
Rook e8, rook e3. But then I go e7, and I'm threatening rook g7.
Right, but I like just
What did you
h5.
like?
Here,
Sorry.
h5. No? Can I do h5?
H5? Now you're confusing me, Kate.
But the line that you just played, I don't know why we stopped at that.
Sorry. By the way, rook e7 is on the board, and is king f8 the only move, by the way, Cristian?
Oh, I'm sure it is, yes.
Because I'm guessing if the rook moves and you allow king h5, you're lost?
I guess
or
it's
losing?
not, actually. You can do the same thing rook g5, rook f7, rook e5. So basically you can get to that position in which you sacrifice the f6 pawn.
Rook g5, rook f7, rook e5 transposes into the line.
Into the same line, yes.
Okay, so take us through, because Kate hit me with a surprise move h5 here.
No, king f6, okay.
King
Let's keep
f6.
going.
Okay, rook e8.
I'm still not sure why we stopped. Rook e3.
Rook e3.
Why did we
E7?
stop, guys? King g7, yes.
Threatening rook h8.
Oh,
King g7.
No reason to stop. No reason to stop.
Okay, that's an important move, king g7.
Wow, nice stuff.
And that's why I think it's important to have the rook on e3 so that you don't have king g3.
Right.
That has to be,
You
very
trap
good
mate.
accuracy in this calculation, because if you don't play king g7, it's winning for white.
Right, exactly. It's it's
the
one of
only
those,
move.
yeah, if you don't see king g7, you think to yourself, well, e7 wins. But then when you play king g7, the cold shower.
What?
Where's my victory?
Mishra has 2 minutes and 50 seconds.
And he's played king f8.
That's the right way. Right continuation.
And Mishra has only 3 minutes.
Now,
So, yeah.
and also I want to be very clear, king e8 would lose the game, right? Because
Yes, that should lose the game. Yeah.
That would be just rook takes f6. So king g8. So in some ways, I can't fault Kirk. He made a decision that we can sit here in the comfort of the studio here at the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center and say, okay, our engines are telling us white is winning. But then you get to this position, and in Kirk's mind, black is busted. Because if he moves the rook, the king goes. If he moves his king, he picks up a second pawn, and he thinks it's done and dusted. There's the second pawn.
Yes, but I mean, look, you have that position. You've advanced the position as much as you could.
Right.
And you finally have to deliver the blow. Perhaps the final blow. And you have an option. King, knight to e6 or knight to h5. You also have 36 minutes on your clock.
Knight to e6.
You really
or knight
have to
h5.
stop. This is the critical moment. Understand this is the critical moment. Stop and think, play knight h5, follow it up with rook to f8, and win rook d8, rook f8, and win the game. You have to do it. This is how you win chess games against the best chess players on the planet.
Right.
You have to calculate everything, because there's no way you're going to give them a chance and they're not going to take it. They're the best chess players, the best defenders on the planet.
But just a second. Bishop takes h5, king takes f5, king g7, rook moves, rook a7. Is this so easy?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know why we are even allowing the trade so far. If I have 30 minutes, my opponent has 3 minutes. I dance around. I force my opponent to think.
I mean, look, if we're struggling and we're not under the pressure of the ticking clock, Kirk, he's sitting there saying, I'm cruising to victory, everybody. Look, I'm doing great. Let me just refresh my board. Apologies.
Okay.
I'm 2 pawns up. Why aren't I winning? And it's this crazy move, king f6, rook e8, rook e3, e7, and it's this crazy move, king g7. Yeah. It's just confounding. You move away from the passer, you defend against rook h8, and you say, you're in zugzwang. You can't improve your game.
It looks like Abhimanyu sees this move, rook e3.
Let's see if he goes for it.
Yes.
Yep.
He
finds it, rook e3.
Well, you're right. These guys are tough. I mean, if there is a way for them to escape, they'll crawl through the tiniest.
They find
crack.
everything.
I know.
Absolutely everything.
Oh,
And
tell
we
me
have
about
another
it.
cool endgame in the girls section. Rose Atwell, Shreya Mangalam.
And by the way, this was one of those bishop versus knight. Everything's on the same side of the board. It's an extra pawn for white right here, right? And it's very similar
Similar
to
to-
Mishra's position. You know,
Yeah.
you take away a G6 pawn, you take away an E4 pawn, you make a G2 pawn, and you've got the same position. Kind of remarkable that they would get there. And once again, White's for choice, but not convincing. We have a guest, Cristian.
Melik, the train continues, 5.5 out of 6. This
Right.
must be the tournament of your life. Your initial reaction to this incredible result after 6 rounds.
Yeah, I'm actually very much surprised. I don't know what's going on. It is tournament of my life. I mean, I'm playing well. I mean, I don't know. I'm trying. I'm working every day myself, and it looks like so far it works perfectly. I knew about this opening. I predicted. I kind of got prepared for this, and I don't know. I thought he's going to play French, but then he played this E4, E5. Then I figured I didn't want to deal with this Berlin with the net F6. Because the only good game he played in this tournament, in my opinion, there was a game against Benjamin. I mean,
When he was winning, in fact.
yeah, he was
Yes.
winning. Yeah, he was clearly like, if he would play like net takes D3, he was like pretty much crushing there.
Yes.
So I figure he's going to repeat this. I also found his old games back to 70s, 80s when he played E4, knight C6, knight F3, F5. F5, right? Yeah, EF D5. Then I had prepare something there as well. But then I knew he's going to play E5. He's going to get back to this, because he was expecting from me to play the Roy Lopez or Italian. And I thought, okay, so this is actually a very tricky line. This is one of the lines which, in my opinion, very underrated. Kind of
this knight C3
underestimated.
line for 4 knights, and this is considered
Actually,
to be some sort
I
of
believe, by the way, in my
equality.
opinion, I may be wrong, but I think CD is an accuracy.
CD?
Yeah.
Okay. How come?
Well, because I think Bishop G4 much better move.
Bishop to G4 first. Okay.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Yeah, this is about, then Bishop H5, and then we have DC, Queen D4 check, King H1, Bishop C3, all these positions.
Some Nepomniachtchi versus Caruana games.
Yeah,
I see a lot of
LeBron
games.
played it, many times against my Mediaro. So this is like a very well-known position. So this is H3. Yeah, actually H6 is also, I'm not sure, because people usually play like C6 right away.
First, allows Bishop G5, then H6 and things of that nature. Well, why do you feel like this is underrated?
Well, I wanted to get position something like this. I wanted to get slightly tiny edge and put a long game and keep.
You should thank your coach, right?
Yes, coach. By the way,
What?
Thank you. I also have, by the way, another coach, my good friend Buddy Thompson from Phoenix, Arizona. He also he's my student, he's my good friend. He's also telling me what should I do, how should I behave, all this stuff. But fun.
Anyway, you asked me yesterday, how should I be aggressive? Should I?
Right.
Yeah, you made some interesting hand motions.
I knew how to behave, how to play the game, but I just wanted to confirm.
Yes, very good, very good.
All right. So but I got what I wanted, and I think after all the straights, I thought I'm supposed to be better. Yeah, Bishop E6, I don't know. I didn't like more Bishop E6.
Right.
Yeah.
He was trying too much to exchange the pieces.
Right, exactly. I think Bishop must be on this diagonal to protect the F5 square.
That's right, on E6 in general.
Right. So, Queen D4, knight D4, I think it's a blunder, knight D4.
Okay.
I thought it's a blunder, no positional blunder, because he's supposed to stay stay chill, like Queen D6, Queen C7. It's about equal. But when
not easy also because you have the knight coming to
I know.
F5.
I had some prospects for sure.
Yeah.
But when he put that E4, it's actually much more. After Rook E1, I thought I'm actually better.
You are, yes.
Yeah. But then I start to I didn't like my play. Yeah, Queen G4 was a bad move.
Okay.
I missed. I thought. I have some kind of whatever vision to jump on D7 with the rook and blah blah blah. But it wasn't right. It's supposed to be consolidated, control diagonal, make sure that nothing's going on. Maybe Rook E3.
Not easy, right? the material is very limited.
No, I know. But then I realized after Queen G4, H5, Queen D1 here, I realized, okay, my plan is supposed to be get back to control this diagonal and try to see what's going on in the endgame. Yeah.
So you assess this endgame.
Yeah, but I think he can't trade him. I think it's whenever he trade the rooks. I'm not sure about I think, by the way, mistake was when he played Rook King F8.
Yeah, on king a3, he's supposed to be doing check. I thought it's check, it's important check here.
Maybe kick you on to
Right.
d2, yes.
Yeah. And somehow hold this position. I'm not sure if it's holdable or not, but he can allow me to play king d4 and keep getting that towards the pawn. Yeah.
No, it's not an easy endgame.
Right, because when he plays king f8, now king d4 is challenging, because if you don't play rook d7, then I'm going to go king c5, game over.
Yes.
Yeah. But but the endgame, I think, is supposed to be lost.
It is.
Lost, right? I was right, right?
Yeah. I don't think you ever.
Yeah, but I
let
mean,
him off the hook.
is it right planned? F3, g4?
You have a couple of plans here.
Okay.
I think this is one of them. I believe h4 was also
But
working.
somehow I wasn't sure about
b5 was
h4.
also working. Yeah, b5, then get the king to e5, and then f4, f5 with the pawn on h4.
I was looking for that, yeah. But I thought f3 is most accurate. I don't, maybe I'm wrong. I thought f3 to create like a second passer.
Yeah, seems
and
to work.
then to nail the pawn structure.
Yeah.
But
No, I don't think you ever let him off the hook.
Yeah. No, I know a pawn is supposed to be lost, yeah.
But this is the most important moment of the game, I have to tell you, because we had a huge argument here, and I told them.
Oh, that's eventually king c5 winning.
Queen a1 is the easy win.
Yeah.
King c7. They were saying king c7, king c7, Melik. And I told, no. Melik is not going to calculate.
That's
Come
greedy.
on, forget about that.
Queen a1 is like a classic. Come on.
Classic. Thank you. All right. Any questions, guys? Because I have no questions. I'm done with my questions.
So unhappy.
I rest my case.
We were trying to vote Cristian off the show, and we were saying if you had played the move king c7, we would have carried you around the streets of St. Louis.
And Melik, it looked like you were touching the king. You were about to play king
my
c7.
hand wanted to play king c5.
Right.
Right. But then I thought it's kind of, nah.
Destiny.
Is.
I call it destiny. Yes.
But Melik, one important question. You were saying at the beginning of the show that he doesn't have ambition, right? You were saying that you are just here to play chess. But now you have 2 points lead. Maxim Dlugy lost today. So how is your mindset changing? Because you have just 3 rounds to go, giant advantage, leading the tournament. How do you feel?
No pressure. Tomorrow is new day, new game. Just continue playing as nothing's going on. Because there is every player here, it's like, selected one, very strong one. So you can't relax on this field. So tomorrow I'm playing Gregory. I mean, I'm the most experienced player. So, and we always had like a tough games against each other. So tomorrow is going to be, I guess, a task for me if I deserve to be on the first place or something like that. We'll see.
Right.
Yeah. Nice. But there's no pressure. I'm getting more relaxed, meditating.
I mean, with 2 point lead, who wouldn't be relaxed?
I feel very relaxed. Our congratulations. Very
Thank you,
Yasser.
very
Thank you,
nicely
Katerina.
done. Thank you, Cristian.
Boy, but we,
your
like
support
I
is
said,
valuable. Thank you very much.
Invaluable support.
No problem.
But this king c7, we
that
still
was a
feel
delicious
hurt.
moment.
We still feel a little bit hurt.
It's too much. It's
Boy,
too
that
much.
would have
Come
been
on.
great.
I mean, Queen e1, get on g4. I
Yes,
mean,
tell them, Melik.
Yeah, put it in like no moves. Come on. I mean,
moving on.
Catch your breath. Kind of. It's easier, right?
It's true. It's true.
I only coupled 20 minutes before that, so it's enough.
We're having too much fun here, folks. Patrick Wolff, Joel Benjamin, sometimes that no draw offer rule makes all kinds of sense. And then you kind of think to yourself, wow, it's so dead. You kind of think, well, can't you guys find a 3-move repetition? Nope, they're going to be at it for a while. What else is going on? We have
another
Kirk.
endgame.
Kirk and Mishra, they're getting to that position that we achieved. Kirk did not push the pawn to e7, but that's interesting. Mishra is saying, whether my king is on g7 or not, I have both king h7 as well as king g7.
But is that true? Don't I have g5 now?
g5, let's say check, right? If you go king h5, well, you have to go king h5, right? And then what? So, okay, I give you everything you want.
Give me everything. Yeah,
As soon
h4.
as you go, as soon as you go king f6, I'm going to go check. Yeah, h4, I wait. this is like one of those positions where you're 2 pawns to the good, and you can't win.
I mean, what an incredible save.
Wow.
Right, Mishra.
What an incredible save.
I have 2 pawns. I feel like I should do something about
right.
it.
You know, like you feel cheated.
Absolutely.
I mean, you know, it's there in the contract. You know, I signed the contract. If I have 2 pawns up in a rook and pawn endgame, I should win.
This must be devastating for Kirk.
Oof.
Yeah,
Because last game he was completely winning as well. Out of the opening, he had that blow that would have finished the game in 15 moves.
Right.
He didn't spot that. I'm sure he saw it after the game. That already is by itself devastating.
Yeah.
And then you get this position, you work your way. I mean, incredible preparation.
5 hours.
Put it on the board.
Right.
Then grind him down. Grind Abhimanyu down, one of the top prospects in the country. And then
Better
you blow it.
position, giant time advantage.
Time advantage as well. That's another great point.
Right.
And then you just didn't finish the job.
Heartbreaking. I remember in the old days I had against Anatoly Karpov, world champion. We had these adjournments 9 hours, and I had him dead to the wall for like all of the time. And he found a way of escaping, and it's still like painful. How? His first words to me, we had agreed to a draw, were, "How did you not win that game?" He said,
That's worse than a loss.
Thank you. It was terrible. But let's see something pretty. Here we go.
Here you go. 5.5 points out of 6.
What a line score.
Wow, what a performance by Grandmaster Melik Khachiyan, leading the U.S. Seniors Championship.
Well, I don't know what kind of K factor it is, but he may be the biggest talent in the United States right now, the biggest rating point gainer of July. And let's refresh our predictions.
So for the U.S. Girls Junior, it's me and Yasser.
Even though we were outvoted, I'm still happy with my
Still
score.
happy with your
I'm still happy with our results. Okay, let's move on. Mishra, oof. I dodged a bullet today.
And Cristian, you can announce this.
Look, I'm tired of winning. I'm winning too much today. Come on.
You know, even the blind hand can find a seed.
But let's take a look at. Oh, here we are.
Have a repetition going on.
I thought about looking at my pick in the seniors, Joel Benjamin against Patrick Wolff. But here, we
With
see
Rose?
That draw end game.
Oh yes. Somehow White.
I thought White had extra pawn. What happened there?
Minor. Oh. Somehow, Rose has let. Yeah, maybe it was. Well, I'm not exactly sure.
So I guess if we play f4 here, Black still plays King f5.
Exactly.
Yeah, so
F4,
there's no
King
way of
F5.
stopping and attacking that f4 pawn.
And this is what happened. Rose just went into this, and they've been repeating, and we expect a draw to be agreed here. Yep.
The arbiter approved. This is a draw between Rose
First
Atwell
and
and
only
Shreya
draw in
Right,
round
in the
6
girls section.
in the girls section. 4 out of 5 decisive games, which means that we have just the Joel Benjamin Patrick Wolff game and Kirk and Mishra game going on. I think we have to go to Joel and Patrick.
You see how they have so many score sheets to sign? Because
Right.
it was a very long game.
Exactly. And, well, again, it looks just so very, very balanced. I just don't even know what the players are going to do.
Wait,
Knight
so
to
White can
C6.
get a pawn?
What?
No, it's Black's turn. Okay. I was happy to get a pawn.
Wow. What? No. True that. If we can get a pawn, it's nice. But I think we're just going to drop back Knight to C6 here.
And then I go Bishop A4.
Right. So I don't want to allow this ending, right? So I'll have to drop back with my bishop.
And then I'm going to drop Bishop B3. I want to get to E6.
Exactly. And once you get to E6, what exactly did you... Oh, you could maybe go back to D5. Well, wait a minute. Then your 2 bishops could be working, right? Because you got this ideas. Okay, so then I actually have to take this seriously. Just a second.
Thank you for taking me seriously.
Well, no, I thought the position was
okay.
so balanced that I didn't think there was any issues.
No, let's keep going in that variation.
Oh,
Okay.
Christian is very happy.
I don't think it was winning.
Bishop, even that.
Even that.
Knight c6, bishop a4, bishop b5, bishop here. I was...
It's close, but okay, let's see. Check. Go here. I take the pawn on h3.
Take the knight.
And this is opposite color bishops. I cannot believe that I should be losing this.
That's a good point, right?
Right, because you have king d6 to guard that pawn.
So why not, right?
Oh, can I play king f2?
Okay, you take that. Yeah.
Just
keep
kind
going.
of block your bishop forever?
Yeah, but then your king
That's
is
okay, g3. I'll give you that pawn.
even...
Okay.
Let's see the worst version for me.
It's for sure.
Take king d6. How is this?
It must be a draw.
That
Is
should
this
be a
enough?
draw.
I mean, you would love if you
even,
can get...
Even this should be a draw, yeah.
You just simply don't have enough squares, right?
And I'm not even sure that we needed to be so generous that I gave you the G pawn. So, sorry, here. But maybe I do have to give you the G pawn. Because I'm in Zugzwang.
Right.
I have to move my bishop anyway.
It's losing on e5, then black is actually in
No,
trouble.
then I get really frightened. Okay, so maybe Joel, well, he's on the sunny side.
But we see knight
of
b5
matters.
happened on the board. No knight c6.
That makes more sense, I would say. Keep this bishop away from the e6 square. As long as the bishop doesn't go to e6, you're not driving my king away from the e7 square. So knight b5, much more logical move. Yeah, that
It's unclear
must.
how to continue. I
must
would like
be a
maybe
draw.
some bishop h5, but if you don't disappear with your bishop on c4, I will not get to that diagonal.
Right. I'll patrol the diagonal, right? I'll go. No.
No patrolling? Oh.
I was thinking to take away the a4 move.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this looks very drawish.
Very drawish indeed. Cool. Well, Christian,
Should
what
we
can
go
you
back
share
to
about
the-
this position? Yeah.
No, that one is indeed very close to equality. I don't think there's much to break between these two players right now. Separate these two players.
Refresh the Kirk game for a moment. There has been,
But this is a good learning moment, right? Because this is such an important endgame. I mean, you're 2 pawns down. It seems like you're on the brink of defeat, and yet White cannot do anything. I mean, Kirk right now cannot believe it. I mean, how did I blow this? You have
I mean,
to give
this
up the
king
pawn.
on g7, h7, just holding the position.
Yep.
That's an incredible defense. It's
Yep.
easy to miss that because you think king f7 attacking the rook, then rook h8.
what was one of your big misses where you let your opponent escape, or you discovered there was a fortress that you couldn't have imagined? You were a queen up against the rook.
I had so many misses. I don't know which one to pick. I remember once I was having.
I was looking for one.
I remember, having as white pawns like a6, b7, or I mean a6. Sorry, b6.
A6, B6.
And
You were
extra
black
pawns.
or white?
I was white.
So you had two connected pass pawns on A6 and B6.
Yeah, and somehow
Sounds good.
Somehow he captured something on b7, and I recaptured with rook, and it was a stalemate.
Oh,
Super
no.
stupid. I was just like.
Oh no! So you recaptured on B7. There's a king on A8, and he could give away everything else.
Yeah,
in a
because I couldn't
stalemate.
recapture with the pawn because then there is double pawn and it's always a draw.
Right.
So I just missed but I was completely winning. 2 extra pawns.
Brutal.
No, I have a big collection that I can pick from.
How about yourself, Christian?
I mean, I have
you
multiple of
miss.
those every tournament. I've had a couple recently, and one big one was I played in Spain a couple of weeks ago, actually. And I played this 2,300 15-year-old that, in fact, in the next 2 weeks after that tournament, won 150 rating points. So he was definitely underrated. But obviously, 2,300, I'm 25 plus. I wanted to beat him, right?
Of course.
And I got to rook, bishop versus rook. We shuffled the pieces. I managed to actually get him on the last rank, and I got to a winning position, but I ran out of moves. So I got into the Philidor position, but I ran out of moves. I was 5 moves away from finishing it off, and then he claimed the draw, and I had to accept the draw.
Wow.
So that was quite painful, right? Because you've worked so much, you've labored 6-7 hours, whatever it was. You got a winning position in a theoretically draw endgame, and then finally you just simply ran out of moves. Quite painful.
Oh.
What about you, Yasser? Do you remember
I just
any
told
painful?
Karpov. Oh,
Yeah.
I just told you Karpov, and that for me stands hands and shoulders above. Yeah, sure, I failed here and there and there and there, but when you get the world champion for 9 hours in the position where he just completely tied up, wow! So that one really got away from me. But we all have had our share of pain.
I mean, the more chess you play, the more mistakes you make, right? That goes with that.
That's where I take pride and say I've made every mistake you can in chess, at least twice. Because how could you be sure you made a mistake the first time?
Well,
you
Yasser,
can't
did you do the mistake that I did to resign in a winning position?
That somehow has escaped me. How did you resign?
I don't want to talk about it, but it happened.
We have therapists standing by, but in the meanwhile, we have a guest with Cristian in studio.
Rose, a difficult tournament up to this point, but you keep on fighting and keep on fighting, keep putting forward your best chess. Tell us about your experience here at the St. Louis Chess Club so far.
I mean, I think it's been pretty enjoyable. Obviously, I wish the tournament would have gone a bit better for me, but there's still 3 rounds left.
Let's talk about the critical moments of your tournament. What would you say those were, and how did they impact your performance so far?
Well, like when I held that tough position against Carissa, I think gave me some confidence. And when I lost those 3 games in a row, that was difficult.
How do you recover from those painful losses?
Well, the rest day helped, obviously, but
Yes.
I mean, mostly I just try to pretend like the next games in the tournament are like a separate tournament, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, absolutely. No, what I really like about you is that you always post your thoughts also on Twitter and social media. You definitely create that connection with your fans. Do you enjoy that? And tell us a bit about that.
Well, basically, I just post after every tournament game because it seemed like everyone is interested in how I did. So I just write a short tweet sort of explaining a bit.
No, I think that's a great way to externalize your feelings, let's say. Guys, any questions for Rose?
Just an observation, Rose. I thought that you played incredibly well out of the opening. Like your preparation was great. How deeply did you prepare for this Breyer? It was amazing.
Maybe my preparation ended around B3.
Sorry, B3 after
Yeah.
Bishop D2, because you've been following, top grandmaster games, right up. Well, at B3, did you?
Yes.
That's pretty deep. Yeah.
Because I mean, I've played the Breyer myself, and it's like you were playing it like you've done this your whole life or something. It's pretty impressive.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's actually my question. You are just 14 years old and you qualified for this incredible tournament. I mean, it's for girls under 20 years old, so you can play it at least 5 more times. How does that feel to be this young and already qualifying for, such an incredible tournament here in St. Louis?
Well, it feels nice. I mean, even if this one is not going exactly the way I hoped, I'll still have many more chances to make it better. So I like it.
And on that note, I read that this year it was your first time that you won in a classical chess against a grandmaster. How do you think about yourself in terms of like chess progress? That like you're still improving with every tournament.
Yeah, I think I'm still improving. Definitely.
I hope so.
I mean, when you beat grandmasters at 14 years of age, you must be feeling quite good about your chess and your improvement.
Yeah, but nowadays there are like grandmasters there are people who already are grandmasters.
That's
at
true.
like 13. Like
That's
Abhi
also
Mishra,
true.
who's here. So.
Is he one of your let's say, idols, or like you've been looking up to him as he was growing up through the ranks?
Yeah, definitely. I even got his book at home, like how he became a grandmaster.
Very nice, very nice.
Well,
Well, congratulations, Rose.
Absolutely. And we're going to be hearing your name and watching a lot of your tournament games for years to come. Good luck.
Thank you.
Good luck. And I mean, come on, she just blitzed out like 20 moves
Yeah.
of Theory. Like, get out of here. Like, how do
Again,
you do
you're
this?
14 years old and you are just playing this tournament. Incredible.
Wow. Okay, I saw there while we were having the discussion, Kirk and Mishra still at work.
Is
but
smiling?
Mishra's...
I see him smiling, I think. I feel I'm
this
seeing
is
a
much
smile.
easier to hold now, right? You
Oh,
just keep
he's
the
won
king.
the E-pawn. That's just so easy.
I think it's just repetition right now. They're finding the
You
repetition.
must be so happy for surviving this game.
No, no repetition.
No? No
Okay, not yet. All right. King H8.
King H8?
Why not? Or Rook B6 or Rook A6. Or Rook E6.
I mean, in online chess, I'd be worried about pre-moving. Like, like I could pre-move Rook A7 and my opponent pre-moves Rook A6. And there you go, you see. The Mishra's taking that extra half second to make sure the rooks are not in touch with one another. Finally, check. So at some point you have to play G5, otherwise we're going to have a 3-move repetition.
King G8. Rook B7.
Rook C6.
Very clever.
We're seeing some... It's okay, Mishra. Keep going. Don't look for that repetition. Come on.
Yeah, he's looking for it.
Just play the moves.
Come on, right? Okay. Rook D6 works too.
G5.
G5.
All right.
Here we
Finally, here we go. HG. Take that pawn off.
go. Move back to A6.
That's actually, White was threatening G5, G6, winning.
Right.
Right? So, Mishra did the right thing there by trading.
This is a very classical position you need to know in a rook endgame how to defend this.
Kirk's getting in that Zwischenzug before recapturing, because once again, Mishra could go king f6, h takes g5 check, and potentially lose the game. So, one of those things.
And once White pushes the pawn to g6, we just go from behind, giving checks.
When did you learn the Philidor? Philidor position, which this is? When were you like first year in chess?
No, not that early.
Not
I
that
don't
early.
think so. I think the first year it's like rook behind the pawn.
Is enough.
And maybe the bridge and
And the
something
bridge.
like very simple. But then when you start understanding more these endgames, I think that's the second, next
Level.
important kind of position to know.
Right. So you got these.
Because here you play like rook a1, you can really mess up the position.
Truly, it's that simple. And now, as you said, once the pawn is on the g6 square, then you check from behind, because the king cannot no longer go to g6.
Right.
A very funny way of
stomping
that move.
It's an awkward way. For me, one of the players who had the most beautiful fluid motion, which I thought was, incredibly nice, was Paul Keres. He just played in this kind of a flowing motion. None of this, holding the piece for, 2.5 seconds or anything like that. But he just played it very, very fluidly. Whereas Vasily Smyslov, towards the end of his career, I mean, his hands were moving and bumbling and shaking, and like I couldn't believe, but he was going blind at the end of his life. So he was having difficulty putting the piece on the right square. Did you have a player that you felt played particularly the moves well as a player who maybe played the moves poorly, like hand-eye movement?
I can't really pinpoint
Anybody?
any game, any specific player right now.
Right. Christian? You?
The same. I really cannot think of anybody that.
Right.
I think most players nowadays, especially at the top, they're pretty cognizant about,
right,
not throwing pieces around,
That's
setting
what
the
I
pieces
mean.
in the middle
Magnus
of the square.
looks like Hikaru, Fabi, they just play in a very easy, gentle motion.
Yes.
I remember first time when I kind of arrived to US and I played a tournament that was not collegiate. It was some kind of open. I saw players like listening to music, like having headphones, and that was
Really?
so annoying
Is
for
that
me.
even allowed?
It was allowed. I don't know what's the
How could
situation
you-
now, but it was allowed for them to have like headphones and to listen to music. And I thought that's like,
Remarkable.
are we playing a tournament or like?
Are you going to a concert?
Yeah, it was so weird.
You would think that anything electronic, especially headphones, wouldn't be allowed because, and here we have Mishra, by the way, he just rounded up the pawn with the move Rook G6, and we're going to see King versus King after King F5.
That's not going to be a long game.
Good for us.
Kirk is still thinking.
Yeah.
Maybe we can zoom out a little bit.
21 minutes.
Just
Will
to
he
see
use all of his
curious
clock
about
time?
his
He's just replaying the game, like, what did I do wrong? How come that
Expression,
beautiful
yes.
position finished in this?
Yes. His expression might be, oh man, what did I just do?
Yeah, opportunities lost. I think about that sometimes in sports, and I hate it when the sports commentators say, it's like the coaches are playing a game of chess with one another. No, they're not. They don't know anything about chess. But you see those soccer games where one team is outplaying the other team and constantly has the ball and all the shots on goals, and then the other team has one opportunity and they score.
Right.
It's like, it's so unfair, the result. And this is one of those where Kirk is going to say, I was cheated. I was 2 pawns up. I had this great position.
Okay, but what is...
Chess is cruel,
But we
Christian.
come back to defense, right? How that is important, just not to
Absolutely.
lose very bad positions.
Absolutely.
What exactly is Kirk thinking about right now?
Well, I'm with you.
Okay, there's
100%
one way to
Kate.
lose it. All right, I see a way to lose it.
Wow.
You go King F5, and now you respond with King H7.
Oh, then you promote.
And finally, I have G8, and the game is over.
Yes, but
that's
you do it this
probably
style. You
the
promote
only
with a knight.
That's actually a good idea.
No, it
When you
doesn't
promote
work
to a
in
knight,
that check.
I just block Rook G7.
Okay, but then I win Rook and Knight versus.
Oh, but you can promote to a bishop, and after King H6, you checkmate.
You can, yes. Very nice. Very nice.
In style.
That's in style.
There you go.
Okay, what are we doing here?
Okay, it's getting late. But Kirk did make a move, and I'm with you 100%. I think that Kirk was actually thinking about, earlier.
That was an impressive.
Yeah, that was. We're
He
just talking
channeled
about
his-
beautiful piece play and the proper etiquette, and then came Rook G7 and the bashing of the king. Congratulations to Mishra for saving a very,
What a
very
save.
unpleasant position.
Crucial save for his standings and for his tournament as well.
Mishra is just asking, why did you do knight E6?
Right? Why did you let me escape? Which leaves us with a single game remaining in this senior section, by the way. This is the Patrick Wolff game. Let me just refresh the board. And, well, looks completely dead. The light-squared bishops have been traded off.
Last man standing.
Last man standing.
Is there any chance here at all? For anything?
Right? I was just,
No. I think the only chance is to somehow mess it up with the bishop and allow that knight to start roaming around.
Exactly.
Yeah, if someone can try for a win, it's black, right? The knight kind of jumping around.
Right. You go a5, and somehow the knight magically lands on the d6 square, and the
Or maybe
e4
knight d8. Oh, trading
pawns
these pawns.
of just got traded. So sorry, knight d.
I thought knight d8, knight c6.
Knight d8, king over. Let's try it. Knight d8, king g4, knight c6. Continue. Bishop c3.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know, king e7.
Yeah.
You want to go from that side? Okay.
Come on, Yaz, you can do it. And with two of the tournament games all finished, let's take a look at the standings. Now that the history books have been written for round 6.
Right, so we have the U.S. Girls Junior standings after round 6. Sole leader Alice Lee winning today and having 5 points out of 6. Incredible tournament for her so far.
Carissa Yip tumbling.
Right, second Zoe Tang just half a point behind. Amazing tournament for her as well.
Right.
And then a two-way tie for the third place. Carissa Yip and Ruyang Yan.
Rochelle Wu at 5th, also tumbling. And in the juniors?
In the juniors, we have still a three-way tie. Wow. Abhimanyu Mishra, Andrew Hong, and Arthur Goa with 4 points. And Brandon Jacobson just behind them with half a point less.
Exactly. And seniors with one game still under play, we won't go through the standings. And the schedule.
Right, 1 round a day, starting every day, 1 p.m. Central Time. So we have tomorrow round 7 until round 9. And then if necessary on Tuesday, there will be playoffs for the first place.
Absolutely. We will be crowning champions, and those playoffs will Tuesday. But we have an entire summer of chess.
Right, a lot of chess coming your way. Chess 9LX, September 7th to 11th. Then we have the US and US Women's Chess Championship in October. St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, very popular event in November. And of course, Sinkfield Cup also in November.
The granddaddy of them all, the Sinkfield Cup. That will determine the Grand Chess Tour champions. And, for $1 million plus in prize fund, that tournament, that the Grand Chess Tour will come to a close there.
A5 on the board. That's something you were predicting, Yasser, right?
Exactly.
Forcing the bishop to go away.
And then the question is, we were asking if somebody was going to blunder the game away and lose the game, would it be the bishop or would it be the knight? And this is one way where maybe the knight could potentially lose because, oops, excuse me, that wasn't supposed to happen. What was supposed to happen was...
Wait, the knight can lose? How does the knight lose? Oh, you mean...
If we gamble away.
By the way, he's
actually going for it.
He just did it, right? Wait a minute. Okay, now I got to make sure that I've...
Okay, that I didn't think that he's going to go for.
Well, we're in the square.
And he just wants to sacrifice the knight.
And then we can just sacrifice the knight.
Okay.
He's done it. Patrick has calculated that his king can get back to the...
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That actually makes sense. Yeah.
So I can't even contrive to lose.
I mean, when there is the bad corner square, then that's a problem for white.
Exactly.
But yeah, for a second, I was worried about that pawn running away.
Right. Was that a big revelation for you too when you discovered for yourself that the wrong colored bishop and an extra pawn and the extra bishop wasn't a win?
I feel it's so unfair.
Right?
You get extra piece, you have a pawn, how come it's not winning?
Exactly. The stalemate rule. Wow. Our predecessors really made chess tough. By the way, there's a movement afoot. I don't know if you're even aware of it, but there's a movement afoot to say stalemate is a win. If you get your opponent into a position where they're stalemated and they can't make a move,
and by the movement you mean Nigel Short.
For example, well, there's others. I mean, Frank Camerata, the famous chess set designer, he thinks that stalemate. No other sport allows stalemate to be a draw. If you got your opponent helpless, and then they call it a draw.
You know, if you are unhappy with this, go play duck chess. Because in duck chess, whoever is stalemated is actually winning.
There you go. Nice. You're not one of those in favor of changing the stalemate rule?
No,
No.
I'm not
you like
in favor.
It? And how about you, Christian? You like the stalemate rule to
Oh,
exist?
absolutely not. No. I like the stalemate rule. I don't want it changed. I think it has a purpose in the chess world, and so many positions would be, and so much of our knowledge would actually be changed, right?
Of course.
Because there's so many of these technical end games that finish somehow in a stalemate. I remember that we were speaking about rook bishop versus rook. You know, the defense where you give a check, and then if he takes your rook or she takes your rook, you're in a stalemate. So you have so many of those positions, and a lot would change. I don't see it making any sense to my eyes.
Yeah.
By the way, make more victories. That's the change.
Yeah, so you want to change it?
No,
reason.
I'm being an argumentative. I actually like the current rule.
So don't argue for the other
I'm just
side.
saying the public wants victories. They don't want to hear that you've drawn 11 games in a row.
But
and
stalemate
if you
is
change
cool.
the stalemate
No, but stalemate
rule,
is cool. Stalemate is like en passant. It's magic, right?
true.
It's almost like magic.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I mean, I think of all of those wonderful studies.
Yeah, and even, you know, the world uses, the Congress is in stalemate. Imagine if the rules were changed.
You would actually change the whole world if you change that rule. You change that rule, you change language, you change the whole world.
Let's try it. That's what I'm saying. Give it a shot. How do you know? You got to make your mistakes.
By the way, in this game, Joel Benjamin and Patrick Wolff.
Yes.
Patrick can play knight g3 check, just grab that pawn on f5,
and
it's
get
a
to
draw.
one of those stalemated positions where your king gets to a8. And once your king gets to a8, doesn't matter that you're a piece up.
Yeah, king d7, you can do that first as well, king g6.
The crazy thing is the king, even if the white king gets to g6, you can never capture the pawn on f6.
Yeah.
So
I will
I don't
require
need
my
to rush
bishop. Yeah.
with knight g3.
So king g6, king c6. I'll have to bring my bishop. Have I got this right? Yeah, king to b6.
Of course.
Yeah, this is okay.
I mean, you can take on f6 if you want, but knight
Even?
g3. Yeah, I think so.
Wait, what?
Okay, queen ending of an extra pawn. No, you don't want to do that. Get out of here.
Of course you don't. No reason to suffer. But with the king on b7, even that is no suffering.
By the way, speaking of no suffering, can I actually just run my king up to this square so that when you do go here?
But I don't. I just sit. The thing is, you don't actually have any moves with the knight. The knight is kind of stuck on e4.
True.
So you can do whatever you want as long as you want. At some point, you will have to move the knight, and then I pick up the pawn on f6.
Absolutely.
I think Patrick probably understands that. He's going to go knight g3. Okay, king c6.
By the way, I want to give a shout out to the Women's World Championship that is ongoing in China, as those two players have battled their way to a standstill with one game remaining, all to play for the Women's World Championship. I thought Zhu Wenjun came in as a big favorite, but her challenger is playing incredibly well.
Yeah.
Big shout out to those two competitors. Joel didn't want to see the black king coming to the a4 square.
Completely block that pawn. So what are we predicting? King b6 here? King b7. Why am I always wrong?
Commentators curse. You'll get used to it. I mean, it happens to the very best of us. Trust me when I say this.
King f7.
King b7.
Yeah, king f7 now. Knight g3. Let's see Joel. Maybe he's still trying. I don't know. Not convinced.
Joel's right.
Not sure what he's worried about.
Thank you. Thank
Here we
you,
go.
Patrick. Will you please clarify and just take the pawn on f5 so that we can call it the day?
Yeah. Knight takes f5.
There we go.
Beautiful.
Beautifully
E4,
done.
try
Well
to
done.
run.
Run.
Run with the pawn. There we go.
The last great act of defiance.
King a8.
They still cannot agree on a draw here, right? It has to be 3-4 repetition or a stalemate.
Or a stalemate,
Yeah.
yes.
That it's still a draw. Stalemate.
Exactly. King a6. No.
Get the king to... don't go king a6. It's still a draw, but...
yeah, right.
You really don't want to do that.
Stay
Just
in the
hang
corner.
out around the a8 square.
Yes. Now bishop d6. No, okay. a6, king b8.
By the way, I don't think I had too many stalemates in my chess careers. Like, we didn't play it out. Once we reached this ending, we would.
You would just agree
to
on a draw, right?
Yeah.
Very good handshake, smile on their faces. They're both happy.
Exactly. Hearty hand claps.
They're laughing.
As, yeah.
They probably don't remember the last time they stalemated someone.
Oh. Exactly. A very, very nice fighting, very combative round 6. But sum it up for us, Cristian, as we.
Well, perhaps maybe we can see the standings first.
Yes.
Right. So standings for the seniors after round 6, we have Melik Khachiyan 5.5
Running
points,
away
just
with-
incredible, running away. Because then we have a 4-way tie for the second place. Vladimir Akopian, Gregory Kaidanov, Maxim Dlugy, and Alex Shabalov, all with 3.5 points each.
Yeah, at +1, you kind of think I'm in the mix. Not even close. And in the girls?
In the girls, let's take a look. We have a sole leader, Alice Lee, 5 points, amazing performance so far. Zoe Tang, also incredible game even today, 4.5 points. And then a 2-way tie for the third place, Carissa Yip and Ru Yang with 3.5 points.
And just again to mention Rochelle, one of the pre-tournament favorites, getting knocked off her pedestal, losing today. And finally in the juniors.
Yeah, here we have a 3-way tie for the first place. Abhimanyu and Mishra surviving today, a very important game.
Yes.
Andrew Honk and Arthur Guo, 4 points. And then Brandon Jacobson on the 4th place with 3.5 points, just half a point behind the leaders.
And Kirk thinking to himself, how sweet it would be with that extra half a point. I'd be up there fighting for a podium finish. Cristian, final thoughts, please.
I mean, it's finally time for all those players tied at 3.5 points to pitch their funds together, take Kaidanov out for a dinner, buy him a really nice dinner, then spend the whole night analyzing and trying to figure out what Melik's weaknesses are, because that's the only way to stop that man right now.
Wow.
I mean, the guy is 2 points ahead in the lead with only 3 rounds to go. I have to say his fate is in his hands and it's looking good right now. Abhimanyu, I mean, such defensive skills. He's showing it time and time again. And I have to say right now that the juniors, it's so tight at the top. And Alice Lee, what's there to say about Alice Lee? He's just putting her best foot forward, and right now she's playing her best chess of her career, and it shows in the standings. Incredible chess so far, and we'll be back tomorrow with round 7.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Cristian. Indeed, that's great stuff. Kate, we were so
Another great
close.
day.
We were so close to losing Cristian. It was
King C7.
One little move. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Tell your friends where you're hanging out. Join us tomorrow as the 3 national championships will continue.
Yeah, round 7 tomorrow.
Tomorrow. What? Good night, everyone.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.